X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Let me show you how.
Hey everybody, welcome. It's so good to see all of you. What's up, Stardust? Bardmans, Galaxy Bomb, Canova Striker, welcome. Good to see one of the Final Fantasy people here. Lefty Jenna, good to see ya. Levy, how are you doing? Sad Stardust, how are you? Good. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're not too sad. Trans Daughter of Water, good to see you again. Welcome. Mayura Bay, what's up? Another Nerd 64, welcome. Distorted Fractals, hello. Cleaver 120, good to see you again. Perry Icefire, welcome back. War Penguin, how are you doing? Summer Star, what's up? Lord Rose 97, good to see ya. iPop Memes, how are you doing? First stream in a while, nice. Peter Mizkolkzy, welcome. Eric Knox, welcome. Stoned Ferret, how are you doing? Jackie Sins, welcome to the stream. Wait, Wyvern 13, welcome. Baxter Bunny, how are you? Lightning Bolt, what's up? Welcome everybody, it's so good to see you guys. Welcome. Guys, I am so excited. You guys might be on the hype train for the new Elden Ring DLC, and I will eventually play Elden Ring and the DLC down the road, but in a few days, Dawn Trail, Early Access, Yeah, I pre-ordered it, so I'm going to be getting the early access 3 days before most people do. I am so excited for Dawn Trail. I've caught up almost entirely. I've just got a few missions left in the post-patch to do, and I'm caught up. And then I just gotta play Dawn Trail. I'm gonna have to level Viper 10 levels, and then I can go to the new continent and start having fun. I thought pre-ordering was bad. It usually is, but if a company like... If it's a game series or game that's typically very trustworthy, and the thing you get in exchange for the pre-order is, like, getting to play a little early to get priority queue when everybody is, like, flooding into the servers, then yeah, it's worth it. Plus, I got the earrings that give you a 30% XP bonus, and I have those forever for all of my combat classes until level 90. So I'm going to be able to level 30% faster, at least, than, well, anyone who didn't pre-order. Like, forever, I have those earrings now, and they, like, scale with your slot. So it's always best in slot until level 90. Dawn Trail was pushed back so Yoshi P could play a week of Elden Ring. No, that's literally why. That's literally why. Like, Dawn Trail was delayed so people could play Elden Ring. And not have to worry about the DLC, or, like, deciding between the DLC or the new expansion. Good luck getting into the server when Dawn Trail comes out. I tend to be pretty lucky when it comes to those things. Yep, I still have my earrings from the Endwalker pre-order, based Canova. I tend to get lucky with those sorts of things. And, like, to be very clear, I've waited in queues to get into games that are so much longer than the worst queues FF14 has seen. Like, FF14 launch queues don't really have much on the horror that was classic WoW launch when I wanted to get into Fairlina. Okay? And I bared through that. And, like, before that, I was waiting in queue for, like, 12 to 13 hours just to play on 2B2T every day. To give you an idea of what that meant, I was waking up at midnight, then getting into 2B2T queue, and then sleeping for 4 or 5 hours, and then waking up, and then I'd be like, okay, good, I'm like 187 in queue, okay. And then I didn't have prio queue at the time. And then I would just, like, go get breakfast with my parents, come home, do a few things, and then by then I'd be in, like, the last 10 to 20 in the queue, and I'd just sit there and watch it slowly tick down. I promise you guys, FF14 queues are not going to hurt me that bad, alright? I'll wait for, like, 4 hours in queue. There's tons of shows and movies I feel like watching while I wait through queue. Absolutely. Because once I'm in the game, I'm not getting out. And I'm not, like, gonna tab out and watch any YouTube videos and risk, like, my game crashing. So I'm literally going to be locked in on the story. So I might as well get whatever other entertainment I might be hungry for out of the way while I'm in queue, right? I recall fighting in queues back in the day for WoW during the AQ opening event. Oh, Eric Knox. Did you end up getting the Scepter of the Shifting Sands? Did you get the Black Karaji battle tank? I hope you did. Or the red one. I know a lot of people wanted the red one. One can also wake up a little earlier too, which I did with Endwalker. Yeah, like, just getting, like, if your sleep schedule, I find that oftentimes gamers are, like, the most degenerate motherfuckers when it comes to their sleep schedules. So if you're ever in a situation where you have to wait in a queue for a game and you want to wait through a shorter one or no queue, just wake up at, like, 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., like, at a really normal time, and then hop on. That is when there are, like, no queues for games, is at, like, 6 a.m. PST. If it's like 6 a.m. PST. If it's like 6 a.m. on the East Coast, even better. No one's online. That's when I go to bed? Yeah, it's when all the gamers are going to bed, is 6 a.m. But TF2 is still full of bots and Uncle Topia has no players? I have no idea. I don't play those games, so I don't really know what the meme is there. WoW queues were crazy back then. Then again, internet speeds were a different thing back in the day. True, yeah. I mean, you gotta remember, servers were also, like, nothing back then. Nothing upsets me more than the fact that one of the original servers for World of Warcraft that was like framed and auctioned off is sitting on the Quartering's shelf in the background of his videos collecting dust. He's so wealthy he was able to buy, probably for like hundreds, like tens of thousands, or maybe close to 100K. I don't even know what they'd sell it for. Like he was able to buy one of the original WoW Classic vanilla servers from back in 2003 or whatever, 2004. Every time you remind us of that, I cringe. Yeah, I know. I like it personally. It is like a personal insult to me, and I need the Quartering to be forced into a position where he's got to sell it to like pay off his divorce court fees. I don't know. Hey, Xanderhall, sorry for being late. I was talking with my friend. I will never forgive you for being precisely 14 minutes late to my stream and missing nothing. I'm just kidding. Welcome. I appreciate you coming. The Quartering is such an incel loser that he buys things only to never use them. Well, I mean, you don't really use the WoW server necessarily. It's framed. It's meant to be a wall ornament. I just don't like that he has it. He doesn't deserve it. I have also appeared. Hello, Axelati. Welcome. I'm debating whether to send you more money so we could watch the rest of that Beyblade video. Hey, listen, I won't say no to more money. Although, as much as I appreciate all of your donos and gifted subs and financial support, which, by the way, I really do appreciate. It keeps the food in my belly, a roof over my head, the electricity on so I can stream to you guys. And, remember, trying to do that Quail content. So if you guys donate, you are supporting what I, like, my fund for doing Quail content. I really do appreciate it. And, of course, remember, you don't even have to donate. You don't even have to give me money. You can just drop a single thumbs up and a comment no matter when, where, or what you're watching, and it really does help a lot. I really do appreciate the comments. They go a long way. What's up, Punkarella11? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, thank you for all of the support, everybody. What's up, the Dark Canuck? Welcome. Good to see ya. All right, everybody. Let me see. What was the first topic I was planning on covering for today? Yeah. I think I know a good topic for us to start with. But I'm curious, is there any like fun... Are there any fun stun locks we can get stuck on for a moment before we get into the politics, you know? Still closed. Still closed. Nothing interesting happening on Twitter right now, it would seem. That's actually really surprising. Hold on, wait a second, what? Oh. Wait, we have new Trump case news? Real? YouTube, what's the deal with you giving me this, like, recommendation 15 lines down the page? We've got new Trump fucking trial news. And it's just like, yeah, we're just gonna put that down the page a little bit. Jesus Christ, YouTube. Get that on the front of my recommendations, please. Yo, TSW Shadow Wolf, thank you. Give me one moment. There we go. Figure if I'm going to cover that, I might as well add it to the scroll. Alrighty. TSW Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for the $15. How kind of you. What a fantastic and generous donation to start the stream with. Thank you so much. Makes my nose itch just thinking about it, apparently. So that's nice. Love that. God, I'm starting to think it's just dry skin. I realize now that every time my nose itches before stream, it's because I shower before stream. And then when I shower, I always wash my face. And I have this, like, benzoyl peroxide... pretty high strength face like wash that I use, and I don't moisturize my face too often, which is probably why the skin drying is a thing, because I can feel like the itchy feeling up on my forehead too now, and I can definitely tell it's a dry, itchy kind of feeling, you know what I mean? So I think it's from my face wash. I need to moisturize more, chat. You gotta moisturize your face, especially if you're gonna hit it with those high power chemicals. Yeah, you gotta moisturize. I know. I'm gonna get some good moisturizer. Whoa! Holy crap, Jackie Sins, thank you. Wow, that's the first gifted, like, membership bomb I think I've ever had in YouTube chat. Wow, thank you. I believe that's $25 right there. Thank you so much. Gifted free memberships on YouTube over to the Dark Canuck, Eric Knox, T. Levy's, Wayavern 13, and Tenco 12. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. That helps a lot. For those that don't know, there is a similar system to like subs and gifted subs in YouTube chat as well. It's not like the best system because it just lumps in with your ad revenue you get like a month later, but you know, it's still support. I'm not going to turn it down or like turn a blind eye to it. It's very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And then of course Logic Bees, not to be outdone with the $1 donation, the super sticker. I appreciate that, Logic Bees. It really helps a lot. I also myself am a fan of bees. I'm hoping that pretty soon I can find like a after I do quail content and get that going, I'm gonna look and see if I can find like someone selling an old bee box and see if I can get into beekeeping, because the bees just come to me and they're quite friendly with me. I uploaded a picture on Instagram one time of me petting a clump of bees, just petting them, you know, just like touching their furry little, like, they've got like a little back right behind their head and it's like furry. I was just using my finger to pet the bees and they don't mind. They are surprisingly chill. So, you know, bees tend to like me. So I think I'm going to get into beekeeping once the quail stuff is established. Beekeeping is so much cheaper too. You just need a wooden box and frames with honeycomb wax starters. And from there, it's just keep an eye on them. You're a braver soul than me. I'm not allergic to bees for one, and to be completely clear with you guys, I've had my entire hand stung by a nest of wasps. I reached into my grandma had like this old Pathfinder van that had broken down and didn't work anymore, that was parked in her yard for like 10 years. And one day, I decided to go into it, because it was just sitting there untouched, and it was like gathering like sort of that Florida green algae all over it, and the the van was empty, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go inside. Now, there was nothing inside of the van that was a problem. It was inside of that, like, you know how some cars have those, like, handles that are, like, you have to reach inside and stick your fingers into what could possibly be, like, a hole of death and then pull outward? Inside of that area was a small wasp nest with, like, 8 or 9 wasps in it. And so when I reached my fingers into that, like, little space down, like, under there to pull the handle of the car, I just stuck my fingers forcefully into a wasp nest. And I'm talking like those... Let me show you what they look like. Florida wasps. They were the kind with red on them. The really mean-looking ones. Not... Yeah, these guys. Ugh. These guys. It was about 8 or 9 of these guys just went to town on my fingers. And my grandma was like, oh, my hand, it was this hand actually. This hand was all swollen up and fucked up. And my grandma was like, all right, we got a solution for this. And she, you see those here in New Vegas? That's great. She got water. It might have been vinegar. It was some kind of liquid and mixed baking soda into it. And then I took my hand and fingers and just stuck my, like, hand into this jar full of it. And she had me sit there, Nevada. New Vegas is in Nevada, listen. Like, just stuck my hand into this jar of baking soda and some other liquid. Probably vinegar, to be honest, because it was all foamy and stuff. And just stuck my hand there for, like, an hour and a half, 2 hours until the pain stopped. And I just sat there and watched, like, the TV. I couldn't do it. Holy cow. It hurt pretty bad, but, like, I don't remember it. I remember being able to handle it, you know? I was, like, probably 7 or 8, and... Oh, this one's missing an arm there. I was like 7 or 8, and I feel like if it hurt that bad, it'd be a problem. So I got my hand fucking destroyed by a bunch of these wasps. I'm not too afraid of bees. I've never been stung by a bee before, but if I'm not allergic to wasps, I assume I'm alright. Oh my god, can you imagine if it was a hornet? Oh my god, look at this thing. Dude. Look at that hornet. We've got these here. Bro. I've never gotten a hornet sting, though. Look at that stinger. They can't even hide it like wasps can. Wasp stingers are so small they can hide it. Hornets, their asses are just sharp. Kill it. It is dead. I believe it is dead in that picture. It's like glued to a pin, so you can hold it up to like a background and see detail in it. I think that's a preserved one. That looks like a tarantula wasp. It's not a tarantula hawk. I love banana spiders, though. They make beautiful webs and keep the flies at bay, lol. Dude, you want to know something crazy? I have a lot of spiders in my house here, and I find them every once in a while. Like, they'll be sitting, like, on a wall or something, or up on the ceiling, and I always get freaked out because they're pretty big, and I worry they could be venomous, like, badly venomous. But then I identify them, and every single spider I have found in my house so far are beneficial, like, eating venomous spiders and pest control spiders. So it's like, well, I guess I'm not killing any of you guys, so I'll leave you alone. I've got giant house spiders and hobo spiders, and there's one that's like a long-legged one. It's not daddy long legs. It's also helpful. But I've got like a bunch of spiders in my house, and they're all like a anti-venomous spider security system. There are only 2 venomous species here in Washington, the yellow sac spider, which is very strikingly yellowish green, and you can't, like, mistake it. There's no, like, lookalikes that, you know, like, you'll just immediately be like, oh, that's bad. And then black widows, which, you know, you can tell right away because they're, like, jet black with a red pattern on their butt. So, thankfully, the spiders I've got in my house eat yellow sac spiders and black widows, so I have none of those in my house. Pretty cool. Yeah, I love spiders. They're chill as hell. As long as they never walk on me, though. I've seen them, like, sometimes one walks on the wall right next to me right here, and it's like, bro, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out with your bullshit, sir. You need to stay away from me. I appreciate your work, and you can live with me. You can be roommates, but you need to chill out with the being right there next to my face. And, like, sometimes I'll see one, like, right up in that corner. I'm like, you stay up there and we're cool. You stay up there in that corner and we're fine. I'll marvel at your beautiful web up there. But you better not descend down here and, like, walk along my hand as I'm, like, running a dungeon, or I'll freak out. Spider venom isn't even that potent. It can be, though. It can be. That's the problem. And I don't want to risk it. I don't know if I'm allergic to spider bites. Yeah, we don't have brown recluses here. When I used to clean storage buildings at my first job, I used to see black widows on occasion in the buildings, lol. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty freaky to know that they could be in your house, and they're so dangerous. But spiders don't really go out of their way to bite people. They tend to avoid big, scary, loud, living things. You should see the cranberry wolf spiders that crawl on the workers. Ugh. Short funny meme for you? What is this?
Oh, you pick! You pick! Oh. Even.
Good meme. Listen, I gotta read donos though. We can't watch a non-dono video when you haven't donated. Sorry, One Piece 34. You gotta donate if you want me to watch your Sonic and Mario clips and stuff. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. So that, obviously, I want to thank TSW Shadow Wolf and Pepper T21 for donating so far over on the website. Both of them sending links, so I'm going to read them in order. So TSW Shadow Wolf's message and link was, link. I had decided, yes, we are going to watch the rest of the video. I also resent the link in case you need it. We're not watching the rest of the video. It seems like every month, but I'll give you another 2 minutes. I remember we watched 2 minutes of the video yesterday. I'm giving you another 2 minutes of the video, all right? That's the deal. Actually, no, I'm giving you 4 minutes. 4 minutes because you donated $5 last time, if I recall correctly, and this is 10. And so I'm going to give you 4 minutes. So we're picking up where we left off, and we're going to watch 4 more minutes. Not the whole 17-minute video. 4 more minutes. We gotta be careful with our time here. Also, not everyone here cares about Beyblade. You gotta remember, okay? I gotta make sure people don't get bored and start leaving, you know?
Sometimes it makes the metal sort of...
Oh, this is 15? Oh, it is 15. Okay, all right then. We'll do 6. We'll do 6 minutes.
Look like plastic. Well, Takara Tomy actually showed off Cobalt Dragoon at events and on video.
Dragoon.
And the Bay looks even better, okay? I think that this picture of Cobalt Dragoon looks even better than the render that we got just a few days ago. Now, I do want to look at a side view that we got over Cobalt Dragoon. This was taken at the Takara Tomy kind of Beyblade store or at a show.
You know what? The metal actually looks low-key kind of nice. Like, it almost looks like a little hammer was used to hammer out every tiny little detail. Like, the metal part was forged, almost. Do you get that kind of vibe? I can tell it was probably sand-casted, more likely than not, but it almost looks like it was forged. Has a clear coat? Ah.
Showcase. It was under glass kind of supervision, so nobody was able to get a true like hands-on with it. But in this side view that was posted on Twitter, you do see that the blade is definitely pretty chunky. I still think it's going to weigh quite a bit. Maybe not as much as like Phoenix Wing or Cobalt Drake, of course, but it's not quite as like angled or as chunky as I was expecting. So maybe its attack power will be a little bit weaker than I was thinking, or I'm just being overly critical. Takara Tomy also posted a video kind of in a game show sort of format, but most of the video isn't really relevant to what we're talking about, but we did see some battles. Now, I do want you guys to remember that battle videos posted by Takara Tomy are probably kind of inclined to make the new bays look as good as possible, so you can't really trust them fully, but you can still sort of see the performance here. And up against bays like Dran Buster that hit really hard, it was thrown around just a little bit, but because it is a left spin bay, it was able to equalize and kind of steel spin, sort of, and it did kind of well. Now, during...
Yeah, I didn't get that. Like, why would the left spinning Beyblade gain spin from the rightward spinning one, as opposed to the rightward spinning one gaining spin from the leftward spinning one? I don't know. Zan is a Tolkien fan. You might like it. There's a near identical Sauron armor in the Elden Ring DLC. Like Sauron, like how he's depicted in the movie. In Fellowship of the Ring at the beginning. That's pretty neat. Yeah, that goes pretty hard. I might end up rocking the Sauron drip.
In this gap between my first news video and now, we've also gotten more high-quality pictures of the parts on Cobalt Dragoon. So let's go ahead and look at the ratchets. Now, I did showcase these before, but it was kind of pixelated and is not great pictures. But now we can see 260 in its really nice detail, its nice color scheme.
So that's the plastic
part. I still have
part.
The same kind of impression with it, to where I kind of doubt it'll be better than parts like 360 or even 960. Those double-sided points just... I don't know. I don't really expect it to be a competitive beast or anything, and I think its balancing isn't going to be top.
Is there like competitive Beyblade? Is that a thing? Are there like Beyblade tournaments that are like professional? Yes? Holy shit, dude.
Top tier, but that's me being overly critical in this kind of deep dive style video. But I think the aesthetics of it look really, really good with its red and blue color scheme. And we also got a better look at the bits as well, which is C or Cyclone. Now, I still have the same impressions on this piece as well. I definitely think it's going to be pretty solid and pretty fun. Obviously, I don't think it's going to overtake parts like Rush in terms of how competitive it is. It is pretty similar in sizing to Rush,
like
sort of, but it obviously has a different gear ratio. I'm also wondering what this will be like on right spin bays, because that'll kind of go against the direction of the star spin. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. But Cobalt Dragoon looks to be a beast, and even if it's not like competitively overpowered, kind of like Cobalt Drake or Phoenix Wing or Wizard Rod, etc., the fact that it is our first left spin bay does mean a lot to the entire system and to the entire game. Now that we have a left spin bay, we could be seeing release.
Oh, so it's the first one that spins left. Interesting.
like Dragoon S or Lightning El Drago come maybe a little bit sooner than people were maybe expecting. So even if these parts aren't top tier, I still think having a left spin bay is going to set the meta on fire a little bit, in which, you know, some bays and some combos might not be as good against left spin types.
Who is it that sent me the video where it's like, in the lore of Beyblade, a Beyblade was used to split the Red Sea by Moses? I think there's like also another frame where it's like the like Union Army used Beyblades to like beat the Confederates and shit. Like, I don't even know. That's beautiful. It truly is.
But that is Cobalt Dragoon 260 Cyclone. I already have my pre-orders in. I'm super excited for it, as I see pretty much all of you guys are as well. And I also can't wait for this bay to come out in the Hasbro lineup as well, because a lot of people can't get to Karatomi, or they just don't really want to. So whenever this releases from Hasbro, we're going to see this huge hype roller coaster again.
I made up that last part. That was just a joke.
So now let's go ahead and talk about the random booster. So this is going to be coming out the same time as Cobalt Dragoon, which is July 13th. It's random booster 4, and the prize bay is black shells. So this is obviously a...
Listen, guys, one day if I ever become like a really successful streamer, like I've got plenty of money and I don't have to worry about living like streamer paycheck to paycheck, then I will I will get a Beyblade like random booster pack and open it on stream, and we'll see what I get. Like anything rare or crazy. I'm not super into gambling, mind you, so I'll probably just buy the one and see if I get lucky. But I think that'd be funny. Just to buy one of those booster packs, see if like opening one I end up getting like one of the rarest things ever. I think that'd be funny as hell.
Drasil inspired bay. I compared it to Drasil F in my last video. You can also compare it to Drasil MS from the HMS system.
Jesus
it looks pretty
Christ,
cool.
That's old.
I am kind of biased against defense types in the Beyblade X system. Defense types are always kind of light, and I kind of believe that they are...
Xanderhall, how much for you to open a Pokemon booster pack on stream? Isn't like one Pokemon booster pack like just like a sleeve of cards? Just like a little like plastic sleeve? Don't those go for like $1 or $2? How much is a booster pack of these things? Because like my understanding is if you're gonna open like a whole pack, you want to get a big one, and those can be a bit expensive. I'm not really like, I don't know card stuff, so it would probably not be great. You guys would have to identify what I'd gotten, and like, yeah, that's like too much of like a degenerate like money black hole hobby for me. I can't get into that. Like I'd have to be like accomplished before I could get into that kind of thing now. But one Beyblade booster pack opening could be funny. Life will never be as good as getting a golden Tahu mask out of a Bionicle mask pack. Honestly, Bionicles went hard as fuck. I remember playing with Bionicles as a kid. I had a friend that was into them and showed them to me. I was like, Mom, can I have some Bionicles? And she was like, no. I was like, oh. Actually, no, I think she got me one eventually. Like one of the cheaper, more simple ones, but I was still appreciated it because it was just neat. It was just neat. Clearly, we need to get Zan into Warhammer. Dog, I am never, ever buying a Warhammer mini. I need you guys to know. I will get into Warhammer when I can afford a 3D printer to 3D print my own, okay? I'll print my own minis and then I'll paint them.
Are the worst bays in the lineup, typically like Shinobi Shadow, Knight Shield, Knight Lance. Some people may have luck with them, but most people don't really use them. It's also going to be on 460.
You will never see me pay $40 for 12 grams of plastic.
As the Ratchet, which has like a green color scheme, but it's four-sided, which is never really that great. It's also one of the first Ratchets ever released when it came out originally on Scythe Incendia. I'm saying the Hasbro names now. It's one of the original Ratchets released when it came out on
Oh, good to know. $40 is on the lower end, according to another Nerd 64.
Scythe. There we go. So it's not really super exciting. And then we have the D bit, okay? We have Dot. And this one, like I said in my last video, makes me a little bit uncomfortable, okay? People were talking about it in the comments that it kind of made them feel a little weird as well, seeing all these little bits and dots on the tip.
What?
It's just kind of weird. It's also a little bit more of a needle shape than I was expecting. I knew it wasn't going to be a full ball, but I was expecting it to be kind of a mixture, and it's a bit needle-ish. So I don't know how I feel about that. So getting a new bay, and especially a bay that is modeled after one of the sacred beasts from the original series, is really cool. That's a nice concept. But when I look at how the Bay will probably perform, especially when it releases at the same time as
cool
Cobalt
shape.
Dragoon, I'm not really getting my expectations super high. So moving on to the rest of the random booster, I was kind of...
We have watched to the point that I agreed to. We will watch the rest of... We're at 8 minutes, or 8 minutes 30 seconds. We watched a little extra. But we will resume that if you want to, if you donate more in the future to watch the rest of the Beyblade video. I imagine you will. But thank you, TSW Shadow Wolf. I appreciate it. As promised, I did a little mini media share type deal there for you. Thank you. And Pepper T21, thank you for the $10. As I said before, I appreciate it. Said new Glorb song, best one yet in my opinion. Checked for problematic lyrics, and all I got was Patrick referencing the N-word. But I think Glorb is black. I would.
Me boy.
Glorb's probably not black. I'm gonna be honest. Glorb's probably some like 20-year-old white dude. I'm gonna be real. I'd be surprised if any other thing was the case. I would be surprised, genuinely. Let's check out this new Glorb music video. Let's check it out.
SpongeBob, me boy. Where's all me money? And where's the customers?
Relax, Krabs. I've got a plan. We just need to hit Dankton where it hurts. Squiddy,
Dankton.
I know for a fact that puff bitch is watching those camera tapes. As soon as Krabs, Pat, and I hit the casino and start gambling, put that shit on loop so we can find a way into the vault. Oh, and gang, word is that Dennis the Don is now head of security. Watch out for his bitch ass.
Yeah, okay, SpongeBob. So basically you want to do an Ocean's 11, huh? Alright then. Fuck it. Let's go!
Oh, gang, let it bang, don't slang, making paper. Gang, got the game that we want and we able. Gang, hit his heart with a spade, tapping tables. Gang, we not rushing this roulette one in the chamber.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. Run your wallet, damn.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. Show your pocket, damn.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. We
Money.
froze on it, damn.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. We froze hundreds over. Froze it over. Wallet getting fat as fucking Oprah. Check under my seat, it's
Mrs.
not a
Puff.
garbage, it's a cobra. Had to shut him down, fake skin on my loafers. Popped him like a glitter bomb. Mark Rover, cut him like a number. Bleeding like a donor, folding like a sulfur. Cause I've been overheading, overseeing like a vulture. And I've been making bread and burning office with that toaster,
That's the Swiss
yeah.
Hussein, B-Way, big trapper, the pink cheek clapper, the dream team better. I'm a state fucker ladder, the diamonds hit a pedal. I drank so much perk, it turned purple in my bladder. We know where you
Oh
live,
no,
fucking
Dennis.
nerd. Doo-doo your ass with that They thought I was stupid, bitch. No, keep my fucking name at your mouth like the hard R.
Gang, let it bang, dope slang, making paper. Gang, got the cane that we want and we able. Gang, hit his heart with the spade, tapping tables. Gang, we not rushing this roulette one in the chamber.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. Run your wallet, damn.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. Show your pocket, damn.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. We grown from it, damn.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. We froze hundreds over.
Ayo, Sponge, what we doing with our funds?
We gon' fucking throw it up. Make how money, crib or blood.
Let's go kill them like I tell it, spending money in Milan.
Fuck up, fall out, we gon'
How
run.
much you smoking?
Megatons, yeah. I got the stick, I got the switch. I'm dumping clips, I let it hit his eye. I run the ship. I'm Captain Crip. I needle prick. I I'm dripping. I.
Yeah, it's Mr. Top Scholar. Fuck your fat dollar. I've been a top dog since I popped my collar. Yeah, fuck your chihuahua. I'm a fucking Rottweiler. My money like my skin tone, big blue
Gang,
collar.
let it bang, dope slang, making paper. Gang, got the cane that we want and we able. Gang, hit his heart with the spade, tapping tables. Gang, we not rushing this roulette one in the chamber.
Money.
Yeah, fuck it. Run your wallet.
Okay. That's silly as fuck. Good job, Glorb. Good job, Glorb. You did good on that one. I appreciate it. You did good. You did good, Glorb. You did good. Oh, SpongeBob. I can't do a pet. Hold on. Oh, SpongeBob. There we go. Yeah. That's my best Patrick impression. I'm way better at doing a Squidward impression. Don't know if I like it. What do you mean? What do you mean? You don't like Glorb? What the fuck? Helldiver's flag? Indeed. Salute to Super Earth. It's actually Super Earth flag, not Helldiver's flag. Yes, it is an AI voice. It is made with AI. Well, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that, Pepper T21. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect all your kind support, guys. God, it's hot in here. What the fuck? I'm sweating. I'm already sweating. I'm only 45 minutes into streaming, and I'm already sweating. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the central AC here in Washington is very good. I do have one of those, like R2-D2 looking ass like AC units that you put into a window, and that like those do tend to work pretty well, but they've got to be pretty close to where you want to cool. And I don't know where I'm gonna I don't know where I'm gonna hook it up. Like my living room would be the easiest place to set it up, but then I have to deal with it being in my living room, and that's like the other side of my house, a whole different floor. So I don't know. I guess cold air does sink, right? So as long as I blow it towards the door to the basement, it would just kind of come down the stairs to my streaming room, right? Zan, you know quail are actually government drones, right? Yeah, I'm aware. Don't worry. Someone dropped Molly in Zan's milkshake. That's why he's sweating. So true. Actually, no, they dissolved it in the water, I guess, because I don't have my milkshake right now. I haven't, Chainsaw Chimera. All right. Oh, yeah, Peter Mizkolkzy. Mizkolks. Damn it, I hit the wrong fucking program. Damn it. Peter Mikulski. I'm going to get my mom to send it through Google Drive. The problem is her Google Drive and email are full, and she can't send a video that big. I also got her to compress it, and she still can't send it. So I'm going to have to, like, help her clear out her drive or make a whole new one just so she can, like, post it and send it to me. It's a roughly 5-minute video, which makes sense, but I wish she could just Discord it to me. You gotta remember, she doesn't use Discord frequently. She doesn't have, like, Nitro. The feds laced your water supply, and that's why you're tweaking so hard. I think it's just hot in here. The Manatee video is infinite storage. Well, no, it's, like, probably about 10 gigs. What's good, everyone? Well, you're dead naming there when you use that name, by the way, for a more perfect America. For reference, that is dead naming. Alrighty. You guys ready for the next segment? God, why is my hair all floofy? I need to get a haircut. It's getting too long. Alrighty. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, you all know you guys know what to do when I say action. Sorry, I got to redo the intro because my recording just now started. Sorry about that. All right, now you know what to do. 3, 2, 1, action. Thanks, OBS. All right, so it looks like we've got a new update with Trump trials. He's in like a lot of them right now. We just got done with his first felony conviction. However, you guys might remember that Trump is also in hot water for keeping classified documents from when he was president in the bathroom and other very unsecured locations, notably at Mar-a-Lago, his Florida resort home, where he regularly invites other rich assholes and even other world leaders. And so there's been a genuine concern that Donald Trump may have been trading or showing classified documents from when he was president to other world leaders, maybe even selling information from them. In fact, I believe there might be evidence that he did do these things, allegedly. I'm not very caught up on this particular case, but what I remember is that the right tried to go after Biden for a similar thing. For those who don't remember, Joe Biden had some documents that were classified in boxes in his garage in his personal home, which his personal home's surprisingly small. Like it's like a normal house. Like if you were driving through a neighborhood and you saw like a normal like 2 or 3 bedroom house, like that's at least one of his houses, like his main home at least, which I kind of find surprising for someone who is the president, but you know, makes sense. I guess he's just not I don't think he's that wealthy, and if he is, he doesn't really seem to show it off that much. Regardless, though, the big difference is the fact that Biden's classified documents were actually made classified after he left office. And on top of that, they were quite well secured, and he wasn't breaking the law when he took them home and secured them there. And he's the president, so it's not even like he's committing a crime, I think, by having them. Maybe it was by having them at his house, but he complied. He didn't seem to knowingly commit a crime, and the courts found him innocent. And that's why Biden didn't end up in trouble for that. Trump, on the other hand, seems to have a line of witnesses all saying that on top of the harboring classified documents, Trump seems to have kept them in a very unsafe, unsecure location and allowed them to be seen potentially by hostile world leaders, semi-hostile world leaders. So let's find out all the details, because apparently motions before Judge Cannon are only growing, and this is everything we need to know about Trump's classified documents hearing. I haven't heard about this in a while. I didn't even know this case was still happening, but apparently it's still a big deal.
Judge Aileen Cannon has 2 hearings on the classified documents case today, one from the special counsel to place Donald Trump under a modified gag order, and 2 from Donald Trump to throw the case out on constitutional grounds. Joining us now from Fort Pierce, Florida, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent.
You guys know the move is to try to push this as close to the election or past the election as they can, and if this ends up no longer being able to be delayed anymore, like before the election, the Republican response will be a meltdown over the fact that they conveniently chose now to go after Trump with legal consequences. And it's like, no, that those felonies Trump got were years in the making. He kept delaying this case. He could have been a felon 4 years ago, 3 years ago, if he didn't continuously delay everything.
Correspondent Ken Delanian and MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin. So, Ken, what's happening?
Well, right now they're arguing about this proposed modification of the conditions of Donald Trump's release, which is essentially a gag order, where Jack Smith is asking Judge Cannon to order Donald Trump to stop.
Zan, Trump still has one of his 3 guns not turned over in Mar-a-Lago, and since he is a felon, he has to turn them all over all of his guns, and he broke parole for not returning them. Which gives him another 24-year felon crime for what he's doing. They won't give it to him, though. They won't they won't give him 24 years. They won't even give him 12. They won't give him half that time. One thing you got to remember is these judges don't want to seem biased, and so they have a bias in favor of Trump in the sense that even if they don't like him, they have to give him a lighter punishment so they don't seem like they are being biased against him. So Trump will always get a slap on the wrist so it doesn't seem like anybody is trying to weaponize the legal system against him. What you have to recognize is Trump supporters see him as this like innocent guy who, not even innocent necessarily, but at the very least, he is as bad as any other politician. So the fact that he is so rigorously pursued by the legal system and by the law, they believe means that there is a higher standard Trump is held to by the establishment and the legal system and the media, when in reality, Trump is just that bad.
Lying about a document that reminded the FBI about its use of force policy that accompanied the Mar-a-Lago search in 2022. And Jack Smith said that this request is narrow, focused, and fully consistent with the First Amendment. Obviously, Donald Trump's lawyers argue that this impinges on his First Amendment rights as he's trying to run for president. But what the special counsel is saying here is that Trump's comments, essentially, he said that the FBI had an assassin.
You don't understand. It is against my freedom of speech for it to be illegal for me to do anything.
You guys understand conservatives will do that, right? Like the right does actually believe that and do agree with Trump on that. They think that, like, Trump is incapable of doing any wrong compared to any other politician.
Assassination plot against him. He said that President Biden authorized the FBI to use deadly force during the raid, which was false. Jack Smith is saying those comments are putting FBI agents' lives in danger. And he cited specifically the incident after the Mar-a-Lago search where a Trump supporter armed with an AR-15 and a nail gun attacked the FBI office in Cincinnati and was subsequently...
Jesus Christ, how is it that, like, every, like, trans or gay, like, pedophile or criminal is in the headlines these days? And there was, like, a recent attack by a Trump supporter, an armed attack by a Trump supporter on the FBI because they're investigating Trump, and I haven't heard about it. What the fuck? Like, right now, it feels like the media is hyper-focusing on every trans or gay shooter or pedophile. Mind you, there's been two. Like, there was, like, the Nashville shooter, and then there was a recent drive-by shooter that was committed by a trans person. The fucking media blows these stories up, right? Like it's always LGBT pedophile, right? And meanwhile, like, a Trump supporter, in the name of Trump, attacks the FBI armed. And it's like, yeah, you're just hearing about that just now, you know? Yeah, it was like a year ago, apparently, too. Yeah. I never heard about this. That's fucking crazy.
Killed by the police. And then just last week, another Trump supporter was charged with threatening an FBI agent in the Hunter Biden case and saying that after Mr. Trump wins the presidential election, FBI agents will, quote, be hunted down and slaughtered.
And a fucking nail gun, too? He brought a nail gun as, like, his side backup arm, I guess, like Rust. Was bro thinking he was playing Rust? Like, yeah, I'm gonna go LR nail gun. Like, let's see how this goes. Like, what the fuck? What was bro thinking? Like, the FBI has, well, access to everything.
So Smith says this rhetoric has real-world consequences, and he's asking Cannon to order Trump to stop mischaracterizing that document.
Okay, Lisa, Aileen Cannon, holding a lot of hearings on things that might usually just be ruled on and dismissed. This dismissal, is there any chance, or what are the arguments for dismissal of the case? I mean, Ken was talking about the gag order. What about the arguments that Trump's making for the dismissal of the case on constitutional grounds?
So there are several pending.
Well, his argument is like what he said before. There being any legal consequences for Trump is an infringement of his freedom of speech, because he can, of course, do no wrong.
Motions, including ones on constitutional grounds. For example, Trump has also asked Judge Cannon to dismiss the Mar-a-Lago case on presidential immunity grounds. She's never held a hearing on that. Presumably, she's waiting for the Supreme Court to act and then could apply their ruling to the facts here. But today's hearings were about the lawfulness of the appointment of special counsel Jack Smith under two clauses. One is the appointments clause of the Constitution, and another is a clause dealing with appropriations. And the arguments are essentially that Jack Smith is being paid through an appropriation to the Justice Department that shouldn't cover people like him if they're operating independently of the Department of Justice, as the special counsel's office has argued. With respect to the appointments clause, their argument is.
So Trump's basically going to try to go the route he always goes, which is trying to say that any legal consequences being taken against him for his actions is a sign of corruption, and that this is unfair, and that this needs to be dismissed, or at the very least, he needs to get a whole new judge, and I don't know if there's a jury on this, probably not, considering the nature of the case, so it's probably just the judge. He probably just wants to get a new judge that's more favorable to him, so he's just going to bitch and bitch and bitch, delay, beg for a new judge, delay, beg for a new judge. That's all he does. He just wants to try to whine and weasel his way out of any consequences, and it's so sad how frequently it works.
Is essentially that Merrick Garland didn't have the power to appoint Jack Smith because there is no statute into which he falls, and if he's not being supervised, then he required Senate confirmation, which he hasn't had.
So how many more hearings before she might decide on a trial date?
Yeah, how long do we gotta wait?
I don't know how many more hearings. And, you know, Katie, the stack of motions before Judge
as many more hearings as Trump can manage.
Cannon that are undecided is only growing, because even though Donald Trump's lawyers had a deadline by which to make their pretrial motions to dismiss, they keep making them on other grounds. They keep finding new grounds to potentially dismiss the case. Recently, they asked her to dismiss the case on the basis that the search itself was warrantless and that the FBI fabricated certain allegations in the search warrant application. So we are sort of playing a game of following the bouncing ball that is never ending, and she is several steps behind where that ball is bouncing.
Okay. I keep asking this, is there any point where it might be warranted, might be successful more likely than not, for the special counsel to go to the appellate courts and to say, this is not working. Like,
Well,
she's not,
yes.
she's really, right now it is egregious the amount of time she's taking.
So not on the basis of delay. That's not a basis for seeking a recusal or a removal of a judge. However, the gag order application that's being heard this afternoon is immediately appealable if the special counsel loses. And that's because they're seeking to modify Trump's conditions of release, otherwise known as bail conditions. Basically what they're saying is, we want you to embed in his bail conditions that if he makes specific imminent threats against law enforcement,
That's the big thing, isn't it? Because Trump will start tweeting things and encouraging people and threatening and engaging in intimidation. And so they want to make it part of his, agreement that he would be punished further if he does that, because he will. And he always gets away with it. Down to the point of, personally threatening and insulting the daughter of one of the judges. And that judge went easy on him anyway, because they were so afraid of appearing biased.
that could foreseeably cause violence, you can put him in jail.
Can they use that to get her dismissed?
Well, I think in appealing that, they could also seek her recusal on the basis of her ruling in that. They could
Or
say
bad judgment, they could say.
Or they could say that she's impermissibly biased.
Got it.
In favor
Well, that's
of the
if she
defendant.
makes a ruling on the gag order anytime before, the moon melts into cream cheese. I don't know what I'm saying. And if she makes a ruling on the gag, she doesn't have to make a ruling on the gag order on an expedited basis, does she? There's no deadline.
She doesn't. But some of the allegations here are so egregious that I think
It feels like when the things that are being charged, I feel it should be a priority of our legal system to ensure that a decision has been made and a determination has been found before the election. If there's a legal situation happening 5-6 months out from the election, I feel that the legal process should be perhaps a little expedited for the sake of, getting that done so the American people can vote at the very least with that ruling in mind, right? Isn't it just blatantly shit that you can just delay a presidential candidate's trial until after the election, thus not allowing the American people to vote with the ruling in mind?
she's under some pressure to make some form of ruling. Again, not necessarily on an expedited timeline. But one of the things that the special counsel's office has called attention to, and Ken mentioned it, is the case of Ricky Schiff.
Of course not in an expedited timeline. It's not like it's an election year or anything. It's not like we're 6 months out from the election, you know? Like a long enough time that you could do a good, you can pursue this case well, but, you know, quick, soon enough that it needs to be fucking done and stop getting delayed.
Schiffer, he's the gentleman who called in a threat to the FBI office or rather tried to attack the FBI office in Cincinnati 3 days after the initial Mar-a-Lago search. Today, for the first time, the special counsel's office is attaching to some of its papers his social media posts on Truth Social in the days immediately before that attack. Some of the things that he's saying show a direct connection between Donald Trump's rhetoric.
Literally threatening the family of the judge in one of his previous cases. I forget which was it. Was it Gozar? Was that? No, that's a different guy. What was his name? Judge. Was it it might have been a female judge, actually. He's had so many cases and so many judges at this point. Which judge was it that he threatened the daughter of? Or was it granddaughter? Like, just outright on Twitter, or on Truth Social, I should say, tweeting out threats against the family of the judge presiding over a case he's in. That is how brazen he is with this stuff.
And the threats to law enforcement in a way that I think Judge Cannon is going to have to deal with in some way, shape, or form.
We will see. Lisa Rubin. I'm keeping my bar really low because it's taken a long time to get any definitive answers out of that judge. Lisa, thank you very much. Ken Delanian, thank you as well.
Hey there, MSNBC fans.
Oh, Jesus. Just random white guy in random white bedroom in a house jump scare. What the fuck? Jesus. That guy's social distancing? Did he catch COVID? What are the comments like? I'm a former Trump supporter and I'll be voting for Biden this year. January 6th changed everything for me. That's nice, at least. If Cannon can't rule impartially, she should recuse herself and let a real judge hear the case. Al Capone went to Alcatraz and died from syphilis, but Trump says he's got it worse than him. I don't care about you, I just want your vote, Donald Trump. Any other American with any national security documents would have been handcuffed, dragged out at gunpoint, and held without bail. What happened to a speedy trial for we the people? They should make a Trump dementia bingo game, shark and batteries rant, immigrant from mental asylums, Hannibal Lecter, washing machines, dementia test, random narcissist moment. That is a pretty good bingo card for Trump's dementia. Voting blue to save the country. Honestly, I'm surprised that the MSNBC comments aren't ratioed to hell by Trump supporters at this point. Like, the top comments seem to all be from reasonable people that aren't just, like, Trump trolls, you know? Like, even the most recent comment is, Cannon is a fascist enabler. She will go down in history as an incompetent, corrupt judge. Trump's tactics are classic mob fascist tactics. True. It really is a lot like mob tactics, which is why it's interesting that people keep bringing up Al Capone. He really, like, he threatens the family of judges. He puts them into a position where they feel so scared of public backlash and, like, consequences for doing their job. They have to give him a slap on the wrist. Otherwise, it's literally riots outside the courthouse. They're outside the courthouses that he's in when they're ruling on him, ready to riot if he's found guilty. Was Cannon a Trump-appointed judge, by the way? I could almost swear that was a Trump judge, right? Yeah, she's a Trump-appointed judge. Yep. Yeah, that's really all you need to know. They're all loyal to the God Emperor. They all gotta stay loyal. So yeah, I guess she's gonna help Trump continue to delay this. Continue to delay this, and that's why the special counsel is looking to possibly try and get a new judge, but by the looks of things, it doesn't look very likely. Usually it's Trump's thing to try and get a new judge, but here, Trump wants this judge, I imagine, because she's so favorable. She was appointed in Florida too. Yeah, this happened in Florida. Mar-a-Lago is in Florida. Yeah, so we're talking about a Trump-appointed Florida judge. It makes sense why the special counsel is not happy with the current state of things. They don't care about seeming biased against the left because the right is more aggressive and powerful. Well, the right doesn't care about seeming biased to the left because the right just accuses the left of doing everything they do, and post hoc justify their behavior by saying, well, the left is doing it too, don't you want to beat the left? So that's pretty much their logic. Like, every time I've heard a conservative justify that shit, but like between themselves, they basically say, well, the left does it too. The Supreme Court justices should be impeached and then expand the court to have Democrat justices. I mean, I don't think you can expand the court very easily without, like, unanimous agreement. People say, like, oh, Biden should do that, but not even Biden would be able to pull that off without the Republicans blocking him at the moment. Nor could have Obama. Obama couldn't have added more Supreme Court seats either. Just let the American people vote if Trump should go to jail. Real. It's not a wise idea and such a dangerous precedent. I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm not the one that suggests that. There's just a lot of people who argue in favor of that. There are a lot of people who argue that, like, Biden or Obama should have done it, and I'm just saying you couldn't. Like, he couldn't do it. Neither of them could. Yeah, like, you shouldn't add more seats before you've even gotten the Republicans already occupying seats out of office, by the way. Like, what do you think that's going to do? It's like painting over lead paint. Like, I mean, I guess it'll help with the problem for a little while, but eventually it's going to come back to bite you in the ass, and possibly worse than before. Yeah, we got to get those Trump justices out of the Supreme Court for sure, but that's a time thing. Only time can really realistically solve that problem. But hey, if you agreed with anything I had to say or enjoyed my video at all, please consider dropping a like. Every single thumbs up goes a long way. I really do appreciate it, so thank you to everybody who does so, no matter when, where, or what you are watching. And of course, consider also commenting down below. It also helps a lot as well. Consider also subscribing, ring the bell icon, turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, make sure to follow my social medias linked down below in the description in order to see more stuff from me on other platforms as well. And don't forget to join my fan Discord, which is also linked down below in the description. And it's totally free to join. It's the main hub of my community and my fan base. I also host events there, like game events, call-in streams, and watch parties. And I announce all my new uploads and streams there, so make sure not to miss it, okay? On top of that, do not forget that you can support me directly, financially, by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, which I really do appreciate. It helps a lot. I am, of course, raising money right now to start doing content with quail, like raising and rearing quail, as well as, like, kind of daily vlogs with, like, gardening and doing stuff in my backyard. I specifically got a place with a nice backyard so I could attract birds, raise quail, start beekeeping, that kind of stuff. So the beginning of that is the quail content. So if you want to support it, consider donating. I also appreciate if you guys support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon, or buy merch to the Streamlabs link down below in the description. But regardless of how you support me, even if you're just lurking around and watching, it really does help a lot, and I really do appreciate it. And with all that said, thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. What do y'all think of that segment? I feel like it came out really good. I love how my viewer count always drops by like 10 when I do my outro because people think I'm ending stream. I think Biden should consider pushing it, but the president does have the big, funny red button that revoked the Supreme Court's judicial review. Well, it's not that simple. Trust me, it never is. If the Republicans are willing to fight hard enough, they can block Biden on anything. There's very few ways where there's very few things the president can do without, like, pretty heavy pushback if the Republicans have a mind to do it. And they really do right now. They really, really do. Okay. Do you think legalizing prostitution would lower the rate of incel behavior? No, not necessarily. I think prostitution probably should be legal because, like, why is it illegal at all? But the reason incels exist isn't because dudes can't get laid. Like, a lot of incels are not virgins. In fact, a lot of incels these days regularly have sex. Incel mostly nowadays refers to men who don't view women as people, and so the incel community and, like, the dude bro pickup artist, like one night stand with new woman every night, like, thing, it works, right? Like, the incel movement is about power over women, and unfortunately, there are a surprising amount of women out there that are fucking these incel dudes. Like a lot of women out there who have just the most garbage standards and are out there fucking those incel dudes. So they're getting laid, don't get me wrong. A lot of these incel dudes are getting laid. Many of them just believe they should have, like, power or authority over the sexuality, bodies, and rights of women. And a lot of the other ones feel very disgruntled with the state of, like, dating and sex in our culture. A lot of incels that I've, like, seen speak that are genuine and not... I mean, they're as unhateful as an incel can be. They tend to be very sad people who are... They could definitely go out and get laid. They're not even necessarily bad looking or, like, socially anxious. A lot of them are, like, downright depressed because if you ask them, they feel like women are in a state of, like, lesserness due to pursuing, like, hoiness or something like that, they'd say. Like, they're not, like, virgin, bad-looking guys or anything like that. They just, like, they'll have sex with a girl with, like, a one-night stand, and they'll be depressed about it afterwards because they think, you know, I thought she was a real nice girl, but she fucked me on the first date, you know, what a whore. Like, that, you gotta understand that, like, the incel movement has evolved into something that's more of a countercultural push against women's sexual liberation. The idea that, like, it's hard to explain. It's very whiny. Yeah, it's very whiny, but it's deep. It's a lot wider than you would imagine. It used to be like, oh, the incels are the dudes online who can't get laid and they bitch and whine about it. Now, it goes further, because you've got, like, your Andrew Tate types and your, like, pickup artist red pill types to consider as well. I think fucking on the first date is an accomplishment, actually. Yeah, but I'm talking about the kind of dudes that, like, go on a first date with a girl, and then she has sex with them, and then they're disgusted by that girl afterwards, because they're like, ah, she let me have it too easy. It should at the very least be a challenge. How many other guys had that easy of a path before me? Like, they'll say stuff like that. I thought you said right-wingers couldn't be countercultural? What? Should I just start muting people that say incomprehensible things in chat? I already covered that, Atomic Tom. That was last stream. You should have been here. You'll have to wait for the segment to come out. Absolutely, like, deranged behavior from incels? Yes, indeed. They are quite deranged. Alright. Let me grab this next segment. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. We've got a new Angry Chud video to watch, and this one looks like it got pretty heavily ratioed, actually. Like, the likes and the comments are almost as many as the likes, and the likes are not very high to begin with, nor really are the views for this particular channel. I assume you guys are familiar with Shadiversity? He's since quit that YouTube channel because YouTube, like, kinda killed it, I guess. However, it might not have just been YouTube, because he might just really be losing his core audience and might not be that good at, like, the Chud grift, because he's made a new channel called Night's Watch, and while it is at 161k subs, he's made 635 videos on it, and the videos aren't doing particularly well compared to the, like, near million sub channel he had before. So, it really does seem like he's completely fallen off, and since then, like, he's at the point where he uses himself angrily screaming because he's triggered in his own thumbnails, because, like, multiple times, so it really doesn't seem like he's got much of a future in front of him, you know? It looks like he's kinda falling off. Notice how every video that's not hate bait does worse than the videos that are hate bait? Like, the only videos that are doing well are videos talking about, like, how things have gone woke. And even those videos aren't doing particularly well, you know? But recently he made a video called It's Good Because Animals Do It. And yes, he made this video because he was upset about Pride Month. And this is indeed him arguing why it is bad to be gay, and apparently debunking the argument that being gay is natural because you can witness it in nature. So he's just full on, I think, like, doing the anti-gay stuff. I had this sent to me, people requested I cover it. I haven't seen it yet, but that's what I put together based on the thumbnail and the title. Let's check it out! Let's see what he's talking about. Is this guy being a goofy goober, or is he gonna end up blowing my mind and proving to me that being gay is in fact cringe and gay? Well, my first bit of advice would be shorten that intro, buddy.
Welcome back to The Watch, and Oz, did you know the animals are gay?
Oh my gosh, wait, is he... He's so desperate to spice up his content, and he's so incapable of providing entertainment value on his own, that he now has a co-host on his new channel to, like, help him make the videos somewhat more watchable. Ugh. Man, this guy's falling off. I do like those, like, 3D printed swords in the background. They look pretty cool.
The frogs are. What are they doing to the rest of them?
No. So there is a new documentary coming out on Peacock, which don't know why that sounds appropriate.
There's a gay documentary coming out on Peacock.
There is, right? And it's about homosexuality in the animal kingdom. And
so we're already at like we're already at like 5-year-old humor here, like 5th grade humor, 4th grade humor. Now, can I just say something really fast? When you say gay, at least in my mind, when I say gay, I mean that in the most umbrella term possible, like a 1-syllable synonym for LGBT. Obviously, it synonymously means like when guys are gay specifically, but people also say women are gay, right? Like there'll be like a lesbian couple in a show and people on Twitter will be like, "Oh my God, they're gay," right? So the term gay definitely at least refers to a broad variety of non-straight sexuality. Don't you think it's interesting that the majority of male homophobes, when they hear about like anything to do with like gayness, they immediately think cock and gay anal sex between two men? Because, like, gay could be referring to lesbians. Like, if you're a straight guy, presumably you hear gay, you would immediately think some two women, like, making out or something, right? That would be the straightest thing to think of. But these guys immediately think cock and start joking about cock. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Found this just so bafflingly bizarre that they would use this and frame it in such a way to try and say homosexuality, everyone, that's just a normal thing in the animal kingdom. Animals do it, so therefore it's normal for humans to do it. And I was...
Yeah? Is this guy a creationist? Because humans are animals. He's aware of that, right? They're like, humans are animals. We're actually literally part of the sapien family. We're literally part of the great ape family. Like, he's a Mormon? Oh, so he's actually a religious psycho. Okay.
I was like, well, hang on, are you really using that framing to try and justify a practice that humans do because animals do it? Do they have any...
Is a conservative actually arguing against the idea of a naturalistic argument? So, for those that are unaware, for like decades, the right-wing argument, like decades upon decades, was that there were no gay animals, that gayness was only done by humans, so an intelligent human would have to make the lifestyle choice to be gay, and thus it's unnatural, right? The argument was always, it's unnatural. And so that documentary and the whole premise of it is very evidently disproving that conservative argument that has been popular for decades on decades. The argument that being gay is unnatural. The natural response being, well, hey, if your argument is that being gay is unnatural, and that's why it's bad, and the reason you think it's unnatural is because it's not a thing that anyone but humans do, well, here is it existing in nature among animals, creatures that are not intelligent enough to make the decision to go about a life choice, quote unquote, that goes against their natural inclinations and their instincts. So clearly, there is something internal, biological, and innate about sexuality that, or at least some sexuality, that allows for gayness to exist. It is, in fact, natural. Quite literally, we witness it in the natural world. So he's now going to, like, this, to give you an idea of what's happening here. Now, granted, I don't know if he's ever made this argument, but let me give you a breakdown of what the like line of argument, the goalpost moving that the right-wing position is taking here with this guy's video. So, for decades, the right argues that being gay is bad because it's unnatural and you can't witness it in the natural world. And then scientists and biologists end up discovering countless species engaging in asexual reproduction, sexual, literally transing their sex in order to reproduce. Tons of animals do that. Frogs can obviously change their sex. You've got gayness, like actual gay animals in nature, like mammals, notably engaging in gay sex. A lot of great apes, in fact, engage in gay sex. I think it's bonobos? It's not orangutans. is it bonobos that are the ones that literally just fuck in order to solve all their problems? Like the really gay, horny ones? The bonobos, am I right? Yeah, bonobos are really gay and really horny. They don't fight, generally. When they have a problem, even between males or females, they just have sex. And they get rid of the tension that way. So we've witnessed all these things. We now know, okay, so being gay is natural. It exists in nature. And so the response to the gay is bad because unnatural thing is, well, it's natural. So thus, it's not bad, right? Now their goalpost moving position is, oh, DreamWorks smile. So you supposedly anti-homophobes are now comparing being gay to the behavior of literal animals? Wow. So who's the real homophobes? And that's the line that he's about to go with right now.
The idea what animals also do?
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
They eat their own young!
Yeah. Oh, but gays don't.
No, they don't.
And he's looking at the camera like, doubt. Yeah, gay people don't hurt children. See, he's got his like, snaggle-toothed Australian buddy here. Oh, yeah, the gays don't eat their young. Get it? Because the gay people are pedophiles. You guys get it, right? Yeah.
That's dark, man.
So you don't get to believe in gay animals and evolution at the same time.
Yeah, you do. For starters, I don't believe in these things. It's not a religion. Gay people exist. Gay animals exist. I assure you they're real. And on top of that, evolution is seemingly also real, considering we've got a whole fossil record, unless he's one of those people who think they're planted by, like, Satanist groups or whatever. That's literally what the religious fundamentalists would say, by the way. As, like, fossil evidence started to become more and more prolific and undeniable, they started claiming that Satanist groups would make the fossils out of, like, paper mache and then plant them for like leftist, atheist archaeologists to find, and that it was all a psyop. It's just flat Earth shit. It's the same logic as flat Earth.
You don't get to.
Explain that.
What,
because evolution
how?
is traits.
Yeah.
If they help.
I know. It's very
We don't know why people are gay. He knows that, right? Like, we don't have any evidence of a gay gene or, like, a hormone balance that makes people gay. I don't think we've ever been able to determine sexuality via brain scans. It's, whatever it is, literally impossible to determine outside of what is a person's sexual preference, which itself is so at the whim of society. Like, for all we know, the natural state of most beings, most animals, or at least most humans, is that like 60% of humans or 40% of humans or something are bi. And there may be way more bi or pan people, as we would say, than we even think. And that's just a societal thing that we've discouraged for, well, because people like this who wear fake gambesson and like, do you see the two dudes we're looking at here, surrounded by fantasy novels, swords, in neckbeards, wearing like medieval peasant clothing or medieval knight clothing, at a computer talking about how much they hate gay people and about how like evolution isn't real. Like, you realize how fucking insane this is, right? Like how fucking ridiculous these guys are. Like they need to be shoved into lockers. Have you heard about Shadiversity's rape fantasy book? Yeah, I have. He's also, like, a big proponent of AI art. I think he lost a shitload of his fan base, to be fair, after he became, like, the big AI art guy, where he was, like, super in favor of AI art and died on the hill of it, and a bunch of his friends dropped him because he was in favor of, like, stealing artists' work and stuff. It was all because he didn't want to pay artists for illustrating the covers of his shitty books that don't sell.
Relationships, obviously, right? It doesn't mean it didn't happen, but these are like animals that, couldn't get a mate of the opposite gender.
So who's going...
So, imagine saying, well, you can't believe that evolution exists, and then also believe in gay animals because evolution is that traits get passed down because they're good for a thing to exist. That's not what evolution is. Saying that evolution is survival of the fittest is an extreme oversimplification of what it is. Evolution is just the process through which traits are inherited and deherited over time. I guess deherited is a word. This can happen. It happens randomly. It's completely random. Now, usually, over a long enough period of time, organisms are going to end up being culled out of the population if they just can't exist in the environment. If they can make the cut and survive and get by and reproduce, then they will. That is why, to this day, there are birth defects that are genetically carried, cancer and blood diseases and bone diseases and chronic bullshit, like things like all sorts of problems that people deal with that travel through genetics. These problems didn't become non-existent a long time ago because you can still exist and be these things. The same thing goes that, like, there are straight people who have a kid and their kid is gay. And then if that kid perhaps engaged in vitro fertilization and was able to have a kid, that kid might be straight. We've yet to see any evidence that, like, a gay person having a child, or even two gay people having a child, creates a gay kid. If anything, it maybe skips generations, or it's a totally random thing. We don't know. We literally have no clue. We don't know. All we know is that people who are LGBT show signs of it at such a young age that it seems highly unlikely that it's imposed on them by any outlier things, like any outlying factors. Lone thing that comes to mind is some species of hogs have their tusks will grow until they begin to puncture their eye, as an example of a trait that is negative in evolution. Yeah, it's actually a very good example. That the Babirusa has a problem where it's basically a wild hog. Their tusks curve out and they curve back towards their forehead and then start growing into their head until it punctures their skull and eventually gets to their brain and kills them after a while. And it's like a horrible way to go, but it takes so long that even though it's a horrible way to go, it still happens, right? And not to mention, there are tons of other problems that every human and every animal deals with, right? Like, humans talk, drink, and eat and breathe through the same hole. This naturally leads to a lot of problems, such as wrong pipe. Like, you go to drink some water and you accidentally take a little breath and it goes down the wrong pipe and you're like... There are animals out there, like dolphins, that don't have that problem. They breathe through specialized holes in their backs, and they drink through their mouths and eat through their mouths. So there's literally no connection there. It's not a problem for them. They literally can't wrong pipe. And they have like a valve, too, to prevent it through the blowhole. The fact is, all life on this planet could be better. And the life on this planet that is the most well-equipped and has the least problems and lives the longest are the things that have gone the longest without any evolutionary changes. Case in point, alligators. Alligators are like the Nokia phone of nature. Like, think of a more hardy fucking creature than the alligator. Not a lot of them, other than like deep-sea crustaceans, which themselves tend to go unchanged for like trillions of years. Alligators have been around for billions of years, I think. Like, literally, anatomically, modern, basically exactly the same as they are today. Crocodiles and alligators just have been around that long. The horseshoe crab. These are creatures that really don't have much of a problem surviving. And these are creatures who are practically perfect for their environments. They are great evidence of evolution because we can look at previous iterations of alligators, sharks, like crustaceans, like these things that have been around for a very, very long time and have been around unchanged, and see that they didn't survive as well before that, and that they're more modern ancestors who are perfectly accustomed to their environment and haven't evolved in a long time, seemingly because when any new weird changes do come about, they don't tend to lead as positive of a of like an outcome as how they are now. They basically settled into the perfect place. I don't get why I have to like disprove creationism to this guy, but okay.
Going out and molesting all these animals.
And a lot of these animals, right? They also resort to it as the last option.
Wait.
No, he's literally making this up. Like, literally, he's pulling this out of his ass right now. Like, the bonobos notoriously have gay sex as a way of diffusing anger and disagreements and arguments among their colonies. I can put on a documentary about it right now. He's literally just making this up. Here, actually, I'll literally cite my source. Bonobos gay. Bonobos form a matriarchal society, usually among apes. They are fully bisexual. Both males and females engage in hetero and homosexual behavior, being noted for female-female sex in particular, including between juveniles and adults. Roughly 60% of all bonobo sexual activity occurs between 2 or more females. Homosexual behavior in animals, live science, being gay is natural, bonobos, lions. Yeah, like, obviously animals are fucked up in other ways. They eat their own young. They even seem to sexually violate their own young. But to try to claim gay bad because it's not natural, well, it is natural. So if you think that gay is bad because of other reasons, explain. He seems to have implied that gay people are predatory towards children, so why not make that argument? We can argue on that claim. Because, like, statistically, gay people are not more likely to be predators to children. In fact, the most likely candidate to be a predator towards a child is a straight white man in this guy's age range to like the 50s or 60s. So this guy statistically fits the profile for a pedophile and a child sexual abuser way more than a gay guy does, or a trans person. If we're talking about statistics, and I assume this guy would love to cite some race statistics at me.
A lot of animals that resort to homosexual attractions are usually because they can't find a mate of the opposite sex. And so they're like, I can't put it in anything else, so you'll do.
He's literally just making this up right now. Like what I love about conservative content and the conservative viewer base is that they can just make something up off the top of their head that sounds about right, and their audience will be like, that sounds about right. Yeah, animals wouldn't do anything gay unless there was no other choice. I mean, they are animals after all, so they would eventually resort to something. But yeah, sure, sounds about right to me.
So if a squirrel can't find a lady squirrel, he'll find a dude squirrel to bust a nut.
In a lot of cases, right? And I mean, you see...
I hate that this guy, like, has the snaggle teeth he has and still open mouth smiles. He really should learn to just smile like this instead.
Dogs are willing to freaking hump anything. Right?
Yeah.
All right.
So if a beaver can't find a lady beaver...
because the point is, a lot of these cases of the homosexual sex...
Dude, this guy's thing is to, like, say something smarmy and wrong and then do his, like, snaggle tooth, like, grin at the camera. It's like, I don't know how much more of this I can watch, guys. Like, this is actually, like, torturous, and we're only 2.5 minutes in.
The animals aren't entirely because the animals are legitimately gay. There might be some few small instances, right? But sometimes a lot of it is that these animals are super horny and they just needed to bust a nut in something.
Super horny. So if a bull...
They seem to be having a fantastic time talking about horny animals busting a nut in each other.
They're on heifer, he'll get a buck.
There are cases, right? Okay, but still, like, we're not going to watch much of this, but just like this.
Our planet is home to over 11 million species.
There's more animals than that. Sure.
This is actually brain-numbing. It said over 11 million species, and he said there's more than that, surely. I can't. There's nothing of value here. There's nothing of value or substance. I'm going to skip ahead to see if they say anything else extremely retarded later on.
Because trying to say that, you know, homosexuality should be treated and regarded exactly equivalent as heterosexuality, right? Mm-hmm. Because animals can be gay as well. It's just like, no.
Once again, the argument that animals can be gay is only brought up by anybody pro-gay or on the left because for so long the right argued being gay is unnatural and that's why it's wrong. So naturally, the debunk to that is now what's happening, but the goalpost has moved. Now it's, oh, you've responded to my past argument? Well, now DreamWorks face, I made you compare being gay to animals. Like, okay, sure.
Animals will murder, they will eat their own kind, they will eat their own young. No! The fact that humans...
Yes, no one is saying being gay is good because animals are doing it. It is an argument against the claim that being gay is bad because it's unnatural.
Are able to rise above base animal instinct.
Mind you, the argument for being gay, being fine, isn't even that it's natural, for the record. The argument that being gay is natural isn't an argument for being gay, it's an argument against the claim that it is unnatural, and that makes it wrong. the argument for why you should like accept gay people is that like empathy is good. Gay people aren't hurting anybody by existing, and making a career off of talking about how they're like the fall of Western civilization makes you like kind of a cucked retard bitch.
Is what sets us apart of every other animal species on Earth.
Yeah.
Critical thinking, understanding moral complexity, okay? Actually comprehending good and evil is what sets humans apart. And that's why we can see certain behaviors in the animal kingdom and say, if we were to do it, that would be wrong, right? Like infanticide. Is that infanticide? Infanticide, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this video is, once he started talking about how animals only engage in homosexuality because they can't fuck anything else, and he just kind of like threw that out there off the top of his head, I was like, all right, yeah, this guy's, we're not getting anything of substance out of this motherfucker. Certainly not. Jesus Christ. I have never been more happy to see a channel fall off. Man, the comments are ratioing. If you keep punching that straw man, it will break in half, bro. The fact that human parents don't eat their children is how a majority of toddlers make it to school age. Exceptions don't invalidate the rule. Hey, do you want to hear a play-by-play of my wife and I conceiving our kids? Question mark. I don't know what that's referencing. It is in most cases anthropomorphism, projecting human behavior onto animals. So many wrong/jokes with this. Is this why animals are going extinct? So then eating meat is fine because animals do it? 3, sir, why did you kill that man? Lions do it. So they're actually, like, there's people calling it out, but the conservatives in the replies are actually going to try to go the route of saying, yes, the right never claimed being gay is bad because it's unnatural. The left just came out of nowhere and started saying, see, our argument for why being gay is okay is that animals do it. All right, I get the goalpost moving. Listen, nobody who isn't already a hater of gay people is buying this shit. This video is obviously a massive failure at achieving what it tried to do. It's 2 weeks old and has 12K views, but love seeing Shadiversity fall off. And if you like it too, consider dropping a like on this video. It really helps a lot. Every single thumbs up, no matter when, where, or what you're watching, really does go a long way and helps the channel a whole bunch, as do comments down below, which I really appreciate as well. So comment and like if you want to help boost the channel. It really helps a lot. And consider also subscribing and ringing the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload anything new. And of course, follow my social medias, which are linked down below in the description as well, if you're watching this on YouTube, and you'll be able to find all my other platforms that I post on if you want to see more from me. And my fan Discord, which is totally free to join, and I highly recommend you do join, because it's the main hub of my fan base. I actually host events in there, like gaming events, call-in streams, and movie nights. I also announce all my new uploads and streams there too, so if you don't want to miss anything, that's the best place to be. And finally, if you want to support me directly and you've got the money for it, please consider doing so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below in the description as well. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Yeah, I like Scalagrim better. Obviously, Shadiversity's not even a HEMA YouTuber anymore, is he? Or HEMA, whatever you call it. Zan, why hasn't there not been any new videos? Well, A, I took a few days off of streaming to grind the fuck out of FF14, and B, the last 2 streams I did, I don't know what happened. I finally figured out what the issue was, and it wasn't with OBS with my recordings. It was my media player. When I was checking the recordings to see, like, what did I cover? Let me name this recording before I send it to my editor. I found it to be, like, unwatchably laggy. And every single video was like that, as was every new video I'd record while testing new settings and trying to fix it. I thought this was something that went wrong with OBS because I switched my monitor, like, resolution to be higher for, like, downscaling. It's 1080p, but it's downscaling 1440p when I play FF14, so I can get a smaller HUD. If you play FF14, you know what I did and why I did it. But I worried it fucked with my OBS. So I was like, weird, odd, strange. But then I, like, did extra research. And mind you, this is after, like, 4 different searches of like variations of my problem because Google fucking sucks now, I finally find like 2 pages into the results after like my 4th remixed search, I find a result that seems to sound like my problem. And the person in the replies that was given the thank you so much response said, it may not be OBS. Try playing the YouTube video on a different media player, or try playing the video on a different media player. And I was like, I'll try it. And so I recorded a video, tested to see if it was laggy. It was. And then I tried opening it with a different media player. And sure enough, it was fine. Completely fine. So I know now that my recordings are fine, and I'm recording videos right now with these segments. I'm recording them as separate videos. And I just got to know, like, I just know they're fine now. I just have to open them with a different media player. But the last 2 streams I did, which is like 9 segments, 9 videos worth of topics, those are all in the VODs. And my editor's got to download 5 to 6 hour long VODs. Mind you, my editor has to spend a whole day AFK just letting his computer download 1 game that's like 30 gigs. Like, it's a whole day process to download 1 30-gig game and install it. It's like, sorry guys, can't be in Discord. It'll take up too much bandwidth. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Hopefully the game will be installed. That's how bad his internet in Texas is. Sheesh, I thought I had bad internet? No, he's got bad internet, and it's down most days. To be clear, rolling internet outages, too. The internet is down most days where he is, like most days now, and it's been getting progressively worse through the time I've known him over the years. It's gotten to the point where like 3 days of the week he has no internet, just none, and his family is paying top tier for like the highest quality service that Xfinity provides in Texas. But mind you, Texas has no laws to wrangle in these ISPs and actually force them to actually provide the service you pay for. Is it like Ugandan internet? Well, it's worse. It's Texan internet. We're talking about a Republican state. It's worse than a third world. It's like worse than living in a third world country, genuinely. Awesome Segi as always, Zan. I love you, bro. Aw, thank you. So yeah, I'm waiting for my editor to get those whole VODs downloaded and clipped up so that he can upload the segments. So it's going to be a day or 2 before like uploads resume, but they will resume with 3 uploads a day. But I will be streaming every day until Dawn Trail comes out. I might take 1 day off in between, but maybe not. Like I'll be streaming tomorrow. Like, it starts at 100 megabytes, but then goes down to 30. Yeah, it does that, Game Master 19. Whenever he does a speed test, it'll be fine for a bit. Like, it'll be at 100 to 200 or 300. And then, like, after about 10, 15 minutes, it's, like, unwatchable. Like, he doesn't have consistently good internet. It drops down to, like, dial-up levels regularly. And then there's whole days where it's just out. It's everything for him, though, Game Master 19, not just Steam. Also, you might have your Steam settings set to limit your download speed, Game Master. Slashy, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. How many months is that, by the way? I don't want to undercredit you if you're still here. Slashy said, dreamed you were in a Disney Channel show. Interesting. What show was it? Was it a real show? Yeah, tell me about it. If you dream about me, you gotta give me details. Copious details. My internet is so shit I have a weird connection running through my house. 3-monther. Oh, thank you, Slashy. I really appreciate that. That means so much. Thank you, thank you. For those unaware, that's a whole $24 dues right there. Thank you so much. That is extremely kind and helpful. Well, hopefully you have more dreams than I'm in, because I feel like that's a good thing, right? You know, I'm a pretty cool person. I must be making your dreams better. You were recommended as a YouTuber, and your catchphrase was posted in chat. Okay, interesting. And then Slashy with the additional $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Said, when you started talking about fossil records, I thought of this, and then sent me a link. Oh, I interacted with the other window last. Now I gotta drag it over and, like, hope it'll finally... Come on, Opera. Oh, you suck so much, Opera. Now it's its own window. Ah, now I got 3 windows open. God, I hate Opera so much. Like, pulling tabs out of one window and putting it into your main one and the fact that it auto-opens the tab in whatever one you clicked into last, oh, it sucks so much. It's so bad. I wish tabs just insta-open onto your main monitor. It makes no sense that they don't. Anyway, let's check this out. Thank you, Slashy. What is this? I've never seen this before. What the hell have you sent me?
Oh, this must be 1,000,000 years old.
Yes! Yes!
Oh, yeah, that is how it happens.
So, if you'll just agree in writing to the Satan is a dick theory of fossilization, you can return to class.
Are you fucking nuts?
Huh. This argument again.
But what about radiometric dating? Transitional fossils. Interspecies genetic similarities.
Occam's razor.
So if I sign, I still get my diploma, right?
You can have two if you like.
That is how they think it goes. That is how it goes. Satan has planted all of the evidence for evolution. Xander, strange, my Steam settings don't have its download speed limited. It might just be your normal internet speed. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. Said, according to Jimmy Snow, a former Mormon, Mormons believe that God recycles bits from previous planets, so dinosaurs did exist, but they're from another planet, so that's a thing, apparently. They're just reusing lore from Final Fantasy at that point. Jesus Christ. Pepper T21, thank you for the additional $5. Hell yeah, thank you. Said, a god that doesn't disprove evolution or vice versa. If there is a god, they could have set up the universe like a computer program and let it run and see what happens. Entire argument is dumb as shit. Well, I mean, the argument that Christians make fundamentally when you get them down to it is the god of the gaps, which is like, they believe that it is a higher risk to not believe in God and trust in him than it is to believe in him, or to believe in him and not... let me speak. They argue that you might as well be Christian regardless, because if God does exist, then you'll go to heaven, and if he doesn't exist, nothing will happen anyway. Which is a very, very interesting line of logic you can get them to fall to. Yeah, Pascal's wager. Yep. Former Mormon 2, I've never heard of that theory, but I wouldn't be surprised if some sects believe that. Yeah, Mormon shit's fucking crazy, dude. Don't Mormons believe that being black is the mark of the beast? Or was that just, like, normal Christians for a long time? Yeah? Yeah, like, literally, the mark of the beast means that, like, you're marked by Satan or the devil or whatever, and you're, like, evil and you're, like, full of demons or whatever. Basically, it means that, like, you're evil and you should be killed. And so, like, the Mormon religion literally believes that, like, black people being black is, like, the mark of the beast, the mark of the devil. So, keep that in mind next time you see a Mormon, like, anywhere in government. Only ever knew one Mormon and he was a literal Nazi? Yeah. Being black meant you didn't join God or Satan, according to Mormons? Interesting. I have demon powers? Yeah! Yeah, being black just got even cooler. Let's go. Hell yeah. Alright, what are we covering next? Oh, I got a good one. I got a good one. Oh, there we go.
In today's video,
Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. I know how much you guys love when I cover incel stuff. You guys have been asking, you guys have been begging for me to respond to some more incel stuff, and today I found a new brand of incel content for us to respond to, something a little different than usual. Now, typically we watch like Incel Khan Academy, which is like the dude who does the PowerPoint math breakdowns of explaining incel stuff. Sometimes we'll even watch like insane clips of like Andrew Tate and other red pillars and stuff. But today, we're going to be looking into a completely new sector of incel content, and that is incel revenge. You see, many incels love the idea, their dream is to reverse the roles on all those evil bitches that rejected them their whole lives. Many of them long for the day when they can do steroids and lift like 450 pounds deadlift at the gym and like just have like their cut and rippling, and they've got money and cars and a big house, and women are just fawning for them, and then they get to reject those women. They'll want them. The women want them, and they get to reject them. They'll get to say no. A lot of incels long for that sort of like revenge against women for rejecting them. And so there's a whole sector of incel content online that's made by creators that it's all about like, well, let me just read the title of this video and you'll get the idea of what I'm talking about. Woman melts down when roles are reversed. This is from a channel called Griffin Mind. I don't know what this guy's typical content is. He seems to be
Here's
pretty
how
large.
I found out my girl.
What kind of content does this guy make? Women only like men's attention when it benefits her. Man instantly walks away after friend zone on date. Liberal women realize she can keep baby. Women realize she needs a man the hard way. Sigma male decimates woman's ego. Woman finds out she'll be alone forever. Woke man regrets changing lifestyles. Woman will never date the nice guy. Why companies have started firing women. Women furious that man friend zones her. Woke people making fools of themselves, number 5. And it's like a furry saying live questions go wrong, and then Charlie Kirk laughing and saying the woke mind virus right here. Single mom instantly regrets her lifestyle. Unhinged woke people get a dose of reality, number 4. Man walks away from girl for not listening to him. Woke people making fools of themselves, number 4. Oh, I guess there's woke people making fools of themselves, and then there's unhinged woke people get a dose of reality, which are 2 separate series he's running at the same time. Forever single woman copes on social media. Women rage quits after dating alpha man, number 3. Spoiled girl gets roasted by men on TikTok. Woke cop gets owned by their own logic. Arrogant woman confused why cheated on. One man versus 20 women in football. Man stops paying for dates and women are furious. Women prove they can't exist without men. Like, this is very clearly like the we really hate women type incel content. This is the content for the dudes who have gone from like they're bitter and angry to like they really hate women and want to see women punished. Like, they think that their vengeance against women is justice, and they want this is like to them, you know, justice porn content, where like I don't know if you guys watch this kind of stuff, but the nickname for it online is justice porn. It's like a video of like a CCTV footage where like some asshole walks up to a guy or a woman who's just doing nothing, like she hasn't done anything wrong, and the guy starts screaming at her and like pushing her and stuff, and then someone else comes along and like knocks the guy clean out with a punch to the jaw. And that's the video. It's justice porn. Someone is doing a bad thing, and then someone comes along and like rights the situation, and you end up feeling good afterwards because the victim had justice, the bad person got punished, and yeah, I like those. I watch them sometimes. Yeah. To incels, this is justice porn to them. Seeing these women that are going to be single forever and woke people. Yeah, it's like this is justice porn for incels. Because women's suffering is justice in their minds.
In today's video, we have a woman that melts down when the roles are reversed. My name is Griffin, this is my mind. Stay on the path of progress and let's get into it.
And that wasn't an ironic intro, chat. That's just his intro. Like, straight up, that's how he talks, and that's his intro, and that's how he looks. Okay.
Guy out, and it was the worst experience of my life. Oh my god. I'm an incredibly anxious and socially awkward person, but I was like, you know what?
I like the, like, old Roman statues and shit. Oh, God.
What is the worst they can say? No? Nope, there's something worse. Let's make the scene. I was in Walmart and I saw this guy in the chip aisle and he had multiple bags of chips in his arms and I was like, that is my man. Okay, you got this. I walk up to him and I'm like, hey, do you like the Talkie Waves? I love the original, but I haven't tried that version yet. And he gives me this big smile. I'm like, oh my god, this is so easy. Why haven't I done this sooner? And he's like, oh my god, you have to try these. And he hands me one of the bags. And I have no game. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go for it. So I was like, you know, I know this is really forward. And so I started to get really awkward. But I'm like, I know this is really forward. But would you like to go out sometime? His face drops. And I'm like, oh my god, I want to crawl into my skin. Like, I am starting to sweat. And I notice he's not looking at me. Like, he's looking past me. And his face is just, like, mortified. I turn around. There's a girl. And she is glaring at me. Oh. She looks at me and she goes, don't you want to date a guy your own age? Sorry, I have father issues, I guess. I mean, I'm in my 20s and he looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. And 4 people come at me. I couldn't see.
Wait, what the fuck? No, it's fine. It's fine. What? Dude, if you guys are fine with me thinking that women in their 50s and 60s are hot, and they are. Have you seen Cate Blanchett? Then, like, is it, like, creepy if a girl, or weird if a girl wants to pursue older dudes? Like, what? She's a DILF chaser. What's the matter with that? Like, she's allowed to be into DILFs? What? She's not allowed to have a preference? I assume the woman who said that was probably the dude's girlfriend or wife, and was not happy to see this random 20-year-old come up to him and, like, ask him out of nowhere.
See his ring because it was hidden by the various bags of chips.
Oh my god.
I'm the worst.
Okay, so how is the... Okay, so I guess the argument here is going to be, women epically owned when they find out that the person they like has a partner. Haha, because, like, I guess in these guys' minds, pre-watched, you think I had to have pre-watched this to be able to guess what the video titled "Woman Melts Down When Roles Are Reversed" is called. Okay, Ryoma. Anyway, is the argument going to be that this is justice because women having a boyfriend or a husband and turning down a guy that approaches them, that makes them an evil whore, and they need to receive, like, justice, like, payback for that. But if a guy does it, it's fine? Like, is the thing that women do wrong here having a boyfriend and not cheating or leaving their boyfriend when another guy comes along? Like, oh no, yeah, I guess it's literally just a woman went through a bad experience, haha.
Worst person when it comes to confrontation, so I didn't know what to say. I was just like, oh, I'm so sorry, here's some hot chip. And I handed her the bag that her husband gave me, and I have never walked out of a Walmart as fast as I have that day.
You can actually respect the...
Okay, I will say, here's my criticism of this woman. What she did, I don't think you could do as a guy and not either A, cross some serious social boundaries, or B, like, possibly even get, like look like a complete creep and end up having, like, the cops called on you. Women do not typically appreciate a random stranger guy approaching them, striking up conversation out of nowhere, certainly not in the grocery store, like in Walmart, and then, like, asking them out. Like that. Like, a guy could never do that. Like, I don't even think in Walmart and have that work out. It is, like, definitely a bit of a woman moment that she was just like, oh, a stranger? I'm going to approach him, say 3 words, and then express feelings to him. Like, that I think that part is what is meant to appeal most to the incels, because I think most dudes hear that and are like, oh yeah, you could never do that as a guy. Like, you just get the cops called on you if you did that, like, 3 times in a day. Like, if you approached 3 strange women in a day like that and did what this girl did as a guy, you'd get the cops called on you. I'd be willing to bet within 3 attempts you'd get the cops called on you for like being a creepo approaching random women. I like that. There's definitely a bit of a bias there, and incels take that bias, the feeling of that bias, and it fuels their hatred. A lot of guys around the age of like 15 or 16, I find. I mean, this is how old I was when it happened to me. A lot of guys realize, hold on a second, I look like a man now. Like around 14 or 15, like if you're just walking down the street, not always, but like around then, as a stranger, from a distance, you kind of just look like a man now, right? You've got facial hair, you're probably a bit bigger than even the average adult woman walking on the street. And around 14 or 15, I started to realize adult women started to look uncomfortable around me as a stranger in a way they didn't before when I was like 12, 11, 10, when I was a boy, when I was like a little kid. Like when I was a little kid, adult women were certainly never uncomfortable around me, but as an adult man, or even as a teenager, that started to happen. And I started to notice that, like, if I didn't want to be the weirdo or the creepo, I needed to disconnect myself or distance myself from women if I'm out, like, in public alone with them, because they're made uncomfortable by it. Like, if you're walking, like, when I'm walking down the street, like, down the sidewalk towards a woman who's walking towards me, I am actively, like, measuring in my brain whether I should walk faster to get past her so that she doesn't have to be freaked out about a strange man approaching her anymore. Should I slow down and look like I'm in no hurry to get to her, but then like it's a longer amount of time where it's like we're closing in towards each other? And then of course, like I've figured out the general right amount of like right time to say politely like hello, good morning, or whatever as I pass by. Like this is the kind of thing that if you're not a piece of shit as a guy, you figure out at a pretty young age. And that might not sound like anything, but I will say, even me as a guy, it bothers me to a degree. The fact that, like, as a man or as a guy, at a young age, you start to realize that every woman you see looks at you as a potential threat, as a potential monster. And you start changing your behavior, and it starts affecting you in a lot of different ways. Even, like, if you're pretty progressive, I think. And a lot of young guys, that turns into hatred for women and animosity. The idea that, like, oh, they think I could be a potential threat? Well, fuck them. You know, that kind of logic. I just completely stop until there's someone out of my field of view and pretend like I'm checking my phone or something. Yeah. Like, the fact that so many guys unanimously have this experience really goes to show, like, most men go through this, like, realization that women find them scary and think they could be a potential monster, and that breeds so much animosity and at least builds like a barrier between men and women. It's like a big part of what fuels like the gender wars, for lack of a better term, is this idea, this understanding a lot of young men have at a young age that every woman they see is probably thinking of them as a potential monster. But then on the other foot, you've got women who at a very, very young age have at least had one experience, oftentimes more, with a creepy man who's tried to take advantage of them even as a very young child, younger than even these young boys figure this out. So on one hand, you've got women who've gone through a lifetime of any potential man possibly being a threat, and then you've got young men who at a very young age are feeling like they're seen as monsters by half the population, or at least potential monsters by half the population, because of the fear instilled by creepos and actual sexist men into women at a younger age. You see how this cycle feeds into a barrier between genders and sexes, or whatever you want to use to refer to this, that is extremely toxic and fuels like the incel stuff, and not only fuels the incel stuff, but fuels like the femcel, like fuck it, you don't need no man, men are trash, kill all men type shit too. I guarantee you most women on Twitter that are tweeting hashtag kill all men have had at least a really uncomfortable encounter with a man, if not have been outright raped.
I've never walked out of a Walmart as fast as I have that day.
You can actually respect the bravery that it takes to do something like that, especially for a woman. But really, this is just so fascinating because this is just an
especially for a woman. Okay, man.
Ounce of the rejection that men face. And I'm not even saying that.
You've just experienced an ounce of the rejection that men face. I mean, the sad thing about this incel stuff is there's an element of truth in it. Like, let me break down how I, as a guy, view the dating world. I have been rejected by about 99%, if I were to break it down, of people, like women I've been interested in. I'd say people, but then you guys would assume that means like bi or something and you'd run with it. But like about 99% of the women I've been interested in, like have rejected me or had no interest in me. And that seems to be a far more common occurrence for guys than it is for women. Like I usually when I meet a girl who has a crush on a guy, the reason they never end up hooking up and dating is because she's too nervous to tell the guy. And the guy never figures it out because, and I can speak as a man, we cannot pick up on signals. And even if we do think a girl likes us, we will never make a move unless like you're really brave, I guess. I never make a first move. I don't do that. I never make a first move. So like, yeah, I don't know. I just think it's just a matter of like, yeah, the dating world's pretty rough. Individual people can suck or just not reciprocate feelings for you, which always feels like garbage. And I don't think that it's healthy to hold bitterness over a non-fulfilled desire for a relationship against the entire group of people that person belongs to, right? Like, sure, feel a little bitter about the girl that rejected you. Fine. I that's, you know, I think that's fairly normal and fine. Women feel bitter about guys that reject them. It does happen. But to then take that and extrapolate it to like a failing of all women and to try to make it this culture war about how like men, now women are learning a fraction of what men have to go through. And it's like, okay, well, as a guy, let's say we just had a day where like let's just say we had a day where the government releases a bunch of like grody old men to go around groping and staring at every guy that they encounter, including this dude. Like, imagine this guy for a day has to spend all of it being looked at by creepy men, perhaps even getting groped and touched inappropriately in ways he doesn't like. That would allow him to experience a fraction of what women go through all the time. And I'm curious which experience is worse.
That as like, oh, boo-hoo, poor men. Just like, no, bro, we are built different, literally.
Gender equality until it's time to shovel the snow. I was gonna do it. Shut up.
I don't think that was like an epic own on women. I think that was just the person shoveling the snow sounded like a woman.
Because nobody admits anything they've done! Living off a something none of you want to touch! You're not the fucking done!
One of my favorite things about these videos is that the implication is that this woman's a feminist. Like, would a feminist woman post a TikTok saying chivalry is in fact dead? What happened to the days of men offering women their seats? Because that doesn't sound like a very feminist thing to say. But you know this guy's going to respond with, very feminist of her. It's like, when did she say she was a feminist? Like, does being a feminist mean are all women feminists in this guy's mind?
Here's the thing with this one, man. Chivalry is dead, but women killed it. She expects men.
Because, okay, so it's not even feminism anymore. It's women. Like, women broadly killed chivalry by wanting rights and equality.
And to stand up and give her their seat. But what is she doing in return exactly? So all of this stuff is really just...
Not fucking the guy. That's what she's doing wrong. If the guy gave her the seat, then she should let him fuck. It would make her a whore and thus, like, even more undeserving of any human respect in their minds, of course. But if she was actually a good person, she would do a rightful exchange of the guy gave up the seat, and so now she'll go home with him and fuck him. Like, of course, in a just, right world, that's what she would do. And you know, it's just... This is what you get, women, for killing chivalry. This is so fucking pathetic, dude.
A societal standard of just basically manners for your common man. And the female equivalent of this back in the day would be something akin to just smiling. So gentlemen, let me ask you, when was the last time a woman just smiled at you? Genuinely, leave an
like 2 days ago when I was at the store. Actually, no. Here's a really good example of the average, like, way that guys go about, like... A lot of, like, the loneliness that guys go through is done to themselves, and I've noticed that even I do that to an extent. I'm pretty good at, like, getting a vibe if a girl is into me. Like, I can get, like, a little bit of a vibe of it. And even when I can tell a girl is almost 99%, like I'm almost 99% sure a girl is into me, I'll still not make a move. Now, part of that has to do with the fact that I'm not really in the market for a relationship at the moment. I'm a little too busy with ulterior things, such as my Quail content, you know, my channel, stuff like that. But even outside of that, I'm not, like, I'm not very eager to just, like, be the one that makes the first move. And I think that's a problem with a lot of guys, I've noticed, especially nowadays, where, like, sort of just giving up on dating has become the meta. We've seen, like, the stats about it, like, guys at an older and older age are continuing to be virgins or not having dated before or haven't dated in a long time. I think it's a lot of it is just, like, the internet exists. People are busy. COVID just passed. People are more antisocial than they have been in a long time. And on top of that, like, a lot of guys, especially now, would rather a girl make the first move. And most women aren't going to make the first move on a guy that's not willing to make the first move at all, you know? So I don't really know.
Answer. Women are not holding up their end of the bargain. So men were like, okay. Well,
like I feel like, actually, no. His point really serves to my argument I just made. This guy does not leave the house. If he has to ask, like, when was the last time a girl smiled at you? As if that never happens. When was the last time this guy left his fucking house? Women smile at you when they, like, greet you at the desk at a fucking McDonald's if they're working the cashier. Like, how rarely does this guy leave his house? That it's been forever since a woman made a smile in his direction. Think about that. And that really kind of gives you an idea of why so many of these men are lonely and miserable and single.
Why would I do this anyway? I'm just not going to do it anymore.
My shaman told me that the love of my life would share the same zodiac sign as me. I have looked far and wide, but I still can't find a clear Taurus.
I don't get it. I still can't find a clear Taurus.
Get it? Clitoris. Clitoris. Can't find the clitoris. Get it?
Wait, why is everyone saying K? What do they mean by clear Taurus? A megalol? Think about it. I'm a Taurus. Clear Taurus.
No. A little bit of
What? Is this just like a woman fail compilation? Is that what this is supposed to be? Like women epically failing? Okay.
Text for this next clip. So we have this woman that's streaming in a gym, and then this happens. The dude walks by and grabs some sneaky pics, and then this is her reaction.
Same thing as me streaming and people like walking around and they get recorded. I mean, obviously it's a little different because I don't know. I don't want to be that girl. I don't want to ban him.
So actually, fair play to her. Quite self-aware, actually, because it seems
like why do there's this like entire army of dudes online that when a woman is like filming herself working out in the gym for like a video or a post and some random strange man walks by and takes creep shots, there's an army of dudes waiting to say, well, hey, what's wrong with that? She was already posting herself online. It's like, you realize you're just outright defending random strange dudes taking creep shots of women in public, right? Like you're just doing that. Like, you're just a weirdo and admitting it. Like, you are not someone that women would feel safe around.
Like most female streamers nowadays would take that as an opportunity to play the victim and try and get more views. But she's like, nah. So props to her, to be fair. And this dude right here, simp, loser.
If you love someone, I feel like it really sucks that it's kind of hard to debunk a lot of this, like, this guy's memes, because it's very like highly fast edited meme content that's just like, we're just dunking on a random clip of a woman who might be awful or a woman who did something dumb or made a joke or didn't get a joke. Doesn't this mean all women are awful, guys? And it's like, well, no. I mean, this woman might suck, but not all of them. Like,
you love them no matter what. So like, yeah, it's okay.
Wait, hold on.
Yes. Repeat that last part. If you
So this is the Whatever podcast, which is an incel red pill podcast. They literally specifically bring on and pay OnlyFans models to say things that upset incels. Those OnlyFans models then see 1,000 to like 10,000 in like percentage increase in their OnlyFans subs the day after the whatever podcast episode. It's just a place for fresh and fit, and yeah, it's white fresh and fit. That's a good way of referring to it. So it's like way more dull. It's
Love
just,
someone, you love them.
it's just it's really like, it's just like 30-something-year-old white dudes in hoodies trying to sound smart.
No matter what.
Are you talking about unconditional love?
Yes.
You believe there's unconditional love?
Yeah.
Have you ever had that love for anybody?
Yeah, I think that I have.
A romantic partner?
Yeah.
Stop the cap.
Did you break up with him, or did he break up with you?
I broke up with him.
Well, this must have been conditional. You fell out of unconditional love? How does that work?
We didn't talk, so I feel like that doesn't really...
So there were conditions to your love. Communication. Talking.
I guess, yeah.
To be very clear, you can tell this isn't really, like, she's not even actually embarrassed here. This is acting. She is a, like, sex worker that has been paid to come on here and say things that will upset incels. I've seen many of these podcasts and stuff. The only time that they'll sometimes bring on women that disagree, but it doesn't tend to go well. I know they had Pixie on, who you might know. She does, like, lefty streamy stuff, and she fucking destroyed them. I covered it and reacted to her going on whatever podcast, and she fucking destroyed them. It was actually really embarrassing on the part of the whatever guys, like literally getting 1v5'd, I think, and losing. And they don't do that anymore. Like, if you're just like some woman who knows how to argue against incel stuff, they will not bring you on anymore. They exclusively bring in like sex workers. They have paid to appear and paid to say the things they say. So keep that in mind whenever you see these podcasts like Fresh and Fit, whatever podcast, etc.
Unconditional love. That's what we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have unconditional love for someone, there's nothing he could do to f that up.
Okay, I guess you're right.
Okay, so she owned up to it at least. But unconditional love means loving someone unconditionally, no matter...
Yes, obviously, if that woman is real, and there are women that believe that, they suck. That does not mean all women are evil. Shocker.
What they do. And with that, I don't even think I believe in that concept, really, of unconditional love. The only place where it would actually apply is probably between a mother and her children, and that's probably it. Maybe the dad too, but even with that, I feel like a father's love is...
Maybe the dad, because of course, like, conservatives don't believe that, like... It's weird how much they say that, like, fathers are important, but they also have to argue that, like, men don't have the same, like, natural biological attachment to their family, that men are naturally meant to have a lot of female partners and multiple families, while women are supposed to have one single male partner they're loyal to. Because, conveniently, these incel men say that the way humanity is supposed to be is a world in which they've got, like, 15 wives, and they're all loyal to him and all rear their babies, you know? Like, that's how these guys, conveniently believe the natural world of humans should exist.
More conditional. But within the confines of a relationship, there's just no way that unconditional love exists. Because to get into that relationship to begin with, both parties had to meet a whole bunch of bullet points to begin with. And that's just life, bro. You perform or you lose. That's it.
Hey, you need to stop how you're driving past our house.
Oh, yeah? And you need to start taking some self-defense classes.
All right.
And quickly.
Guys, never argue with a girl. If she tells you the sky is red, the sky is red. If she tells you 1 + 1 is 20, it's 20. Don't do it. You're gonna lose. They're always right.
Okay, bad advice. There's a difference between arguing with her and just telling her she's wrong. This is exactly how a lot of guys...
Jesus Christ. Does he not know he was responding to a, like, red pill incel clip saying that, like, when he said women are always right, he wasn't saying that they're literally always right. He was saying that women will never accept that they're wrong. That was what he was saying. That was literally a dude that agrees with this guy. I don't think he got it, maybe, or I don't know. Maybe this guy just knows and is trying to get another clip out for his video.
End up getting...
You'll notice, by the way, this video is like barely within the monetizable range. All of his videos are like 10 minutes, 8 seconds, you know? Like just barely squeezing out that monetizable mid-roll ad time.
Cheated on and completely losing frame in a relationship. You have no spine. You have no boundaries. You don't speak up. You don't assert yourself. You let her do and say anything she wants without ever standing up for yourself or what you believe.
Does this guy have like a relationship? Is this guy like dating a girl that's like some like 4'8", like submissive housewife in the kitchen barefoot cooking for him all day and like raising their 4 kids all on her own while he like makes these incel videos and talks about women's natural place. Like, is that his life, or is he himself a lonely, bald, neckbeard incel who's so mad and bitter he's on the internet complaining about women? Because I don't really think you get to call dudes who are in a relationship spineless for not arguing with their partner when you can't even get a woman to date you.
Leaving. So let's take that example. Your girl says the sky is red. You don't sit there, go back and forth, say, oh, well, that's a very good point. Never thought about it that way. Just say, don't be dumb. That's it. Then she comes back at you, hey, don't call me dumb. Then you just brush it off on whatever. If she keeps pushing, just walk away before temporal facelift.
I promise you, no dudes that are watching this channel, and not him, certainly, they are not the ones walking away from women. Women are walking away from them, okay?
Okay.
I guarantee you.
Dude, just like...
You know what this reminds me? You know what this reminds me of? If you guys watch The Boys, you might be aware the actress who plays Starlight, Erin Moriarty, if you look at a picture of her from season 1 of the show and a picture of her from season 4, you might notice she looks quite different. Like, her face is very different. And the fact is, she got plastic surgery. A lot of it. And people have been very rude about the results of said plastic surgery because I think most people agree she looked better before. But here's the thing. The reason she got the plastic surgery was because when The Boys first started, we got to remember, conservatives did not know it was making fun of them. So a massive portion of people that were in the fan base in season 1 of The Boys were themselves conservatives, who upon seeing the casting of Starlight lost their fucking minds and began a huge campaign of harassing Erin Moriarty and calling her ugly, saying she's not pretty enough to play Starlight, so on and so forth. That actress has dealt with that for years and years since The Boys started, and eventually, I guess, it caused her to give in, and she went and got plastic surgery. And now many of those same people are attacking her because they don't like the results of that plastic surgery. And so it's always like, it's so disgusting to me when like incel dudes who like talk that like rate women and like they on the number scale and they see them as like commodity and they constantly like assess their like emotional or not emotional, sexual marketplace value and stuff. How like they'll see a woman pushed into getting plastic surgery because of these beauty standards and be like, so disgusting, so fucking vile and gross, you know?
Like, why?
Because of guys like you. Because of the culture people like you enforce.
Why do you do that to yourself? Can we pop up the before and after? There is no dude in history that said, yeah, you know, well, I would have gotten with her, but she just didn't have enough plastic surgery. She didn't have enough plastic in her face and
Well, why does he think that women get plastic surgery? They do it because they're told they're ugly and they're not pretty enough, and then they go to a plastic surgeon who tells them, yeah, we'll do this and that and this and that, and you'll look like this afterwards. And then you have no idea what the results are going to be until after it happens. Also, he does know that that's the after effect of, like right after plastic surgery, right? Like, this is 4 weeks post-op. It takes, like, 4 months to recover from plastic surgery. So while I don't really necessarily think plastic surgery is good outside of, like, when it comes to, you know, obviously there's, like, facial feminization surgery and stuff, I don't think it's, like, good to encourage, like, cis people to just get plastic surgery because you don't like the way they look and you want to like make them depressed and push them into getting like reconstructive surgery. But let's be fair, it takes a few months to see like the actual result, you know? Like, she'll probably look better than she does here in about 3 months because, you know, plastic surgery is literally, like, rearranging your fucking face, the muscle, the skin, the fat, all that stuff. And it takes a while before you don't, like, look like your face was just operated on, you know?
Can we pop up the before and after? There was no dude in history that said, ah, yeah, you know, well, I would have gotten with her, but she just didn't have enough plastic surgery. She didn't have enough plastic in her face in general. So it was a no for me. Like, bro, women are just doing this to themselves. It's the social media brainwashing.
Remember, guys, women are just doing this to themselves. Every single problem that women face, they're doing it to themselves with social media brainwashing. It's that damn phone.
Because what men are actually asking for this?
I don't like 50-50. I don't do coffee dates. I don't care how much money I ever make. I still want my man to pay for everything. He should pick me up. He should drop me off. He should buy me Uber.
Oh, look, an awful woman, guys. This means all women are awful. See, all women are like this. This one's just honest enough to say it.
In exchange, he gets to not embarrass me and breathe my air. I think it's pretty fair. I think we're even Stevens. Otherwise, I don't need a man just to have a man. This is for me. For the guys who are mad, though, cry about it.
No, thank you.
What red flags do you like in a guy?
Red flags that I like?
Yeah.
When he doesn't want me. I'm like obsessed. If he doesn't want me, I'm like, yes, you're mine.
So you like the chase?
I love the chase. Toxic. If he
Okay, guys. All right, I'm gonna hit you with, I'm gonna go full red pill here, all right? I'm about to hit my limit break. All right, red pill time. Some women are bitches. Sometimes you can just go out, walk the streets at like 8 p.m. on a Friday night, go walk down like Main Street, and you'll pass a group of loud, obnoxious women who I'm sure if you stopped them and asked, what do you look for in a guy? They're going to list, like, the #1 red flags for a domestic abuse situation as what they're attracted to. I like a guy who smokes, drinks, is older than me, has a very violent temper, thinks that I'm not human. Like, you will hear the most insane shit. Because very much like you'll encounter guys out there that are just awful, who might even want a woman that'll actually step on their throat, there are women out there who are like that. Women are people, and some people just fucking suck. And sometimes women suck in a different way than men tend to suck, to be fair. Like, when women suck, when there's like an abusive, awful woman, an abusive, awful woman tends to leverage, like, oh, here's a good example. This is actually an example. It's usually a woman abuse tactic used against other women. So it might be a little more relatable for female audience members to like understand this. Is like, how many girls watching right now, trans and cis, at some point in their life, knew a girl who had such a grudge against them, she seeked out every friend you have to lie about you behind your back and ruin all your friendships. Manipulative, narcissistic, awful women do that to other women all the time. My mom has stories of women like this. My grandma had stories of women like this. Every girl I've ever met has stories of women like this. When there's an abusive, awful, narcissistic woman, they do stuff like that. Tends to be kind of conniving, manipulative, backstabby, right? That's why women get that duplicitous reputation. While abusive men, well, they'll do that too, don't get me wrong, and women can do what I'm about to list as well. Men have generally been societally conditioned and also tend to have a biological disposition for the physical. Men are typically larger. They can impose physical fear and intimidation. They can even just outright leverage violence or just overpower. And that tends to be where the most horrible, awful, men tend to behave. While women tend to be a little more conniving, evil, duplicitous, and they plan out their abuse. And this isn't because women and men are some biologically different, like, people when they're assholes. It's that people who are evil assholes take any advantage they have to be an evil asshole. Men have the advantage of strength and belligerence. Women tend to have the advantage of seeming innocent, seeming like victims, and having some extra level of trustworthiness on a base level when talking about something they've gone through. And so they take advantage of it if they're an asshole. This doesn't apply to every woman or every man. Men and women are people. Some people are assholes. You have to be aware of that. Not, like, obviously, most incels, I think, could agree some men are assholes. Maybe even that a lot of men are assholes, but not every man is. The same thing applies to women. The problem is, The women who aren't assholes are not the ones who just are willing to be your broodmare, barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen for you. Like, obviously.
Also
That's
hangs
not
out with
what I mean.
other girls, but likes me more than them.
She likes someone else. Alcoholic, controlling.
Oh, look, I swear to God, I did not pre-watch this, but like I said, you can, like, the women that you're going to find out at, like, 10 or 11 or 12 or 1 a.m. on like, a Friday or Saturday night, partying, getting drunk, and, like, wearing a tube top and, like, stumbling around the street and talking to the random strange guy who's put a mic in her face, is probably either going to fuck around and say some stupid shit because she's drunk and goofy, or probably not have the best standards, right? Also, why does she look like Pearl?
I'd have to agree with the alcoholism. That's definitely a big one for me.
Wow. These are actually pretty good questions. Asking, like, what red flags do you find attractive? And then you get the actual real answers of what they more than likely go for. It really tells you a lot about what women find arousing.
One thing, and I can't stress this enough, is if you text someone and they don't text you back.
I really do think it's fucked to tell a bunch of impressionable men women find abusive behavior arousing. Like, guys, go be abusive to women. They'll love it.
But they've opened your text. It's because they want to talk in person. Obviously, show up at their house.
You're a problem. You're a real problem.
I expect a clean house.
That was,
laundry
I think,
done,
a joke.
all the meal cooked when I get home, because there's food got to be ready for me to eat. Laundry done, you know. That's what Jack told his wife.
Hit him with the shovel.
And that's why she's leaving him.
Hit him with the shovel.
For another man, because that man respects her.
That makes sense.
You know?
She should. Yeah.
And that's why I said she should.
I'm glad you're not like
And
that.
honestly, like, it's insane that he's gonna act like that. You know?
Yeah.
Puss.
How old are you?
What? Wait, is he talking about another guy? Okay, I think he's talking about another guy that they know. Okay, so I think he's talking to his wife about another couple that they know. And that the woman in the relationship is leaving the husband of the couple they know because he was saying the things that the video starts with him, like, repeating. And then she gets up with a shovel, and I'm thinking, okay, they're about to fight because he's saying that. But then he goes on to admonish those words that he had started by saying, which kind of gave me the context. And she's not angry, and it's just kind of like, okay. So I believe he's telling a story about a couple they know where the woman left because the guy isn't treating her well, and the guy is demanding, like, food on the table when he gets home, shit like that. And then this guy replies, puss. The guy that's making the video replies, puss, because this guy won't say that stuff to his wife, I guess.
That makes sense.
You know?
She should. Yeah.
And that's why I said she should.
I'm glad you're not like
And
that.
honestly, like, it's insane that he's gonna act like that. You know?
Yeah.
Puss.
How old are you?
So yeah, he says it's insane that he would act like that, and then that guy replies, puss. Because a guy should belligerently scream at his wife, there better be food on the table when I get home or else.
You?
19. I'm 32.
You lady single?
No, that's my baby daddy, and that's her boyfriend. Open relationship.
So what's it like being in an open relationship with your man?
We see who we want to see, but at the end of the day, we come home to each other.
Is it that you're not satisfied from what you're getting, or?
No, I am satisfied. It's just the lifestyle I've lived for 6 years, and so we go.
Dude, these dudes fucking see that the idea of open relationships, because, like, as a guy, you're trained from, like, a very young age, surprisingly, to believe that, like, your sexual desirability, and exclusively so, you're trained to believe that if you're actually a real man, here's the line of logic. If you're a real man, you're good at sex. And if you're good at sex, then a lot of women want to fuck you, and they only want to fuck you, no one else. And so if a woman that a guy is with wants to be in an open relationship, then that implies a few things. A, that the guy isn't good at sex. B, that because the guy's not good at sex, he's not good enough for the woman. And C, that the guy is willing to just, like, besmirch his own dignity and see his girlfriend fuck other guys, right? Or see, but have his girlfriend fuck other guys. Now, personally, I couldn't handle an open relationship. You can call me, like, what's the word for it? Insecure? Is that what people on the left say if you're not into open relationships? If you want. But I think that open relationships are not a very popularly supported thing, as if they need support. Especially like I've seen among a lot of young men in Gen Z aren't really big fans of it, but I don't think it's going to be like some huge discourse thing that people have open relationships. I think just a lot of men find it threatening that there are women who are willing to admit that even when sexually satisfied, they would rather have multiple sexual partners than just one that they're in a relationship with. Like, a lot of women are like that. And as a guy, when you know that, it does make being in a relationship with, like, a woman feel different, I think. When you know that, like, just like most guys, most women would be happy to fuck another guy, no matter how happy they are with the guy that they're actively with, right? And they don't, because either A, they want to remain loyal, or B, they don't want to upset their partner.
Go outside of the relationship.
Do you like tell your man when you're gonna be with another guy or what?
So I haven't done it recently, but I'm the breadwinner. I take care of my house.
So he follows you?
Correct.
So you don't tell him when you're gonna get some D somewhere else?
No.
So what's your body count?
Over 100.
You couldn't see yourself getting married then?
I've been married 5 times. I'm currently married.
To your man, or?
I love when these guys are like, "Oh, she's been married 5 times." Like, how many times have you been married, man? I'm curious. How many times has this guy been married? I'm gonna guess it's less than once.
No, my husband's in prison.
What? What the what? Huh? How does it keep getting worse and worse? It's like
well, because you went to a red pill channel that compiles clips of women that were pulled out of hundreds of women from specific venues where they were looking for trashy girls that would say trashy things. And then they specifically edited down just the responses that look the worst and then uploaded them onto those channels. You seeked out those videos, made a video where you set out the list of things you're going to cover, and now you're pretending like you're surprised that they're getting worse and worse.
unraveling an onion, and every single layer is just more garbage. So many twists and turns. But the lesson here today, fellas, okay, this is the lesson. Just let a woman talk, and she will eventually tell on herself. She will eventually unveil all of her secrets.
Talking to this guy, and he was like, I travel for work, and I found out he's a DoorDash driver.
I was dating a lady for a whole year. She told me she was a branch manager. I found out she was living in a tree.
What? You can call him many things, but you can't call him a liar. In today's video, we have a woman that...
Okay. Well, that was the end of the video, I guess. You can call him many things, but you can't call him a liar. What a outro, I guess. Okay, this was possibly the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Let's read the comments. Woman, that was the worst experience of my life. Oh my god. Men, it gets worse, a lot worse. Enjoy, in reference to the rejection thing. That first girl, this is what guys have dealt with for centuries. Oh, no, we gotta read these in the right voice. Hold on. Woman, that was the worst experience of my life. Oh god. Men, it gets worse. It gets a lot worse. Enjoy. That first girl, this is what men have dealt with for centuries. That girl with the facelift, she went from attractive to someone who might go for the role of a bad guy on the Power Rangers. I've met so many women who have had a bad relationship with their dads, and it almost always boiled down to him trying to keep her from being a hoe. The "don't argue with women" clip reminded me of the funniest marriage joke I've ever heard. It's probably 70 years old and was told by Red Skelton. It goes, I knew I was marrying right. What I didn't know was her first name is always. Good one. I love how, like, all these incel dudes are in the comments like, yes, I hate women. God, I hate my wife. Gender equality until it's time to shovel the snow. That son is savage and knows some stuff for his age. Then hit her with that shut up. That was a 15-year-old girl, not the kid's mom, and that was a girl yelling, not a little boy. A 2-year-old being told no and a woman being rejected is curiously the same reaction. Oh, no, sorry, I forgot to do the voice. A 2-year-old being told no and a woman being rejected is curiously the same reaction. Wait, are you arguing that women are 2-year-olds and thus it's pedophilic to be attracted to adult women? Okay. Jesus Christ. Well, hey, you guys want more incel debunking content, so I hope you guys enjoyed that, because I think it was quite fun. Anyway, if you enjoyed, consider dropping a like. No matter when, where, or what you're watching, every thumbs up goes a long way and really helps out the channel a lot in the algorithm, so I really appreciate it. Of course, don't forget to leave a comment as well, as it does the same thing, and doing both really helps a lot. And don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, otherwise they won't. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, follow my social medias linked down below in the description on YouTube, including my fan Discord, especially my fan Discord. It's totally free to join. It is the main hub of my fan base, and I host events there, pretty much weekly. Call-in streams, game events, watch parties, they're great. And I announce all my new uploads and streams there, so you won't miss anything if you've got notifications turned on. Anyway, regardless, I hope to see you there, and if you haven't already and you want to and you can afford it, consider supporting me financially. It really helps a lot. I'm currently raising money to start doing quail content in my backyard, among other things, but we're starting with quail content. I gotta buy a camera, I gotta buy a quail coop, I gotta buy some eggs. Those are the cheapest. The cheapest part is the eggs themselves. So yeah. I do hope that you're willing to send some support my way. Otherwise, you can support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch, the Streamlabs link down below. But no matter what, regardless, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it, and have a good one. What'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like that was a really good one. Very nice, very nice. Alright, before I start the next segment and read donos and stuff, I'm going to quickly use the restroom and grab a Monster Energy, because I could use a little bit of an energy pick-me-up. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm only going to be gone a minute. Alrighty. I have returned. Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. I got myself a monster, and I emptied my bladder. I would love some Filet-O-Fish right now versus... I'm actually craving steak. Like, I feel like grilling a steak. I need to buy a grill. And, like, I've got a backyard. I can just, like, please drink water after. I've been drinking water. I'm fine. I need to, like, get into grilling. Because I finally have a backyard. I can just grill. Like, I could just, like, buy, like a Weber and some charcoal and just get it going, get those coals white, and, make a steak for myself. I could just do that. I can make several cuts of steak and then put it in, like, a Tupperware in the fridge and microwave it. I know, it sounds awful, microwave, but it is pretty good. Even, like, if you grill steak and then microwave it warm the next day, does tend to still be good. And then that's, like, that's steak for, like, 3 meals. Grilling streams when? Oh, that would go hard. Chat, when I get the new camera for the Quail Arc, do you guys want grilling streams? Because my backyard's gonna have a grill. I'm gonna get my mouth is watering, bro. Holy shit. Grills aren't expensive either. I've done a fair amount of grilling back when I lived in California, actually. I remember one time I made some steak, asparagus, chicken, and something else. Corn on the cob on a Weber grill on my back porch in California a couple times, and it was awesome. It was pretty cool, but I had to, like, go around my computer desk and stuff because the setup I had, it was really clunky and weird. Right now, my kitchen goes straight out to my backyard. Like, there's just a back door in my kitchen, straight out to my backyard. If I have my grill right there next by the door, like, my kitchen's right there. Like, I can just bring things straight from the fridge out to the grill, and straight back in. It's actually really good. What's this?
Elevate high.
No way does this actually work. This looks like so much work just to make slightly better hot dogs.
Hot dogs to gourmet grill status with the slot dog. This kitchen contraption slices into the side of a common frank, giving the encased meat more surface area to brown while grilling. The result, a caramelized sausage that'll turn anyone into a competitive eater. Not only is the flavor of the frank...
Okay. No, you can just score it with a knife. Just score it with a knife. What do you mean? Or, like, stab it or something. Also, I like the slightly not crispy inside of the hot dog. Like, the outside should be crispy and the inside should be, like, meaty. The fuck? Hot dogs are good. Probably wouldn't be what I'd be making on my grill all that frequently. I would want to make... Hold on. Grilled steak. I don't know, like... I don't want to get, like, copyright cucked. Who can we watch? Oh. Looks like Adam Ragusia did a steak grilling video. It's not about grilling, but he does grill a steak in this one. Will Adam Ragusia copyright cuck me? We'll watch a little bit of this. Don't copyright cuck me, Adam.
Hardly a grill master, but this easy summertime meal of grilled steak and vegetables, I've got this down to a science. The secret, flavor the...
Zucchini is so good. Grilled zucchini with steak. So good. So fucking good.
Butter, not the steak. I'll start with maybe half a stick of softened butter.
Also, he made the zucchini wrong here, chat. Let me tell you how you make grilled zucchini, okay? Listen to me. You take your seasoning and your sliced zucchini. You slice them in slightly smaller cuts than this. I would slice these in half down the middle, and that would be the perfect size wedges for me. I might cut them in half then, like long ways. But then I take them, get like a tin foil thing. I get some tin foil, season them up in there with butter and seasoning, and then you wrap it up into a pocket inside of the tin foil or the aluminum foil. And then you put that off the main heat in the grill while the meat is cooking. That zucchini will become crisp and juicy and caramelized inside of that tin foil on the grill. It'll be so much better than this. So much better, I promise you. That is the way you make zucchini on the grill. It's so good.
Steak. I'll start with maybe half a stick of softened butter. You can speed soften butter by putting it in the microwave on low power. Nuke it for 10 seconds, give it a quarter turn. Another 10 seconds, another quarter turn. You do that 3 or 4 times and it'll be nice and soft but not melted. Now, I'll chop up a few cloves of garlic. Also chop up a bunch of parsley or whatever herbs you want. The trick to easily chopping herbs is to bunch them up on themselves. Then you can just mow through them. Garlic and parsley go into the butter along with a ton of pepper and stir it all up. That's way more solid ingredients than people normally put in a compound butter. If you want more butter, go for it, but I'm mostly in this for the garlic. Now, that'll get better as it just sits.
This is how I do want to, like, grill my steak. I want to make some nice seasoned butter to, like, butter up my steak with while it's on the grill.
It's around for a while, which is why I do it first. If you put it in the fridge, though, don't forget you'll need to soften it up again before you grill. Successful grilling is all about planning and having everything that you need right at...
Butter gets soft after about 20 seconds next to a fire, though. So, like, you can soften it up fast next to the grill.
Hand ready to go. Here is the undisputed champion of charcoal lighters, the chimney starter. Nothing else comes close. I use natural lump charcoal.
Zan, I'm at work running off of only a single coffee. This isn't helping, man. I'm so sorry, Sir Goose. I'm so excited. Would you guys watch a Xander Hall grill stream? As someone who can't cook, I'm so jealous. Why can't you cook? Cooking's not hard. I mean, you're seeing the process here. It's just chopping up ingredients and throwing them into a vat.
It burns far hotter than reconstituted briquettes, and the flavor it gives is amazing. Fill it up.
I'll get a lapel mic so you guys don't have to worry about wind and stuff. My backyard's actually, like, really enclosed. It's hard to explain. You'll have to see it when I make the videos. But it's like, there's no wind, really, in my backyard. It's not going to be a concern. My audio should actually be really good.
Up most of the way. Then you need some kindling to get it going. Many things could work, but this never fails me. I take a cardboard paper towel tube, cut it in half, and then jam a paper towel inside each one. Put those on the lower grill grate and light them up. Nice, dry, thin material with plenty of air flowing around it. Perfect kindling. Make sure they're really burning before you layer the chimney starter on top. Give that 10 minutes and it will be a glowing tower of fiery doom.
The grill arc is beginning.
Back inside now for our last-minute prep.
After the quail arc, we do the grill arc. Don't worry, they're not connected. None of the quail are going to be killed.
Zucchini is a perfect grilling vegetable. Shout out if you call it a courgette. There is a secret special way to cut it, though. Get rid of the ends, cut it in half lengthwise.
Another really great thing, if you want a vegetable to grill as a side, asparagus and squash. Grilled squash is really good. It gets caramelized and sweet. And then grilled asparagus just goes really well with steak. I don't know why. It just pairs really well. And with fish. I really like some tilapia and asparagus mixed together. Like, even cooked in the same juice, tastes surprisingly good.
Then into quarters. Then stand the quarter up on its side and cut off the triangular point. That's where the seeds are, and that's the part that always goes slimy when cooked. I just toss it. What we have...
Not really. Like, if you cook it inside of the tinfoil, it's not so bad. Like, usually there's a lot of seeds in the bites that I get, and it's no different. Like, the seeds are nothing.
Left is a solid piece with uniform thickness that'll have a firm, crunchy texture when cooked, and that will lie flat on the grill grates. When I started doing this, it gave me a whole new appreciation for zucchini. I never liked that slimy core. 1 zucchini per person is probably fine. I'm going with 2 because I love vegetables, and these are so easy and so good. All right, I put them into a big plastic bin, light and easy to carry out to
I want to see the steak get made. Come on.
Now, see that flame licking that one steak a little bit? You want to avoid that. Direct flame char on meat tastes burned, and more significantly, it can be carcinogenic. One solution is to use your tongs to rotate the grill grate to get the meat away from the flame. After 2...
I think what happened is he started this video too late. I think he started recording this video too late in the day. And he started running out of daylight for recording, because it's going to get, like, dark soon, and the lighting's going to be awful. And he put the meat on early. Look at the coals. The coals are still kind of black, and there's flames. ideally he would wait another 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes for the coal to be completely white hot. And then from there, it'll be white hot, like white hot coals for days. They'll burn like that for a day or two. There's no like time limit. Like you can't be too late to putting your meat on the grill. The coal's going to burn and stay hot for a long time. I think he put it on early, not because he doesn't know better, but because he decided to do this in the late afternoon and it's getting dark and a lot of cameras can't handle evening with lighting. It's a bit of an exaggeration. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. I'm just like telling you what I think happened because I know like you as a YouTuber, I'm able to put these things together. I think that's what happened is the flame's still there and he didn't wait for it to just kind of all go white hot because he's running out of daylight.
2 or 3 minutes, they're looking ready to flip. Under ideal circumstances, they won't stick when you're ready to flip. But if they do seem like they might, you can take a metal spatula and just scrape it underneath to release. Then they'll flip right over and you won't lose any precious crust bits that would have stuck to the bars. Now you might like a darker crust on yours. For what it's worth, when I grill my steaks as dark as I would get them in the pan, they tend to taste a little burned to me. I have learned through experience to be more conservative with the color when I grill. Oh, by the way, for safety purposes, after you've flipped the still raw meat, just hold your tongs down into the fire for a second. That'll definitely kill any germs on there.
Not a big deal with beef, but with chicken and pork, you definitely want to do that. And fish.
Now this is...
Well, no, not even fish. Fish not so much. I mean, raw fish juice is not a good thing to get on your cooked fish because it's going to fuck with the taste. But you do not want raw... Like, if you say flip a raw, like a piece of chicken that you're pan cooking, and you don't properly heat the spatula... and you take it out of the pan cooked with that spatula, carryover heat might be enough to re-disinfect it as soon as you put the chicken down on the plate and you're about to eat it. Otherwise, you might infect it with salmonella post-cooking. So you do have to be careful about that with your utensils. That's something I learned quite young. I always make sure that I'm keeping my utensils sanitized.
Where it really pays to have practiced cooking steak enough that you can judge doneness by feel. A lot of the visual cues that I would normally look for when cooking inside just don't look the same out here on the grill, and because the temperatures are so extreme, I find it really hard to get an accurate thermometer.
The best way to tell is to feel the meat before and after you cook it. It's like when you first put it on the grill, squeeze the meat a little, feel what raw meat feels like, and then like 10 minutes later, whatever it is when you're checking on the meat, bounce it a little bit, like poke it, and once it starts to feel noticeably more bouncy, you'll get like a visual of how much more done it is inside. And when all the bounciness is gone, or all the squishiness is gone, it's all bouncy, it's done. It's well done at least. So you want a little squish and not all bounce if you're looking for medium rare.
Thermometer reading.
I know what medium rare steak feels like. I know how to poke a steak and be like, yep, medium rare. That's how I like my steak.
So I'm just poking. Medium rare is soft, but it bounces back at you. Rare is squishy. It's been 3 minutes since I flipped them. They're almost done, so it's time for the garlic butter. Smear a bit.
I like to cut open a steak and have like a 1/4 inch of like the browned meat, and then for it to be like a light pink through the whole rest of it. That's how I like my steak.
Big spoonful onto each one. Now, if we had put that garlic directly on the steak, it would have burned black by now. The butter is a really effective, convenient way of delivering a ton of flavor right at the end, so it only gets the minute of cooking that it needs. Now check this out. See those crazy flame ups I'm getting? That's what would have been happening this whole entire time if we had put too much oil on the steaks. Fat is fuel. It's biodiesel. It bursts right into flames when it hits the coals. Another reason to put the butter on at the very end. Off they come onto the tray that we smeared with more garlic butter. We'll let those rest while we
average American meal.
Dump on the whole bucket of zucchini. Those nice big pieces are so easy to handle on the grill. I'll just arrange
I really wish they were wrapped up in tin foil. They'd come out so much better, bro.
them so they're cut side down and perpendicular to the grill grates.
God,
the
these
cut
videos
side's
make me
brown
hungry.
better than the skin. Man, those are pretty. After they've been on for 2 or 3 minutes and they've gotten nice grill marks, I just slosh them around to give the skin side some cooking time, but not much. When they're just kind of floppy like that, they're not done, but they will be done by the time you pull them off, cut them up, and eat them. I want to make sure that they're crunchy and not slimy. Off they come to the other side of the tray where they will mingle with the meat juices and the melted garlic butter. Yum. We're done. Back inside. Now, people could just grab a steak and a few zucchini pieces and cut them up on their own plates. I like to pre-slice everything. Here is my surprisingly controversial method for carving ribeye. I just peel that delicious cat muscle off the not quite as delicious eye muscle, and that allows me to shave off the big bits of unrendered fat that live between them. I love fat, but I love melty or crispy fat. Not a big fan of big blubber hunks, and I'm hardly alone in that.
That shit that, like, you ever take a big bite of steak and you get an untrimmed piece of fat, and it's like fat glob 1, tendon, and then fat glob 2. So you swallow one fat glob, but one is still in your mouth, and there's like a tendon connecting them, and you're like, and you gotta like grab the one that's in your mouth, like pull it out of your throat. That happened to me once. Worst experience I've ever had. I actually like, I was so upset after that. It almost ruined my meal. It almost ruined the whole meal for me. I was so mad.
That. With those bits out, I can just chop it all up into bite-sized chunks. Same deal with the fillets. Depending on where they were cut from, tenderloin steaks can actually have a lot of gristle running through them. Lauren doesn't like that, so pre-cutting the meat allows...
Chew your food, brother. Real. Listen, I was like 12 back then, and I was on the swim team. I would come home from swim practice, and I'd be like, meat! I need meat! And I would eat fast and a lot.
Me to get in there and trim out all of the stuff that she won't eat anyway. Pieces all go back on the tray along with any of the precious board juices. Then the zucchinis. If they're all lined up like that, it's really easy to just hack them into bite-sized bits. Back onto the tray, and I turn on the burners under the tray to their lowest settings. That'll keep all of this food warm indefinitely, which makes this meal really great for like a little buffet situation if you have friends over.
I don't like that he handles it so much with his hands. Not a fan of that. I know that his hands are clean and he washes them and stuff, and it's for him, but like, I'm very OCD, and I get a thing where like I'll touch something that might be gross, like a door handle, and I can't stop thinking about that until I've washed my hand thoroughly, or at least used hand sanitizer. Like, I get like my hand can brush against something, and I feel like what feels like germs like spreading out. And I get a shiver up my spine, and I have to like wash with burning hot water. It has to be like painfully hot water to make the oh my gosh, my audio maxed out. What the fuck? No wonder I'm so loud. It needs to be like burning hot water to make the ticklishness of the unpleasant feeling of whatever thing I touched or touched me go away. It is kind of him doing that with bare hand. Yeah, like even if I'm cooking for myself, like, one of the things I do before I cook is I check my fingernails. If they're a bit long, like, they're a bit long right now, I would clip them before I cooked. Like, right now, this is, they're not super long, but it's been, like, a week and a half since I clipped them. So they're a bit too long for cooking, because, like, all sorts of shit can get stuck under there that's unsanitary for when you're cooking. You can't have long fingernails and have sanitary hands for cooking. So, first thing I always do is clip and file my fingernails, and then from there it's like, well, my hands are going to be red as lobster legs the entire time I'm cooking, because even if I get like some egg yolk on my hand, I wash it off with like burning hot water and dish soaps. My hands are all like dried out and cracked from the hot water and the anti-oil dish soap. It just like takes all the moisture and everything out of your hands. It's awful, but it makes them very clean. But it's mostly when it comes to cooking, especially. This is like most prevalent when cooking. God, like it's like when I'm cooking, it's like surgery. Yeah. Like, bro, you're cooking dinner, not performing surgery. Yeah, I literally, especially when dealing with food, like I'm sanitizing myself like I'm about to do a surgery, like full on. Especially if I'm eating it. Like if I'm eating it, I don't want to get sick. You file your nails, I clip them, and then I file them smooth. Because like when you clip your nails, it ends up making sort of like little sharp kind of like edges, and I don't like it. So I'll take a nail file and just get whatever the nail clippers couldn't get and file it down smooth. So it's like a nice, perfect, like, you know, it makes your fingernails look good. And the less fingernail you have sticking out past the cuticle, or past, not the cuticle, the, like, past the skin, the less space there is for things to get, like, caught up under your nail. And that, like, all sorts of bacteria can get caught under there. You don't want to let that get introduced to food. A manicure, it takes, like, 10 seconds. I just go clip, 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 clip. And I just, like, I usually do it like this. Like, imagine this is the file. I just do this. I do all of them at once, and then I get the sides. It's pretty quick. Pretty damn quick. Do not eat fly tape. I'll keep that in mind. I'll try not to. I only keep long nails on my right hand for finger-style guitar. Fair, fair. Late Joker, did you eat fly tape? Why'd you eat fly tape? Anyway. TSW the Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for the $15 dues. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's extremely appreciated. It says, wow, 2 donos, 1 stream. How about we finished that video? If you need the link, I can send it again. Yeah, TSW Shadow Wolf, send the link again. We'll finish the video now. That's $15 dues right there. That's extremely generous. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal really quick. Yeah, if you could resend the video so we can watch the rest. We will. That puts us at $79 in the dono goal today, guys. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. Assuming they're still here. Oh, there it is. No, not that fucking window. Damn it.
It seems like every...
Okay, we're at about 8 minutes, 30 seconds last I checked. Guys, looks like we are watching the whole video. Well, actually, no, hold on. It's another... We're watching up to 14 minutes, because that was another $15. Ha, you almost tricked me into not doing math and assuming that the, yep, 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah, we're at 8 minutes, 30 seconds, so now we're going to watch up until 14 minutes. Because... we can't just sit and watch the whole rest of the Beyblade video unless you're gonna donate that shit, dog. Like, people... I think Beyblades are kind of cool. I do. I played with Beyblades as a kid. I think they're cool. I'm not so into them now. I think they're cool. I would watch this whole video out of just the sheer curiosity that I have. But not everybody here likes Beyblades, and I do have other topics to cover, so I hope you understand.
One of the sacred beasts from the original series is really cool. That's a nice concept. But when I look at how the Bey will probably perform...
Oh. I'm looking over in YouTube chat. I think people in YouTube chat are confused why their messages don't appear on screen. If you're in YouTube chat right now, like watching on YouTube, you should know the chat you see on screen there. If you're wondering why your messages aren't there, that's my website, xanderhall.com/live. My website chat is accessible right there. On the top right of your screen, probably, if you have the YouTube chat up, through that little pinned comment, I put a link to it. It's a super easy setup for your account. You get to make whatever account name you want, and you have it. So grab whatever account name you want, and you are exclusively that account name forever. And just like old school YouTube, and lock that shit in. Not to mention we've got custom emotes, our own custom moderation, so you don't have to worry about YouTube's stupid rules and their chat moderation. We've got custom everything. It's dope. It's really neat. And your messages end up on the screen. And you know, you get to be immortalized forever in the videos. So highly recommend you come to the website. You even get a cool little clock next to your name that says you're new to the site. And everyone will be like, hey, welcome to the site. Welcome. So hopefully you'll hop right on over.
Especially when it releases at the same time as Cobalt Dragoon. I'm not really getting my expectations super high. So moving on to the rest of the random booster, I was kind of not as charitable to it in my last video. I didn't really love a lot of what we were seeing, although now that we have more pictures and more information, and we also have more part info as well, there's a lot of really cool stuff here. Let's start with something that isn't as cool, okay? My opinion on this will never change, but the yellow black shells, the yellow shells recolor, I don't like these yellow recolors as much. Yellow bays in general are just not my favorite color schemes. It doesn't mean we need to see stuff in red or blue all the time. It's also going to be on 980 and Ball, and Ball is pretty good.
Why is he not like yellow? I feel like yellow Beyblades look cool. Yellow's like kind of a color I associate with speed, at least. I don't know, maybe it's just he doesn't like yellow. Some people just don't like some colors. You know what color I really hated as a kid? I don't know why, but it made me feel sick. Purple. And not just purple, but like a very particular shade of purple. Like a very dark purple. I could never, like it actually made me feel nauseous seeing it. I don't know why. I never liked it. I really never liked it.
It's one of the first bits ever released. 980 is decent as well, although, you know, it's a little bit too tall. It's just kind of ugly. Next up, we have a red color scheme of Unicorn Sting, and while red is not my favorite color, and it kind of reminds me of the red Leon Claw that came on a random booster a little while ago, where it seems like they could have done more. It's a bit more of a reddish orangish as well, which makes it a little bit better, maybe, but I do love the Unicorn Sting blade, and even if it's not top tier in the competitive meta,
the blade actually does look cool. I do like the design that some of the blade parts have. Like, that actually goes pretty hard.
Or anything, it's always been just kind of fun to battle with. And for the parts, it is on 370, which I don't think is as good as 360, but it's a bit of a newer piece, and, you know, it's fun to have. And then we have Dot, again, in a red color. So, Dot, once again, freaks me out. I don't really know how good it's going to be, but Unicorn Sting, it looks good. Next up, we have the green recolor of Wizard Rod, and while Wizard Rod is great, whenever we first saw pictures of this bay in this random booster, it was almost vomit colored, and even kind of vomit inducing.
Dude, does this guy like any colors?
I did not like the color of this bay at all. But we did see actual pictures of the bay in person at that same event I was telling you about whenever we were talking about Cobalt Dragoon. And the green is a lot more neon looking than I was expecting. And while I still am not the biggest fan of the color scheme,
that's the color my pee is going to be after I drink this can of Monster. Anyone who's also drank Monster in chat knows.
This neon look, I think, is a lot more interesting, and it could even probably glow under like black lights or something. It's definitely a lot.
Also, what your pee does after you drink Monster, true.
Better, even if it's not my favorite. I will say the part combination here is pretty interesting as well. We have 160, which is the same ratchet that came on Dran Buster. Not the most amazing ratchet, but I'm seeing people use it in competitive scenarios, especially.
What is the rarest, most valuable Beyblade? I'm curious. TSW Shadow Wolf, are you okay with me looking that up and watching a video on that, like, for the remainder of, like, the next couple minutes? I want to look up what, like, a video that explains what the most valuable rare Beyblade is. Like, what is the platinum giga rare super fuck of Beyblades? I want to know. Fine. I don't want to upset you, but this is also Beyblade related, so I assume you'd be into it. Beyblade, most rare and valuable. I want to know what the most rare and valuable one is. Like, period. Depends all time or if each gen. All time. All time. The most. The most expensive one. I think this is from the same YouTuber.
If you're a Beyblade fan, how much did you spend on your most expensive Beyblade? Was it $10, $50, $100? How about $10,000? If you were...
Guys, I shit you not. That one looks familiar. Like, I might have known someone who had one that looked like that. Not that one, but one that looked like it. When I was a kid, that was all black and red. I'm sure there are others like it, and it wasn't this one, but that looks relatively familiar.
If you were to tell me you spent 10,000 bucks on a Beyblade, I probably would not.
Probably wasn't worth that much back then, right? How old is that?
You. But would you be surprised if I told you there are some bays and Beyblade accessories listed for almost that amount? So in this video...
Well, okay, but people can just decide what they want to sell something for. But, like, what is the actual, like, people agree, yeah, it's worth that much, most valuable one?
We're going to be looking at some of the most expensive Beyblades on eBay, and we're going to see if they're really worth the cost, or if the seller had a little too much of that Bay bread, if you know what I mean. So the first thing we're going to do, of course, is go to eBay, and we're going to type in, not BB, and then we're going to sort by... price plus shipping highest first, and
holy shit.
Oh, already some insane
what
listings here. So the most expensive thing that we have out of 42,000 results is a Rev Up launcher from the Metal Fight generation for $7,777.77. You can't forget that.
Launcher?
Let's just put it out there straight away that obviously this launcher is not worth almost $8,000, but the Rev Up launcher is pretty rare. The Rev Up launcher is easily one of the most sought after and rare accessories in all of Beyblade history. It came out during the Metal Fight generation.
Dude, if I had... I like, the Beyblades I had as a kid were, like, almost all metal. The Metal Fight generation, is that, like, what that reference is? Like, was that when Beyblades were being made mostly metal? I wonder if I dug, like, through my old, like my closet back in Florida, if I could find some box in the garage or something with my old toys from when I was a kid, if I could find some old Beyblades, I wonder if they're worth, like, anything now. Because they'd be from 2008 to 2006. When I was into Beyblades was 2006 to 2008. So the ones that I own would be damn near 20 years old now. And it seems like Beyblade stuff from 20 years ago has accrued some value these days. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And it was mainly a Hasbro release. There was like a blue one and like a brown one. I had both, and I even have a blue Rev Up launcher in box somewhere.
They'd be valuable at this point? Interesting.
That's like gold. I need to try and find that. Easily worth over $100 to several $100s. And I know that the Takara Tomy release is also really rare. It came in its own set. But this is just a basic, you know, it's rare, but it's just a white Rev Up launcher by itself. Definitely not in the best of condition. So yeah, definitely not worth over $7,000. All of the bays that we're going to be talking about are in the thousands of dollars.
I remember I stopped playing with my Beyblades because the ripcord got bent on my launcher. I had one launcher and a couple Beyblades, and the ripcord, the one you like stick into the thing, the launcher, and you pull it, got bent. Like in a way where like you get that white line through the plastic and then it's like permanently like kinked. And after that point, you can't do shit. Like, it won't work. Like, you can't use the ripcord anymore once it's bent. So that's what made me stop playing with Beyblades as a kid, was my ripcord got bent. And it's like, buy a whole nother thing just for... Yeah, 3D printing back in 2008, 2007 or 8 could have saved me. Could have saved me.
Range. But if you want to get some bays in the tens of dollars, go and check out Marvel's Toys. They have a bunch of Beyblade X stuff up for sale, including the recently released Sphinx Cowl, and they also have a bunch of the Beyblade UX bays up for pre-order, like Dran Buster.
Neat. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious, like, what price range is it in? It seems like it gets up to around 10K. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty fucking wild, dude. I could no longer let it rip. So true. Did we do the Mr. Beast thing yet? No. We haven't. And first, we're doing a different segment. That's right. You'll be edged and you will like it. Oh, my mom says chances are the Beyblades got lost in the hurricane. That's true. Any of my old, like, childhood toys probably got destroyed by that hurricane when I was 16. And obviously, you don't replace your childhood toys that get destroyed when you're 16, so I don't think any of my childhood toys survived to my adulthood, I'm gonna be real. Like, maybe 1 or 2 are in a box somewhere in the garage, but, nah, I think they're all gone. I think they all got, like, swept out to sea and waterlogged with, like, sewage and seawater when the hurricane got me. Fuck, man. One day I gotta see if I can find... Actually, you know what? I can probably find footage of Hurricane Hermine, can't I? It was on the news. It was a big thing. Hold on. Hurricane Hermine, Hernando Beach. Let's see if there's any news footage. There's a video from 7 years ago called Hurricane Hermine and Hernando Beach. Oh, wow. I think this is literally a video someone took of what it was like for them. This is someone who recorded the hurricane from their POV in a house in my neighborhood when the hurricane happened 7 years ago. This is what it was like.
2nd, 2016. This is my water level.
This is before the storm surge. They're not underwater. She's outside. Oh, it's above the dock already. Yeah, this is their dock. And the boat is completely, yeah. Oh, it's already up to the trees. The water's already consuming trees along the bank. Yeah, the flooding's already started. That's one person's video from when it happened. So that's like an idea of what it was like. It was literally the middle of the night. The middle of the night. Oh, here's a news report about the recovery. This is the hurricane that made me homeless when I was 16 and fucked us out of my childhood home.
Countless examples of you taking action, turning into heroes since Hurricane Hermine came ashore. 10 News reporter Phil Buck went to Hernando Beach, where the heroes continue to show up and ask to be put to work.
Dozens of homes needing to be gutted this weekend in Hernando.
This is what my front yard looked like. We had to gut our house. Everything had to go. Everything fucked up and destroyed. Nothing was salvageable. Unless it didn't touch water.
Because of all the flooding that came with Hurricane Hermine. And a lot of the dirty work is being done by people who live here, stepping up as volunteers to help their neighbors.
That's the Coast Guard station. They did so many events here. This is right around the corner from like the entrance to the neighborhood. This is the local Coast Guard station. They were doing a bunch of like that was where they were deploying everybody to provide aid throughout the neighborhood. And this place had like 3 people working in it most of the year. Hurricane hits, it's where they sent like a ton of Coast Guard to provide aid.
Erin Daly's day job is as a prosecutor in Hernando County, but her experience in disaster relief from 9/11 to Hurricane...
This is literally my neighborhood. This is like my neighborhood, like, and the news coverage of when the hurricane hit it.
Sandy jolted her into action in the wake of Hermine.
We're going up there this afternoon. There's a lot of people who don't have insurance. Their houses are on the ground, especially out here in Hernando Beach.
2016 was not a peak year. What the fuck are you talking about? 2016, even if you subtract the election, was like a famously awful year. One of the worst years that everybody agrees, just like an awful year unanimously. Who the fuck says minus the election 2016 was pretty peak? What the fuck? Only, like, actual 12-year-olds could be saying that because, like, so many beloved celebrities died in 2016. Oh, my God. Don't you remember 2016 was the year of beloved celebrities dying? Just day after day after day, or every week, a beloved, well-known celebrity died. Like, literally. Carrie Fisher, oh, my God. Fucking Princess Leia died in 2016. Oh, my God, that was a big one. Dude, Jesus Christ, yeah, it really felt like, I think, who else that was huge died in 2016? I want to say, I might sound crazy for this, Prince? Yeah, didn't Prince die in 2016? Did Bowie die in 2016 too? Yeah, Bowie, Prince, Carrie Fisher, Muhammad Ali, Patty Duke, Edward Albee, Pat Summitt, Gene Wilder. Oh my God, Gene Wilder was 2016 too. Phyllis Schlafly, David Bowie, Elie Wiesel, Shimon Peres, Nancy Reagan, well, that's a good one. Arnold Palmer and Harper Lee. There was more. There's more. Dude, 2016 was off. My grandma died in 2016 too. My grandma as well, Boltsidorov. She died about a day or two before my 17th birthday in July 2016. So, yeah. That was rough, but, like, yeah. I'm there with you there. I'm there with you, Boltsidorov. And that year I was in the same place as you. You're not alone. Oh, your grandma was horrible? My grandma was... If you asked my mom, she would say my grandma was horrible. But if you ask me, she was great. I loved my grandma. My grandma loved me. My mom has horror stories, though.
But by the end of the weekend, more than 100 volunteers had helped clean out upwards of 70 flooded homes.
A lot of people think they're waiting for their insurance company to tell them that they need to get rid of this carpet. And we're here to tell you, who's getting rid of it now?
A lot of people just having to throw away everything they've got.
Sarah Hill's heroics began the night Hermine made landfall.
Pounding on their door, trying to get them to wake up. I went over twice and they didn't get it. And then finally, when the water was up to their slider, I started pounding on their slider and they woke up. And I'm like, come over to my house.
A lot of people, that was what was happening. As the floodwater started to come in, you would get knocks because people are like running around in the street as the water's coming into houses, and people like were offering other people, do you want to like come to our house? We've got a stilt house. Do you want to come to our house on the hill? We had our neighbors did offer to get us out of the neighborhood when the floodwater was like kind of low still, because they had a very high truck. The thing that stopped us from getting out was the water level being above our tailpipe in our car. We couldn't go anywhere with that. Like, it's like if we left the driveway, the tailpipe would have immediately gone underwater and it's over. Can't, like, the car isn't, it's going to flood. Nothing you can do there once the tailpipe's underwater. Neighbors had a big ass fucking truck and their tailpipe was not going to get consumed. But it was really lucky we didn't go with them, because it turns out 3 blocks away as you leave the neighborhood, the water was about 2 feet deep there. Like, the one road there is to exit the entire neighborhood that anyone would have to take, 2 feet deep. They got fucking stranded and had to wade back 2 blocks to get back to the house. It was good that we didn't go with them. Because at the time, it seemed like it might be the right choice, but we had our dogs, and we had all our stuff, and we needed to try to get everything saved. We didn't have time to immediately go with them. It's a good thing we didn't, because we would have been stuck 2 blocks away, and we would have to carry our garbage bags of electronics through the, like, rain and the wind and the, like, knee-deep water. Well, that's dangerous civic planning. Well, to be clear, this neighborhood was built decades ago before the storm surge was this bad.
And organizers here say they're looking for a lot more than volunteers moving forward. They say they need donations.
And this just happened again, by the way. Like, this didn't just happen now, or this didn't just happen, like, back when I lived there. This happened like 4 or 5 more times, and one of them was really recent, since I moved out and we got made homeless by the storm. When me and my mom visited Florida earlier this year, we drove around this old neighborhood so I could, like, you know, just see my childhood neighborhood. They had a bunch of shit piled up on the lawns because a hurricane had just gone through. It was just reliving the last day I had been there, because everybody's doors were open. They were pulling shit out of their houses and piling them up in their lawn just like this, because another hurricane had hit and done the same thing 6 years later. And it's happened multiple times since then, too. So this is like every year and a half, the residents of this town, of this neighborhood, are having to deal with these, like, waters in their house from the flooding, hurricanes. And I'm telling you guys, we are 1 or 2 hurricane seasons away from an entire coast of Florida being gone. Like, millions of people's homes gone. Millions of Americans displaced. It's gonna happen. We are like 1, 2, maybe 3 hurricane seasons away. I am telling you right now, as a Floridian, I know when it's coming. I can tell how much, like, the coast can handle, and we are at the fucking limit, bro. We're past the limit. When hurricanes hit, we go above the limit. But climate change, is it real? True.
Some food, clothing, and furniture, because so much was lost in the flooding from Hurricane Hermine. In Hernando Beach, filled about 10.
Are there any other videos, like better ones? I know it happened 7 years ago, but like...
All right, Tom, thank you. And as Tom mentioned, Hurricane Hermine will hit the Big Bend area of Florida sometime overnight. It is the first hurricane to hit our state in 11 years. We sent News 6 reporter Nadine Yanis to that area for us. She joins us live from Shell Point Beach. And Nadine, some people already evacuated because of the storm.
This is outside of Florida. This is when it was working its way down the coast.
Yeah, and they had to. It was a mandatory evacuation here in Wakulla County, along with several other counties here in the Big Bend area. And that's because they are afraid of what we're seeing right now. High winds and rain, storm surge and flooding. And take a look. This is already what we're seeing Hermine do here. This bench at this park right on the edge.
So do you guys want to know why it was so bad with this particular hurricane? By the time it hit Florida, it was only a tropical storm. It wasn't even that bad of a storm. It's just that it came at the worst time during a supermoon super tide event. So there's something called a super tide, and you get them during usually during a supermoon where the moon's really big in the sky, full and all that. You end up getting a really fucking high tide. It happens twice a year, 4 times a year maybe. Yeah, I got pretty used to them because I lived on the water. So they would be like, oh, well, the tide's high tonight. And I'd look up and it's like, oh, big-ass moon. Makes sense. That happened the same night the hurricane hit. So the tide was already, unusually high. And then the storm surge came. And the rainwater. And, it was already pretty choppy seas from the wind. And it was just a combination of factors that caused... basically we weathered category 2 hurricanes in that house and we're fine. It was just the worst possible scenario made it have as bad of a response as it did in regards to the flooding.
Edge of the bay about to be swept away, and if you take a look at these conditions, this is
the look up Cedar Key when Hermine hit. I took you through there afterwards, and the stairs were ripped off the sides of the restaurants, and the whole island went underwater. Yeah, my mom just messaged me. I was reading her messages out loud, if you guys couldn't tell. Yeah, we went to a place called Cedar Key, which is close by to where we lived, and yeah, it was so bad that the buildings had been ripped apart. It was fucking awful. Hurricane Hermine was it wasn't a super rough hurricane, but the way it hit and the factors that combined made it really bad. Really, really bad. All right. TSW the Shadow Wolf, I appreciate the additional $5 donation. How kind of you. Thank you. Said, Link, here is a video on the Beyblade XX Over project, taking old Beyblades and redesigning them to fit the new system like a game remake. Oh, okay. Because, old Beyblades are made differently than newer ones are, so I guess there's, rules and stuff, so they're restoring them so they're fair to use in the current game, or they're part of the meta.
For this Hello everyone, we've got some pretty crazy news updates for the Beyblade crossover project. This is essentially where Takara Tomy gets pays from the past generation and remakes those Beyblades in the new Beyblade X system. However, before we continue with this video, mallofbays.com. We have Beyblade X products, we have the unicorn stuff, which you're going to be getting this week and also shipping out this week. And
why don't we have gay blades for Pride? Exactly, Mr. Inedible. Homophobia, that's why.
Eventually my review, and as well we have other Beyblade Burst products. This is an...
Oh god, more Beyblade. Listen. They donated, okay? We're going to watch 2 minutes. 2 minutes, because they donated $5. You know how it is.
Optional way to support the channel, and I truly do appreciate any support regardless. It does keep the channel alive, so I appreciate it. Now, with that being...
True. Seriously, likes and comments and subs, they help a lot. Seriously, if you're a frequent watcher, likes and comments really help. Even just a like. Just if you hit that thumbs up button before you watch a video, it helps so much. It helps so much. It really does. I'm not just talking about my channel, but other content creators you watch. Seriously, if you watch a bunch of YouTubers, just make it a habit to hit the like button before you even start watching the video so you don't forget. Your favorite content creators, including me, will thank you for it.
Being said, let's kind of talk about, you know, the big womp womp. Basically, the Tripio remake is canceled. Now, I kind of did expect this. Now, to give you some backstory on Tripio, while the attack ring, you know, if you see Plastic Stevie, there is like a way to have like an optimal combo for it, obviously. So even if I say, you know, what I'm about to say, you know, have some understanding, but Tripio, it just kind of has this kind of meme appeal in Japan because, you know, there's like content creators do like this crazy stuff trying to like modify every possible way for Tripio. And, you know, it's kind of like a meme. Like if it was kind of like a shit post of a remake, it's not really like, I feel like it had that much appeal other than, oh, it'd be funny if it won. Basically what happens is that now when you see the actual
it looks like a meme. It's like a big, like, propeller blade.
Remake next to the original one, you know, they had it pretty faithful to the original size. Now, already you have issues.
Imagine combining a crossbow with a Beyblade Ripper. Dog.
With this because of the fact that if you keep it the original size, the original shape, for starters, one, I'm very certain that the attack ring, if they did the X remake, would have been plastic for the outer part, which breakages issues could have been pretty much possible. But either way, it would be very, very hard to KO it, and it would be very hard to even get an extreme finish on it. So already this bay is working against the stadium because you can't actually follow the rules properly. Like by design, it is not possible for Tripio in its original size to exist. Now the reason that they give for basically this process...
Forgive me, Zan, I forgot to like the stream. Well, now you've liked it, and I do appreciate it. Alright, we've watched 2 minutes. Unfortunately, the time is up. Though I do like that meme Beyblade, the plastic one. That's pretty silly. I do hope that somebody goes to, like, tournaments and uses that just completely unironically. Or, I guess ironically, but you know what I mean. Just does it, you know, and just says, yep, this is my bay. I'm using, the big plastic fan bay. Zan is very forgiving, unfortunately, for you. I am very forgiving. Maybe I'll donate a video about Icarus, because this game is so goddamn good. Wings of Icarus, you mean? I think I've heard of that game. It's the one where it's like airship battles. It's like Rust, but PvE. Oh, just Icarus. Okay. Dude, I miss Wings of Icarus. That was such a neat game. It was like you had 2 airships, and they were having like an airship battle, and you're one of like 10 crewmates on one of the ships, and you can operate the guns, repair broken parts of the ship, or pilot it. And I think there was some other things you could do. And as you damage certain parts of the opposing airship, or you receive damage, you'd lose air. And if you crash into the earth, you lose. But if you repair up the parts that are broken, you can gain more air. And so it's a matter of, like, blasting out each other's engines, and then, like, that's, you know, the crew's trying to repair. If you shoot where the crew is, you can kill them, and they're dead for a bit, which lets you get the ship to sink real low. And it's a matter of, like, who can bombard the other while dodging as many shots, and who's got the most cohesive team of people. The Jesse Cox vs. Total Biscuit Wings of Icarus vids were great. Yeah. Now I watch Jesse Cox for the FF14 content. I'm quite excited to see Jesse Cox playing Dawn Trail after I get through Dawn Trail. It's so fucking great being caught up on Endwalker, and now I can watch all the streamers' like reactions to the huge story moments. Oh, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good, dude. I don't have to worry about spoilers anymore for any of, like, the coolest moments in the game. Hell yeah. Because, like, before, I had these videos constantly in my recommended, like, insert streamer reacts to Shadowbringer's ending, insert streamer reactions to Endwalker ending, and it's like, I haven't gotten to these points yet. I want to see that reaction because their face is, like, freaking out, but I'm not there yet. And now I've gotten there, and I've seen it myself, and I know why they're freaking out, and now I want to see their reactions. Zan, I've been meaning to ask, what is that flag in the background? I'm dumb. It's the Super Earth flag. From Helldivers 2 and Helldivers 1, I guess. I mean, yeah. Most of you guys probably know Helldivers 2. Xander Hall, I highly recommend looking at the link that Summerstar sent. What's this? A Tripio can't be used. It's not part of this gen, but they are remaking Storm Pegasus, one from your childhood, into the X Beyblade gen. Siemgerlink? Interesting. I don't remember this one specifically, but it looks pretty cool. It does look pretty cool. It seems like the meta that they make Beyblades with is a mix of, like, the core is plastic, the top is plastic, and then the part that does the bashing is metal. Which seems like a good balance for, like, weight, so that they can spin fast and move around, but also be sturdy and hard-hitting. I like it. Here's Dr. Disrespect's Game Studios statement. Seems like they concluded the allegations were true. Yeah, the overwhelming response seems to be that they're doing this with no proof. And yet they say, we assumed his innocence and began speaking with parties involved. Okay. You've got a lot of conservatives in the replies. Pretty much all conservatives, like the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, are all in the replies saying, with no evidence. I like that the top reply is someone replying to him with this image. When someone tweeted "fuck Hitler" and he quote tweeted it for some reason saying, "And there we have it. Yikes." What was he doing here? What did he think? Did he think he was cooking? I think he was trying to claim this Michael guy was woke. And so this was like him proving that he's woke because he'd said "fuck Hitler." Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Pathetic. Pathetic. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect all you guys' amazing generosity. $84 so far. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that. Seriously. Oh, and speaking of which, Joel the Dreamer, thank you for the 5 Aussie dollars. Suzanne, as a gamer, would you want an unreconstructed Duke Nukem reboot to happen? An unreconstructed Duke Nukem reboot. Never really played Duke Nukem, so I don't really have an attachment to the series. But I mean, if people want it, then I hope it happens, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty much my position. If you're a Duke Nukem fan, you want a reboot. Hopefully it happens. Who the fuck in good graces would have the audacity and hatred for their child to name it Joel? What? Mr. Inedible, what's the matter with you? Why are you? What do you got against the name Joel? Why are you mean, Mr. Inedible? What's your deal? The Doom devs could probably make a new Duke Nukem game work? Yeah, totally. Yeah, Joel's a good name. What the fuck are you talking about? What? My name's Joel. It's a joke about Joel's. Ah, your name's Joel. I see. Okay. Alright. Okay, I get it. Because you're... But it's not in your name, so I wouldn't know that your name's Joel from the name Mr. Inedible. So I don't... Like... That's like going to another universe and making, like, where a show doesn't exist and then referencing that show, expecting people to get the reference. It's like, well, how would we know that your name's Joel? Hi, Joel, Vsauce here. Or Michael Vsauce. Well, isn't there a Joel in Vsauce? Yeah, there's a Joel Vsauce, too. There's Michael Vsauce and Joel Vsauce. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, are you the Joel that runs the Helldivers 2 live war? Like, are you the Joel? Hold on, chat. Let me find the next segment I'm covering. All right. Oh, and another one from Joel the Dreamer. Thank you for the additional 5 Aussie dollars. Says, do you think there is a right way to do a damsel in distress game? I don't think it's an altogether problematic trope. So I think the reason why damsel in distress has always been such a, like, negatively connotated trend is because for a very long time, women in media were basically relegated to nothing but that role. There were 2 roles that a woman or maybe 3 roles that a woman could serve in media, and it was, like, common that you'd see it. Either as a villain, usually a woman or a villain that doesn't work if the villain isn't a woman. So usually, like, the villainy is some womanly thing, right? As a love interest or a trophy, not a character or a person, but a love interest and trophy for usually a male protagonist to be rewarded with at the end of the story. Or a reward or trophy that the male protagonist cannot or does not receive. Or, I guess the other option would be a woman who is, like, the final goal. Like, a similar example, but, like, you are trying to save the woman because she's helpless and you're a man and you gotta save, like that. Those are, like, the 4 positions that women oftentimes were allowed to fill in a lot of gaming and just media across the board. And as that's become less prevalent, and you can find far more media with, like, you know, female characters that can take care of themselves and are actual characters and not, like, an archetype or just a face to fill in a, like, needed role in the story and less of a character, more of, like, a plot device. I think nowadays, if you make a story with a damsel in distress storyline, you're much less likely to get shit for it. Frankly, I feel like you're more likely to get shit for having anything interpretable as a Mary Sue characteristic in a female character nowadays than you are for having damsel in distress trope in your media, you know? So I wouldn't worry too much about it myself, Joel the Dreamer, but thank you for the 5 Aussie dollars. All right. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, when I first started this YouTube channel, well, not when I first started it, but when it really started to blow up in the political space, it was because of a video I made telling my story about how I fell into the alt-right rabbit hole, as they call it, and how I got out. I was a teenager. I had some pretty impressionable politics that were, to begin with, leaning pretty left. Like, I was arguably a pretty progressive liberal at the start, but I was a teenager who didn't really understand politics or why I believed what I believed. And so, as YouTube started to get taken over, YouTube being my, like, main source of entertainment outside of video games at the time, I didn't watch TV. As right-wing political content started to take over YouTube in the year before Trump got elected, and especially in the years after, I found myself falling into it. I was already kind of into atheist content. I never liked Christianity or religion. I never have, I never will. And so atheist content I already enjoyed for quite some time. One thing that you might remember started to happen was that the atheist community started to adopt the anti-SJW label and started to kind of rebrand over, simultaneously collabing and working with new content creators that came along, basically filling the role of these populist, conservative, like, anti-SJWs. A very similar thing happened then as is happening today, and that's what I'm about to get into. Now, as the years went by, we started to see this quote-unquote counterculture, as they would call it, of conservatism take over a bunch of fringe internet areas, including YouTube and Twitter, right? And there was definitely some level of pushback, but nowhere near as much as there even is today. And worst of all, it really seemed like YouTube was rewarding the rage bait conservative anti-SJW content, no matter how soulless, hateful, and derivative it was, while actively punishing, demonetizing, and suppressing content from more progressive YouTubers. Like, think back to 2015. were there any big lefty content creators back then that even held a torch to the average anti-SJW YouTuber from 2014 to 2016? I can't think of any. Like, maybe H-Bomber Guy and Contra were making some videos, but they were nowhere near as big. Destiny existed, but he was just streaming video games and stuff. Like, there wasn't really an established left-wing side of the argument. It was just conservative content creators flooding the website. Lindsay Ellis was not a strictly left-wing content creator. While she definitely has, for most of her time online, been blatantly progressive in her politics, she doesn't make political YouTube videos. They're movie review videos. So yeah, like, there really wasn't a response to the conservative takeover. And as years went by, the outcome of allowing the alt-right, as they at the time proudly called themselves, to take off on the internet, and on YouTube notably, started to lead to what we look back on as the inevitable, easily predictable outcome of a massive spike in far-right terrorism and violence. We ended up seeing the Unite the Right rally. We ended up seeing countless terror attacks motivated by Trump and the right-wing sort of like culture war online. And news media started to take it seriously. What I really think blew it up was in early 2019, maybe March or April of 2019, I forget when the Christchurch shooting happened. This was done by a neo-Nazi who wrote an entire, like, 55-page manifesto called The Great Replacement. And when reading it, it was just a diatribe about how he had gotten into anti-SJW content, and from there, fallen into 4chan, alt-right messaging boards, and how he was radicalized into realizing, quote-unquote, that the only option was to slaughter brown people. And so, yeah, he said he was inspired by Candace Owens in large part, because she's one of the biggest perpetrators of the Great Replacement. What you got to recognize is a lot of non-white conservative figures are a lot more mask off than the white ones, because when accused of racism, they just respond with, "What? I'm a brown white supremacist?" They'll just say that to you, and then, you know, all their white supremacist fans will clap, because they know. But, regardless, though, this led to a large amount of media coverage of the fact that YouTube was actively pushing people into right-wing content. Now, if you don't remember, at the time, it was so bad that you could put on a Minecraft Let's Play on your TV, like on your YouTube on your TV, leave it playing and fall asleep, and when you wake up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water or use the bathroom, a Sargon of Akkad video will have autoplayed. You could start with any content on the website, and within 4, 5, maybe 6 autoplays, you would be on some, like, actual white supremacist content. Autoplayed. The ads, so much autoplay, or so many ads were for, like, white supremacist, like, groups and shit. It was a time where things were really fucking weird on the platform. And in response, the media started to give it a lot of attention. And in response to the media giving it a lot of attention, and there being terrorist attacks motivated by YouTubers, YouTube decided to crack down. They banned Stefan Molyneux and a cavalcade of other popular right-wing figures like Nick Fuentes at the time, and on top of that, adjusted their YouTube algorithm in order to stop recommending content that focuses so heavily on controversial topics. This hurt the left, kinda, but it hurt the right a lot more. It was basically a mini adpocalypse for, like, the right. The adpocalypse happening also kind of pushed YouTube into this, I think, too, because, like, yeah, like, a lot of... It caused a whole adpocalypse, you're right. However, the biggest piece of media that would come out talking about this alt-right rabbit hole on YouTube was a study that was done. I forget what it was called, but the logo was like a YouTube play button on fire. And the study was meant to prove or disprove the claim that YouTube was pushing people into conservative content, even if they had a new account and they were just watching non-political videos. Like, the claim was that eventually you would end up watching conservative content, and it would just autoplay and YouTube would push you into it. This was true for years, but by the time the study was conducted, YouTube had already cleaned up their act and adjusted the algorithm. So the results of said study were that, no, YouTube does not show favor for the right. which was always like really weird when you like, it's like, okay, well, yeah, not now, but literally 4 months ago after the shooting, it was very clear that they were, right? It feels weird to do it now. Regardless, though, now it's been roughly 4 years. It's been a while. And you might have noticed that YouTube seems to be allowing and harboring far more right-wing hate speech than it has in quite some time, like comparable to 2016, maybe. And so I felt, there's a good chance that if they did a study like that today, they would probably find a different result than they did back in 2019. They would probably see results similar to like 2017, 2016. Well, I've got some news for you guys. YouTube is driving users to right-wing content, says new study. That's right. They have conducted a new study, just like the one that came out with the result that there was no right-wing bias on YouTube back in 2019. They did a new one. And now, the results are pretty clear that YouTube is showing a blatant conservative bias and pushing people into conservative content. This video is from Waldorf Nation, and it came out 5 days ago. I'm pretty interested to see what the deal is, because I've never watched any of this person's videos before, but I had no idea this study had come out until I was sent this video by my fans, so let's check this out. It feels kind of, I don't know, it feels validating to finally have data to back up what I've felt for a while now, which is we're entering another Gamergate era.
And what is a pattern that many of us lefty content creators had already suspected? It appears that YouTube's algorithm...
True. That's the best way to word it. I already suspected this.
...is recommending right-wing political content as well as Christian-themed videos to people that have never interacted with that kind of content before, showing a clear bias in the recommendation algorithm towards that kind of content.
On the bright side, after a year and a half, Dylan Burns was finally able to get remonetized a couple weeks ago. It took probably 100 tweets at Team YouTube and a year and a half of being fully demonetized falsely, but YouTube finally admitted the demonetization was false and remonetized Dylan. Every lefty content creator I know has been striked numerous times, and it takes months, but eventually YouTube admits it was a false strike. Meanwhile, I've yet to see, in like the last year and a half, a large right-wing figure receive a single bit of punishment for daily TOS violations.
So this is according to a recent study of the platform's suggestions to users. Now, before I get into the details, first off, I'm not exactly surprised, and you shouldn't be either, but
yeah,
it goes from being unsurprised to being completely infuriated after you hear the details. Now, the study was just one piece of a 4-part research project conducted by the London-based nonprofit organization that researches extremism called the Institute for Strategic Dialogue. Now, they explored the video recommendation system that is served to accounts designed to mimic users that were, in this case, interested in 4 different topics. One of them is not going to be surprised that, actually 2 of them, I wasn't surprised that they served right-wing content, but the other ones, well, it's a little bit different.
I'm going to guess the ones he's not surprised about are fitness and gaming. I think that the accounts that they made that were into fitness and gaming would have been the fastest and most realistic to immediately get recommended right-wing political content. But I'm guessing cooking and, like, crafts. I'm guessing the other 2 were cooking and crafts. That after a while, even then, YouTube starts pushing Christian and conservative stuff on you. Yeah, like fighting sports, maybe? Like, maybe sports and... Yeah, hard to say. Like, I think that the fitness, gun, and gaming communities, despite not being intrinsically conservative, have a very strong conservative lean online right now.
Now, the topics were gaming, male lifestyle gurus.
Okay. I was close. So gaming was one of them, obviously. That's inevitable. Gaming is like a third of this platform's viewership. Male gurus. That basically means like lifestyle type shit, you know, like content's like, here's how you can DIY yada yada workouts, blah, blah, like any type of content that dudes would generally be watching for self-improvement. Like, here's my garage, look at all my books, knowledge, that type of shit.
Mommy vloggers and Spanish language
garage.
News. Okay. So
mommy vloggers and what?
Now, the topics were gaming, male lifestyle gurus, mommy vloggers, and Spanish language news.
Interesting. Spanish language news getting really conservative recommendations kind of doesn't surprise me. If the Republicans were a bit less racist, they would have so many more Hispanic voters. But yeah, like all of the, to give you an idea of how racist like Hispanic people can get, the biggest neo-Nazi figures in America right now are all Hispanic. The current leader of the Proud Boys, who's in prison, Enrique Tarrio, fucking Nick Fuentes. Usually it's like Catholic Hispanics that are like the most effective advocates for white supremacy right now, and the most famous advocates for white supremacy right now. If the Republicans were a bit less racist towards Hispanics and redirected that racism towards black people, so much more of the Hispanic vote would go to the Republicans. American Hispanics hate black people. There is so much racism. There is so much racism in the American Hispanic community. Not really, though. Bullshit. You have never met a Floridian Cuban in your life, motherfucker. You have never met a Floridian Cuban in your fucking life. Dude, oh my God, if the Republicans were less racist against specifically Hispanics, they would get so many more Hispanic voters. If the racism was more targeted on like other minorities than Hispanics, they would get so much more of the Hispanic vote. So many Catholics, so many Christians, so many like gun-loving, conservative, like church-going, like, yeah. No, Cubans especially hate black people. Yeah, so fucking racist. A lot of Floridian Cubans are. Yeah, dude. You can call me racist for saying this. I'm from Florida. I met a lot of Floridian Cubans. Those motherfuckers are racist. You know who isn't racist, though? You know who isn't racist, typically? American Puerto Ricans. I'm pretty sure, like, Puerto Rico is America at this point, but regardless, tend to be far less racist. But American Cubans, I've heard the most racist shit I've ever heard from Cuban men in Florida.
Okay. So, again, why those topics? According to Effie Gallagher, I may have gotten that pronunciation wrong, so I apologize. The project's lead analyst said, we wanted to, for the most...
Chileans are racist towards Bolivians, Peruvians, and Venezuelans? I don't know much about that, but I'll believe you.
...part, look at things that don't generally direct people into extremist worlds or anything along those lines. Now, already, I see a flaw, okay? Knowing YouTube as I do, I instantly knew, as soon as I saw gaming, that, oh yeah, it's going to lead people down to extremism.
Yeah, pretty much you look up any news whatsoever about gaming, and within 5 or 6 results, you're going to see something about how a new game is going woke or something. Unless it's got no culture war issue with it, you're going to see some politically charged bullshit that will be right-leaning in the replies. Nothing like left-leaning typically, because left-leaning content rarely gets churned out as like algorithm bait and like tries to focus on getting you to click because you're angry about something. When it can, it does well, but oftentimes it doesn't do that and thus doesn't do as well. While right-wing content is sort of inherently rage bait. It's going to immediately get those clicks.
You know it, okay? Gaming content, let me tell you what, a lot of the right-wingers...
Not saying you're wrong. Well, you're definitely not saying I'm wrong, because you're giving the exact reason why I'm right. Don't Cuban Americans have a particularly unique experience immigrating to this country that would inform their politics much differently than other Hispanic groups? Yeah. A little bit of it has to do with the way the Democrats have kind of been hated by Cuban Americans for a long time due to like the Cuban Missile Crisis. And then there's also the fact that a ton of extremely wealthy Cubans and Cuban slave owners they lost their wealth and they lost their slaves and they lost their land when the fucking revolution happened and a bunch of landlords, slave owners, and extremely wealthy like higher class people in Cuba were being attacked or killed or executed or whatever, and they fled. And so a lot of them are they hate socialism, and they hate the left because they see the left as socialist. So yeah, there's a very, very hard Republican lean among Cubans, especially in Florida.
Years that are very...
Especially the older they are. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Here, actually, really quick before I resume this video, I have to pee so bad. Normally, I don't do this mid-segment. I know that gives you an idea of how bad I have to go, but I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, okay? Nice. Thank you, guys. I try not to go and use the bathroom during segments because, like, I should just do it in between and not have to make my editor cut it out. But, I had to pee. I drank a whole can of Monster, and I haven't used the bathroom since, and it hit me really hard. I was like, I'm sure I can stick this segment out till the end. And about 5 minutes later, I was like, I could, but it won't be pleasant. So I'm just going to go use the restroom and not be in pain for the whole rest of the segment. That was a Quicksilver piss. No, when you got to piss real bad, that shit comes out like a fucking power washer.
Popular on this platform are popular because of gaming. Because specifically, they point at trends in the gaming industry towards so-called wokeness, right? And they criticize that. And they make tons and tons of content saying, this game's too woke, it's got a female in it.
Well, it's like, because there's no accountability. Like, let's say I uploaded, like, 2 or 3 videos in a row about, like, Blair White. I would have commentary YouTubers, drama YouTubers, right-wing, YouTubers, every content creator that doesn't like me would, like, all of a sudden be talking about that and, like, finding ways to frame it in the worst way possible to try and attack my, like, my, what's the word for it? My trustworthiness or my legitimacy as a content creator, as, like, a political figure. But if you get your average right-wing pundit making 4, 5, 6 videos in a row about the same game being woke and it's the same stuff being repeated over and over and over and over again, there's no consequences for that. Like, no one's going to come along and attack that YouTuber. Like, no one with any platform, at least, is going to attack them and say, look at this hypocritical bullshit. Because a lot of conservative figures, they view success as a merit. And they'll say this publicly. So being a grifting cunt, just trying to make, like, a bottom dollar, like increase your bottom dollar, isn't seen as hypocritical. I've seen conservative fans of conservative pundits reply to posts exposing them for doing crypto scams, saying, what do you mean this is bad? It made him a bunch of money. Like, they don't connect the dots and understand that they're saying it's bad because morally it's wrong to scam your fans. They think that when you say it's bad, you're saying it was a bad decision strategically. And so they're confused and say, what do you mean? It made him a ton of money. He made millions off of it. It's like, well, yeah, he made millions off of it, but it was bad because it's immoral. Like, they will literally not think using that mindset that there are things that are immoral and bad, not because it was a poor choice for your bottom line or making money, but because it was an immoral action that was taken.
No, we can't have that. Oh.
They shamelessly clothe their females, inviting others to unclothe them, the very depth of perversion.
So that is basically the right wing, right? They're not they're too.
They are kind of Ferengi. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, conservatives are a bit like a mix of Ferengi, the Borg. Honestly, every villain in Star Trek is a kind of conservative when you think about it. Like, actually think about it. Like, Picard debating the villain of an episode of Star Trek into being, like, chill and fucking off is usually just him arguing against a popular conservative belief. Just, like, some words switched around. Like, is that not true? Like, how many times have you seen Picard stand up and say, "Listen to me now. War and the destruction of these planets' environments, it is wrong. These species on these planets have evolved there for thousands of years, and now you come and you bring your war there. This is wrong. You know it is wrong. You know it in your heart, and look me in the eye and say it's right." You know, like, he'll do some shit like that. It's like, no, this is like the most progressive shit ever, you know? Like, Picard is literally like the universe's best progressive debater. A lot of the villains in Star Trek are just conservatives. I'm not even joking. Warmongers, greedy, like, money hoarder bourgeoisie, assimilatory, like, individuality destroying robots that want to assimilate you, fucking rapists, you know, like, a fair amount of, like, the bad guys are just a species that doesn't consider women equal or something. It's like, oh shit, oh god, they've kidnapped us and they want to, like, marry off our women, you know? We gotta get ourselves out of this one. Star Trek's wild. I haven't watched a load of Star Trek, but I've seen enough to know, like, actually, I've probably seen a lot of Star Trek. My mom watches a lot of Star Trek, so yeah. Her favorite is Voyager. She loves Janeway, so she's a big Voyager fan.
Not unclothed enough, but they're too clothed as well. I mean, just look at some of the videos they made about Stellar Blade and the protagonist there. Too much clothes. Anyway.
Yeah, it is interesting how you've got, like, half the right-wing gaming community is talking about how, like, these streamer women are whores for having their boobs out while, like, streaming a game. And meanwhile, the other half, if not the same people, are, like, screaming about a non-existent camel toe removal from a Stellar Blade skin. It's like, okay, dude.
Again, gaming filled with right-wing chuds, okay?
I don't think gaming is filled with right-wing chuds. I think that gaming is dominated... The gaming media sphere online is dominated by grifters who use rage bait to game the algorithms and get ahead. You have to get rage clicks to succeed online more often than not these days. It's the easiest way to success. It's what the right takes. The left doesn't really have that option unless, like, you really want to, like, go tanky or something, I guess. And so the right gets that benefit of, like, rage clicks. It's all about the rage clicks. That's what allows this this bias to exist. It's not so much that YouTube prefers conservative content. If the left made as much money for YouTube as the right does, we'd be in an opposite situation right now. YouTube and Google just care about their bottom line and making money. And they'll cut off these channels and change everything with this algorithm if enough negative attention gets brought to the platform about this. All it takes is a couple more mass shootings with manifestos citing right-wing YouTubers with millions of subs, and YouTube will kick it back into gear, and for the next 3 or 4 years, you won't get Nazi stuff in your recommended anymore. But it will go back. It will always go back, because hate bait, rage bait, it's a moneymaker. And Google and YouTube can hardly, if ever, resist.
The other thing that I wasn't surprised about is male lifestyle gurus. I mean, come on. Definitely it's going to lead you down to right-wing, rabbit holes, okay? So anyway, getting back to the methodology, here's what they did.
I would have searched crafts. I would have done crafts, gaming, fitness, and like nature exploration, actually. Like bushcraft. Like bushcraft content workout content, gaming content, cooking content. I would have made accounts that are only interested in those 4 topics and seen how long it takes for each one to get recommended white nationalist shit.
So researchers had created accounts and built mock user personas by searching for content. That's what you do on YouTube. You search for content. Subscribing to channels and watching the videos using those accounts. That's how you build the algorithmic profile that then will serve you videos based on what they think that you will like. So now, after having built these personas for 5 days, researchers then recorded the video recommendations displayed on each account's homepage for the next month.
Oh, my mom says don't tell lies about me. Voyager is the best show, but Picard is the best captain. You specifically said the words to me. Janeway is my favorite captain. I like you literally.
Okay. The results.
The actress played Janeway, who played Janeway made a pro flat Earth video. Jesus. Guh. That's awful.
One investigation, the most frequently recommended news channel for both child and adult accounts interested in the male life.
My mom messaged me. She was mad I misquoted which captain's her favorite. She likes Picard the most, which is based. I agree with that.
Lifestyle guru happened to have been Fox News. Even though neither account had ever watched Fox News during their persona building stage.
Yeah, that's really weird, actually. That YouTube immediately suggests Fox News. You would think the rage bait conservative content would be ahead, but damn. Like, right off the bat, it's Fox News is what's recommended. Out of all the news channels, like CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, it's Fox News is what YouTube recommends.
So it's just like shoveling Fox News at you, even though you're not.
The worst part is, like, while YouTube is showing an active favorability towards conservative content, they're going to continue to play the victim. Like, there's like a handful of conservative, like, left-wing content creators that aren't basically living paycheck to paycheck. And meanwhile, like, every other conservative chud grifter has, like, a basement studio thing they've got going on. Like, a fucking, like, arsenal of, like, guns and a nice car and shit. And it's like, okay, yeah. And meanwhile, they play the victim about how, like, opposed to them these platforms are and how they have no freedom of speech and they're so oppressed.
Not at all interested in Fox News. Never watched any Fox News videos.
Tim Pool, for example.
Now, the accounts actually had watched something that, again, shouldn't surprise you for the results here. They watched Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson and had searched for the terms alpha male.
So this is the male guru one. Like, how quick do you get recommended blatant conservative media when you look up male guru stuff? This is the one you expect to immediately show conservative results, is when you look up anything to do with, like, male guru advice.
Because, of course, right? And still, the algorithm's like, we must serve you Fox News. Now, the study said this suggests that YouTube and associated male lifestyle videos and creators with conservative topics. Again, not exactly shocking here. Joe Rogan, I would say he's conservative economically, specifically, and massively anti-trans, right? And what's the right wing on right now?
And he's anti-vax as well. I think he's also a moon landing denier now, isn't he? I know he's had some flat earthers on recently, and he doesn't really challenge them much. The problem is he doesn't have the ability to argue against anything, so he just brings crazy people on, and they just end up radicalizing his audience. He rarely pushes back. Sometimes they do.
Now, massive anti-trans moral panic, okay? And so there's that, and of course Jordan Peterson is right-wing. But now here's the other thing too, right? The left does not have anything like a male lifestyle guru, okay? And I think that there's a missed opportunity here. We're not reaching out to young men as positive role models, okay? The right wing, however...
I agree with that, but I also think it's a little bit of like a meme take at this point. There's not a way that the left can change its rhetoric and behavior broadly that appeals to men. What has to happen is that somebody who already meets the standard for what conservative men think makes a man who breaks other expectations they have. So there needs to be a guy who's like a 6'6", ripped, shredded, bearded, gun-toting, southern accent having, fucking like farmer, like just imagine the most conservative factors you can, combine them, and you've made, and make them progressive, and you're good. I know you guys keep saying, wait, what about Vosh? But you guys are aware of the fact that, like, whether you like Vosh or not, his reputation's like the most nuked thing since like fucking Bikini Atoll. like it sucks, but for like the next year, 2 maybe years, Vosh is going to be a little bit crippled in growth as like the recent dramas take time to like fade into obscurity and memory. It does happen, but yeah, like. Zan, get jacked, you become that guy? I mean, I've been working out more. I just don't know how jacked I can get. A lot of it's how much I can eat. I can't eat a lot of food anymore without feeling sick, which fucking sucks. But yeah, like I've seen, yeah, Vosh gets called the horse guy now. Like I literally had like 4 people come into chat accusing me of still being friends with Vosh, and being in favor of lolicon and horse porn, and I haven't spoken to or like done anything with Vosh in like a year, and people are still going after me with that. Trust me, no one's forgotten yet. It's still it's still pretty spicy. So unfortunately, it would have to be someone else, at least in the current time we're in.
Is reaching out to young men and is filling their head full of weirdo shit. All right, you got people like Jordan Peterson that will lure you in with like things like.
Probably the most successful left-leaning figure pulling in young men with an at least less toxic view about women than conservatives push is Destiny. The only left-adjacent figure that's growing right now, at least that's like who isn't small and thus has like a very high ceiling for growth already. You know, we're talking about people. We're talking about people whose value in subs is already like higher, like they're already known. The only ostensibly left person who's growing right now is Destiny. Vosh is kind of like slowed down and stagnated because of the drama. My channel's not growing a lot, partially because of the Keffel stuff and partially because I haven't been streaming and uploading as much. And like the left's just kind of in a bad spot right now. ContraPoints I don't think is growing. PhilosophyTube might be growing. I'm not sure. I know she's going to be on House of the Dragon, which is neat, I guess. Like, holy shit. Fucking random lefty YouTuber I know about is going to be on the show with the dragons. I'm curious. Wait, really? Yeah. Yeah, she announced that recently. She's going to be playing a leader of the Triarchy in House of the Dragon, which is the pirate confederation that we see Daemon Targaryen fight in like the first couple episodes of the show. She's going to play like a leading member of the Triarchy. So she's going to be like a pirate lord or lady. What's the term for it? Would a woman who's a pirate lord be a lord still? What's the term there? Pirate lady? That doesn't work. Lady of pirates? Pirate mistress? What's the term? I don't know. I don't know what... Just lady of pirates, maybe? Yeah, but lady is like... We don't use that the same way anymore. Pirate queen? Well, not a queen, no. It's just a leader of pirates among a confederation of pirate leaders that have come together to form, like, the Triarchy. There are 3 pirate organizations that came together. Watch the show. Yeah. I used to like Vosh, but not anymore now since he defended TikTok. So true. So true. TikTok defense is unforgivable. No, but in all seriousness, I get where he's coming from here, but I think that the statement that like the left needs to do something to reach out to men doesn't really work so well when the reason why men are turning to the right isn't because the right is providing explanations for things that like that the left isn't, or providing like a thing the left isn't. The thing the right is providing is, well, a lot like the incel content we covered before, is justice porn. In regards to young men in particular who don't feel like that aren't interested in the left and more interested in the right is telling them that every girl that's rejected them is an evil bitch whore who doesn't know what they're missing, and it's all part of some grand conspiracy and political movement meant to fuck over guys like you. Like, it's... The left tells men they have to self-improve if they want to be happy. The right tells men that they don't need to do any work, generally, or if they do, it's because society is the problem, not them. And that's a much easier thing to believe, that everyone else is the problem and not them, than the understanding that the left would have you have, that, like, if women don't find you pleasant, like, overwhelmingly, there's probably something wrong with you, the way that you talk to and treat and think about women, not, oh, it's all women's fault, and they should be able to tell a good guy when they see one. It's just that nice guys finish last. Like, there is a fundamental difference in the messaging, and a lot of young men especially would rather hear what the right is telling them than what the left is telling them. What the left is telling them is, like, you know how, like, conservative dudes will hear life advice from their parents their whole life, and then Jordan Peterson says the same thing, and they're like, yes, my lord, right? A lot of it is just like they want to feel like part of a counterculture movement online that's like going against the establishment and what's expected, and that's just what they feel like. And a lot of it is like self-fulfilling for them because they get to blame everyone else for the causes of their problems. And I worry that when people say we need to appeal to men more, they're not recognizing why the right-wing stuff appeals to men. A lot of young men have an inherent hatred of women. Not inherent, but they hate women already. I've heard Vosh say, do you really think, like, 13-year-old boys are sexist because they hate women or they have, like, a desire for... Yeah. No, like, actually, yeah. I've been a 13-year-old boy once. I was around a lot of other 13-year-old boys when I was 13, and I can assure you, 13, 14, 15, a lot of these young men kind of are a little, like, vindictive about it. A lot of them had, like, one or two, like, rejections from a girl, and they actually hate women now, or they think they hate women. Like, you know, like girls have cooties, but like teenage years kind of shit. It's like resentment and a little bit of hate, I guess. Yeah, resentment. So I think there's definitely more malice there on the part of a lot of these young men directed towards women than some more understanding progressives will like give, you know? Like, I've been in the state, like, of where these incels are at when I was a teenage boy. I've scrolled through those forums and those posts and in the comments of, like, incel stuff. These are posts from, like, teenage boys that are talking in depth about how much they hate women, okay? Like, they a lot of them are extremely insecure and angry and hormonal and fucking mad, I assure you.
Like, oh, clean your room. Nothing wrong with that.
That's true, the nerd. Yeah, I agree with that part of the point, but my overall understanding is that there is a surprising amount of, like, vitriol towards women that you will see from young, like, boys. That would surprise you. It's not all just, like, poor, unfortunate, like, waylaid souls or whatever. Hold on, where's that one video of the, like, 13-year-old boy saying just the most horrific shit to that adult woman? Does anyone know what video I'm talking about? It might have been in a game. Maybe it was in real life. It's just this, like, 12 or 13-year-old boy who's just saying, like, borderline rape threats to this adult woman. And he just thinks he can get away with it, and he's, like, grinning and smiling because he knows he's a kid. And she's an adult, and, like, no one's gonna take it seriously because he's, like, 12. The Sneeko fans, yeah, the Sneeko fans saying, fuck women, we hate women, and they're like, they're squeaky little baby voices. Like, trust me, these little boys, these young men are capable of far more hatred and malice towards women than you can imagine.
Clean your room, organize your life, whatever, right? Find good role models, and then, of course...
That can change, though. That can definitely change. To be very clear, that can change. It's not a permanent state of things, and people can be moved from that, but it's worth knowing how much bitterness there really is.
Peterson then herds people down the pipeline of feminism has destroyed men. Men aren't men anymore.
Well, you don't understand that you have to slay the dragon to kill your father, and you gotta marry your mother. And Freud told us that this is what we have to do, and the lobsters, and I need more benzos.
They're not men anymore, and it just really makes me very...
Oh, dear, I need more benzos. I can't do it. I can't do the Jordan Peterson
And now
impression.
another experiment, by the way, moving on, looked at mommy vloggers. Okay, and you think mommy vloggers like,
anti-vax shit. That's what I'm guessing. Anti-vax shit is what's gonna come up.
all right, mothers who make video diaries about being a parent. All right.
Anti-vax and anti-gay groomer shit.
That shouldn't be, like, political, right? Well, it turns out, in their experiment, researchers created 2 accounts interested in the topic. Now, this time, they changed it up a little bit. They made sure to train the accounts to have different political biases. One of the accounts watched specifically Fox News. Okay. The other watched specifically MSNBC, considered to be left-wing. Now, they found that despite having watched their respective channels for equal amounts of time, the right-leaning account was later more frequently recommended with Fox News videos than the left-wing account was recommended videos from MSNBC. Well, now, that's...
Have you guys noticed this trend on YouTube, by the way? Conservative content viewers are being fed nothing but recommendations from conservative YouTubers. But if you frequently watch left-wing content, do you ever feel like you kind of have to look for new videos from left-wing figures? Like they're not really coming up in your recommended, especially lately. Like lately, the last year or so, it really feels like I gotta look for any type of progressive content, unless I'm already subbed with bell icon rung and it's popping up in my sub feed. Even though YouTube knows you like progressive content, it's not sending you any recommendations for new lefty channels. Not often, at least. So, you watch 1 or 2 Fox News videos, your algorithm is all conservative recommendations. You watch half your day you're spending watching lefty content, and you still gotta, look for the lefty content to watch more. Because YouTube recognizes that overall, statistically, the lefty content doesn't attract as many clicks.
It's weird.
Not really. I get new lefty stuff all the time. Not me.
So the left-leaning user was actually given more recommendations to a mommy vlogger account that they are already subscribed to more than anything. So even though they had watched MSNBC the same amount of time as the other account watched Fox News, they were not served left-wing political content. Fascinating. Now, the study said these results suggest that right-leaning news content is more frequently recommended than left-leaning. Once again, I'm not going to be surprised at this because I've been watching this happening for years. Yes, right-wing content.
To be fair, the new YouTube CEO is personal friends with Elon Musk and a very an NFT crypto bro type dude. He's pretty conservative too.
Constantly gets served up, whereas again, actual left.
Zan, don't you watch GunTube? I feel like that would pull the algo to the right. Maybe a bit, but I frankly don't get recommended a lot of conservative content because whenever I see it, I mark it as do not show this again because I don't want to see it. The problem is if you're just a random normie on YouTube, the point that he's making here is, let's say you're a random normie on YouTube and you're watching some gaming content and you see a video recommendation from Pillar of Garbage explaining why Chuds are lying about the new Assassin's Creed game or something, right? And you were watching the trailer for the new Assassin's Creed because you like it, and you got a recommendation in your thing for Pillar of Garbage. Let's say the 1 in a billion chance, right? You watch the video. Now you might get every 5th to 10th video, you might get another recommendation for a left-leaning channel talking about games or media or whatever. But let's say that recommended video, which is far more likely to be the case, what I'm about to say, is a critical drinker video explaining why it's bad, or Geeks and Gamers, or any other of throw a stone and hit a conservative chud channel grifting off of that thing. If that rando watches that one video, their algorithm is going to be every other to every third video is now some Grums tier anti-woke bullshit. What this proves is, yes, obviously you have to have already clicked on something a little bit right-leaning or left-leaning already, and so you might already have a bias there, but how many times do you think a random normie is just watching a video, sees a random channel talked about a thing that's related to what they're interested in, and they don't know it's explicitly political or right-leaning out of the gate? And they trust the YouTuber with the high production value and a bunch of subs and a bunch of views and a bunch of likes and a bunch of positive comments that agree, you know? That's what caused Gamergate. You can, be incredulous if you like, but, I mean, this has happened before.
This left-leaning content, not so much. Not so much. Now, another interesting fact that they found out is that both accounts happen to have been recommended videos that were anti-vax.
Yep.
Of course.
Called it.
Of course. Of course.
Yep. Anti-vax shit for the mom
This right
the mom
here
stuff,
is a great example of why the left on YouTube is in trouble. All right? The messaging gets constantly suppressed. That's it. Channels like mine, suppressed. Okay? Left-wing channels, suppressed. That's it. Suppressed. We're getting less recommendations than not only legacy media, but also right-wing media, which serves up.
It's why every left-wing channel is not growing right now. The only way to fight against it is an overwhelming outpouring of support from the viewers. Likes, comments, subs. Like, everybody's got to be doing that shit to fight against YouTube's innate bias that currently exists against left-wing content. I'm doing all right, but, like, I mean, look at the right on YouTube. I mean, it's literally millionaires left and right compared to, like, most left-wing content creators are, like, they have dono goals on the bottom of their screen for, like, paying off that month's rent, It's like, that's the difference in, like, the level of success in terms of what YouTube will offer you. And, like, have you seen the average conservative content creator? It's not like the content's good. They're just kind of rambling and mumbling through half of it. Like, the Critical Drinker's content is really lazy and uninspired, and yet that's a multi-million sub channel. That's not because his content's so good and he's so good at talking about what everyone cares about. It's because YouTube is giving preferential treatment to who's getting the recommendations, who's getting, like, the top, like, suggestions in the algorithm. Critical Drinker is a household name. YouTube pushes his content as one of the top results if you search anything that he's talked about media-wise. And it's going to continue to do so. The hate bait gets clicks, and that makes YouTube money.
Outrage and disinformation.
Yep.
And that's it. And culture war nonsense. That's it. There is an algorithmic bias against the left. Now, Jesse Daniels, a professor of sociology at Hunter College and the author of a 2018 article titled The Algorithmic Rise of the Alt-Right, said the findings were pretty in line with some of her previous research on how people get radicalized. Daniels said that she believes the findings suggest that YouTube has made continued engagement, which again, a lot of these right-wing channels do get a lot of engagement.
They still tell their viewers that Steve Shives is a prominent left-wing figure. Yeah, like, it's getting to the point where, like, have you seen the people that the right talks about? That they criticize? Like, at least it used to be a few years ago, there was a big lineup of prominent left-wing figures for conservative pundits to complain about. Nowadays, they complain about, like, random nobodies because those are the most prominent faces of the left. Like, the random lady who went viral from complaining about men on TikTok that day is the most prominent figure associated with the left to criticize. So, like, you can even tell from the people that the right make fun of and attack now that there really isn't an opposition. Like, when was the last time a large conservative pundit made a response to me? They don't see channels like mine as a threat. They don't really respond to left-wing content anymore made about their content because there's no threat. Like, none of their viewers are going to get recommended any of our videos and hear any of our arguments, so why respond and give us the attention? Like, that's literally the state of things.
Engagement, a lot of hate, okay? Their followers spewing a lot of hate at the wokeness and the DEI in video games. Oh my God. How dare you cover up this female protagonist? You hate women. But also at the same time, look at this ugly woman in video game. They don't make women like they used to. This is what they're. I mean, this is what it's serving up. It's just garbage. It's garbage.
And the positions of the figures switch back and forth pretty frequently in order to like appeal to the widest variety of people who might have an interest in that content. It's why it's so inconsistent and the goalpost moves so much, is because they're moving the goalpost to score a goal with like individual subsects of people that will never figure out, at least not soon, that they're being played.
Now, she said that the engagement and profits are its top priorities for YouTube, and I agree with that. Yes, they absolutely are. Rather than concerns about reinforcing existing political biases or echo chambers. And so, yeah, nailed it. I mean, again, something that isn't surprising to any of us who've been paying attention. There's more. They also found that videos with religious themes, specifically Christianity, were recommended to all the accounts, even though none of them had watched any religious content during the persona building page. So
it's wild to think that we're seeing, like, we've gone from having the atheist revolution on YouTube back in 2012, 2013, to now we're seeing an explosion in YouTube forcing Christian nationalist content down your throat. You'll get ads for churches and, like, Christian fucking websites and stuff on videos about puppies. I don't even know. Like, the most unrelated shit. It's shoved down your throat.
A lot of these, you don't...
Mind you, YouTube's being sued right now for their own ads breaking Google's TOS. Like, Google is getting sued because its own ads break its own TOS.
Necessarily have to be a right-winger to be a Christian, obviously, right? To be a Christian influencer or anything like that. But generally, what you see on social media, what you see on YouTube, are right-wing Christian influencers. That's really it. I mean, there are left-wing Christians, there are really good progressive Christians, but that is not their main identity, okay? They don't go and make, specifically religious videos that, from a left-wing perspective. At least there's none that I know of. Generally, it comes across from the right-wing perspective, the right-wing Christian perspective, so...
True. I feel like we've seen enough of the video to get my point across, really. I highly recommend you go watch the original content creator, Jeff Waldorf. There'll be a link down below in the description. Go send a nice comment. Drop a like. I really liked this video. It was a good catalyst to work off of with this topic. I feel that within the next year or so, maybe year and a half, 2 years, we're going to see another revolution or like industrial revolution type event for lefty content. I think a lot of it is going to be a reaction, a response to this era of right-wing cultural dominance online getting too big for its britches. Just like in 2016, there are going to be protests and events where big, prominent, ambiguously conservative figures end up defending a neo-Nazi that they're friends with, similar to, like, Nick Merckx, for example. Like, if it turns out Dr. Disrespect, like, if screenshots come out of Dr. Disrespect grooming a minor, Nick Merckx and a bunch of the conservative-leaning figures that have been defending the shit out of him, they're going to look really bad, even to their own audiences. If that happens, I imagine events like it will continue to happen, and they'll happen again and again and again, and it'll slowly bleed away support for these these right-wing figures, and they'll start to move more to left-wing content. Like, they'll watch that instead, because they're not going to get out of politics. They're going to realize the figures they're watching are pieces of shit. It's what happened to me. It's what happened to literally millions of young people as they got out of the alt-right rabbit hole stuff. And it'll happen again. Just like Gamergate happened again, the BreadTube era will repeat itself, but it'll just look and be a little different. Anyway, if you liked or agreed with anything I had to say here, consider dropping a like, thumbs up, and a comment. As we just went over, you know how YouTube works, and you know where the left is right now. It really does help a lot, especially, I'm a smaller channel, so Really does go a long way. You can also subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already in order to see more from me, otherwise YouTube won't tell you. And of course, make sure to follow my social medias linked down below in the description so you can see me on other platforms. And don't forget to join my fan Discord, which is totally free and the main hub of my community. I do events in there like game events, call-in streams, and watch parties, so make sure you join. I also announce all my new uploads and streams, so you won't miss anything if you've got notifications turned on there. I do hope to see you there, of course. And don't forget, if you want to support me financially directly and you can afford it and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch as well through the Streamlabs link in the description. But regardless of how you support me, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it, and have a good one. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Besides having to get up for a bathroom break. I had to pee so bad. I drank a whole ass Monster. Monster just goes right through you. It really does. I feel like there's a special pipe that goes straight from your esophagus down to your bladder, and it exclusively lets Monster through. There's like a valve that detects Monster and liquor and lets that exclusively through. Anyone concur? The mouth to bladder, liquor, and soda pipe that exists in all humans. Do you have that too? Yeah, my Monster pipe. Urethra? True. Taurine? Maybe. Well, no, liquor does it. Like, liquor makes you have to pee. Like, for me, when I drink vodka, bro. Dude, vodka makes me have to pee, dude. Holy shit. Do you remember when I do those media share streams where I'd get drunk and I'd drink that like vodka pink drink mixer thing that Lonnie would make? After my first restroom break, it was like every 10 minutes I had to get up and use the bathroom. That vodka goes straight through me. Jesus. No, it wasn't margarita. It was just vodka and some like pink drink mix. I don't know exactly what it was. Honestly, my mom might know. I used to drink 600 milligrams of caffeine a day. I'm aware that is deadly, and I piss like a racehorse every 10 minutes. God. How many milligrams of caffeine are in a Monster Energy? It should be illegal not to have that front and center on the nutritional facts. Man, they hide this shit. I'm scanning for it. No way is it legal for the caffeine to be this hard to find on the can. Oh, there we go. Caffeine from all sources. 160 milligrams per can. Shit. It's almost 400 milligrams a day if I drink 2. Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna drop it down to 1 every day or so, I think. Fuck. Caffeine's not good for you. It really isn't. It's not good for your teeth. It's not good for your stomach, your bladder, your kidneys, your, like, anything, I think. Like, they're probably not good for your brain, or your nervous system, or your heart, or your, like, veins. Like, it's probably not good for any part of your body. Is there anything that caffeine is good for, like, health-wise? Just drink water? I love water. I love water. Watch me drink it. That's some good water. That's some good water right there. I do love me some water. Caffeine can help with headaches. Fair. I could definitely see that. Excuse me. Caffeine can lead to heart failure later in life. Woo! Let's go. Canada's Joel, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, thank you. Very based and pog. I forgive you for being Canadian, though. I hope you know that. I do forgive you for being Canadian. I've got Canadian friends, I'm working on converting them, getting them to forgo their sin. We'll see how that goes. All right, everyone. I think here's where I'm going to wrap up stream, because while yes, I do have the Mr. Beast topic, I am quite tired. I know, I am quite tired. And I would like to be able to prepare all of the relevant screenshots off stream, because thinking about it now, I know for a fact Twitter's going to make it literally impossible to find anything. Wow. No, you can't give me shit. I've been live for 5 hours, bro. And I'm streaming tomorrow. So you guys, it's just going to be like an extra segment on top of tomorrow's topics. I know. I'm sorry, but I'm eepy. All this talk about caffeine and you're tired, SMH? Well, I had 1 can of Monster like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. But now the, like, caffeine rush is wearing off, and I feel eepy. You said you'd edge us and everything? Is it fair for me to orgasm deny you guys for another day on the Mr. Beast topic? Nah, you're right. You're right. We'll do the next topic. Fuck it. We'll do the Mr. Beast topic today. You're right. I shouldn't edge you for a whole extra day. I don't want to give you guys blue balls. It's unhealthy. All that, like, pent-up nut could cause, like, some kind of testicular torsion in you guys, and I don't want that to happen. Yeah, I don't want to give you guys a torsion. I'm a kind streamer. Yep, I'm a kind streamer. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. You guys have no idea how much of a W it can be for the left if we play our cards right with having Mr. Beast in the culture war. You guys get that the right is just handing us Mr. Beast, right? That for years, Mr. Beast has been this untouchable figure that anyone who criticizes him gets, like, made fun of as being against the guy who cures blindness and, like, gives grocery stores worth of food to charity every year and builds schools and wells and bridges and roads in Africa. Like, it is really hard to criticize Mr. Beast and not have an overwhelming amount of hate and response. And that's why I think the left should be far less, ew, Mr. Beast, cringe, ooh, Zoomer, brain rot. I see a lot of lefties saying this because of the, like, wanting to be more, I don't even know, wanting to be opposed to, like, the popular shit that everyone's watching online. I don't even know. But Mr. Beast has continuously proven himself to be, like, seemingly a pretty good guy. For one, for those of you guys that don't know, Sneeko, I believe, was actually a Mr. Beast team member. And as he got, like, to be problematic, Mr. Beast fired him. And then he ended up, like, dissolving into what he is now. On top of that, yeah, I'm pretty sure Sneeko started out as a Mr. Beast team member. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me check. Hold on. Sneeko. Mr. Beast team. Yeah, why did Mr. Beast fire Sneeko? Mr. Beast fires Sneeko's. Sneeko got fired by Mr. Beast. Sneeko claims he quit Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast claims Mr. Beast fired him. You decide what you think is more likely to be the case. Anyway, on top of that, several of Mr. Beast's known ex-friends have proven to be conservative transphobes themselves. All the while, time and time again, just like yesterday, when Keemstar took a break from tweeting about how gay people are pedophiles, he tweeted out, Nick Merckx calls out Chris Tyson, who's actually Ava Chris Tyson. Chris is the middle name now. Her actual, name is Ava now. So, just for those unaware. Nick Merckx calls out Ava Tyson. You should be ashamed of yourself, leaving behind your wife and child to play pretend. And then Mr. Beast replied, and of course, ratioed the fuck out of Keemstar, saying, Ava is literally always with her kid and doesn't even go on shoots to spend more time with him. Tuck Man is always smiling. Tuck, I think Tuck is the nickname. Tuck Man is the nickname for the kid. Is always smiling. Not sure why this rumor is a thing. It's so weird because Mr. Beast is an Elon Musk fanboy, but not in the way that most Elon Musk fanboys are. He just likes electric cars, Teslas, and faux futurism stuff, and he likes, the 2019 Dogecoin era Elon Musk memes, and so he tweets like Elon a little bit, not sure why this rumor is a thing, but because he's Mr. Beast and not saying something bigoted, I feel like it's far less obnoxious and it actually works. It feels like Mr. Beast is the left's Elon Musk. When you really think about it. Would you guys agree with that? And then, of course, you've got the right's response, which is just overwhelmingly bitchy. A good example is a tweet from the Quartering earlier today. Mr. Beast, totally normal trans buddy. It misspelled the, dead name, I guess you could say, is now putting her son in high heels so he too can play out the fetish. And the replies those were bought for the kid too, they're kid size, meaning this wasn't just an incident where the kid decided to try on mommy, or I guess daddy's in this case, is high heels. Fact that Mr. Beast defended this is crazy. But we shouldn't call them groomers, right? It's literally their own kid. Letting your kid dress up in high heels is grooming? Is pedophilic? It's a fetish? Dog. It's actually insane. Actually, I've got a really good quote tweet for this. This guy is claiming we shouldn't take the Dr. Disrespect allegations seriously because the evidence is sparse. Meanwhile, Mr. Beast, totally normal trans buddy, is now putting their son in high heels to play out the fetish. It's okay. I feel like that's a pretty good response. But meanwhile, you've got actually, the actual Twitter page of Ava. And of course, I do find it quite hilarious how her Twitter activity is just the most normal shit ever. Here's her Twitter. It's just in case you haven't heard, name, a music thing. I want to go on a podcast or two with her son. I'm really glad that despite all the unnecessary hate you've been getting, this is from back a year ago when this started, you've been getting, you're still continue to express yourself. The hate really isn't too bad. People are going to have to try hard if they want to get to me. Got to step up your game to even come close to beating some of my family. Now, the thing is, the right's response is to say, okay, word, and now they're attacking her son. Now it's just right-wing figures with millions of subs tweeting out pictures of her son and implying that she is a groomer and a pedophile. Do with that information what you will, is the message that they're giving to their audiences. I would say this is outright like, inspiring calls to violence towards Ava and her family, like, outright. Jesus Christ, these people have no morals? Yeah, they don't. Actually, I think, I saw it in my recommended. I think it's, like, it came out right as I was streaming. I think even, Philip DeFranco covered it. Yep. Yeah, Philip DeFranco covered this. I'm wondering what the coverage is like, because he tends to have, like, the most normie, opinionated take. Oh, it seems like his coverage was the first story of the day. Nice. I like Philip DeFranco. I watch him sometimes, but, man, I still have a bad taste in my mouth about that one time where he reported... He didn't actually report. He tweeted about an article from New York Times that I was actually interviewed for. It was about the YouTube radicalization. And in the title, he got really mad about it. And the thing he got mad about, though he didn't know this was, like, what happened, he just thought that the article was claiming he was alt-right just because he didn't read it. The way the article worked was that when you started at the top of the article and you scrolled down, there was a collage of different YouTubers that the person who was interviewed, like, primarily for the article watched on their channel. And as you scrolled down, the idea was that the background, the collage of different YouTubers' faces, the YouTubers who are just normal, like, non-conservative YouTubers would slowly fade away, and all that would be left behind would be, like, the crazy conservative, like, alt-right ones. And, like, they would just be, like, tiles left over against a white background behind the text. And the page was bugged for, like, a day. When you scrolled down, among the more radically right-wing figures that stayed on the page, accidentally, Philip DeFranco stayed up, and a couple of other YouTubers. It was fixed within a day, but Philip DeFranco put out a tweet, angry, admonishing the whole article and everything it was about, like the right-wing radicalization through YouTube, because he thought it was claiming he was a Nazi, and talked about how it's like some crazy takedown of YouTube and YouTubers and trying to claim every alt media source is alt-right. It was like, dude, you could have just read, like, the first 2 paragraphs of the article, you know? And that gave me about Philip DeFranco, but I think he's overall a good guy. His politics aren't bad. It's just that, like, the dude posted cringe there pretty bad. But regardless, let's see what his, like, sort of... I feel like he has the definitive normie take. Let's see what his take on this whole Chris, Ava, Tyson, Mr. Beast drama is.
There's been some wild allegations getting thrown out left and right over the weekend, with those and the back and forth and all the fallout being one of the most requested stories to talk about today. Right at the center of all this, you have Mr. Beast.
Me too, Philip DeFranco. Me too. Very requested.
Ava Tyson, Dr. Disrespect, Nick Merckx, a bunch of names that you may or may not be familiar with. As far as Mr. Beast, obviously biggest creator in the world, and Ava Tyson's been a part of the Mr. Beast crew from the beginning, with Mr. Beast having to, once again, like he's done in the past throughout...
Yeah, Ava's like one of the OGs. I've actually watched Mr. Beast for a really long time. For those that don't know, Mr. Beast really blew up during the time when I was like 18 or 19 and playing a lot of Fortnite, so I was like prime Mr. Beast viewer age as he really got big. And I remember, like, she's been around as long as Mr. Beast has been, like, someone. And I'm pretty sure she's a childhood friend of his and has been around since the beginning. So, like, I really think it's the perfect example of how no matter who you are, or where you're from, where you live, or where you are in life, simply having, like, a friend or family member who's LGBT just drastically decreases the chances of you becoming some awful bigot, you know? Like, she was Mr. Beast's childhood friend. Mr. Beast knows that, like, Ava's not a bad person, like, knows that none of the things the right says about trans people are true in regards to her. And so I feel that just immediately predisposed Mr. Beast to not being some transphobic piece of shit. Especially because being one means, like, well, what the fuck? How's your friend gonna feel about that now? Your best friend since childhood.
At her transition, defend Ava online. With his most...
Ava used to make attack helicopter jokes in the early days? True, yeah. Like, a lot of trans people, like, a lot of, like, the most edgy, hateful, transphobic, like, teenagers nowadays are going to be trans girls posting about how embarrassing it is, the things they were posting when they were younger in, like, a year or two. And that's not every case, but like a surprising amount of trans people who are super progressive now I've met online started out as extremely overcompensating, self-hating, like transphobic content watchers, and then eventually when they started to accept that they're trans, they started watching like, you know, like Blair White and stuff like that, and then from there they ended up finding like more progressive content creators and falling out of the like horrible true scum stuff. It's a gradual like moving from self-hatred and denial to acceptance and self-hatred to acceptance and self-love.
Most recent example of that stemming from a video posted by Nick Merckx. And he's a very big gaming streamer, though I would say definitely over this past year, with more and more of his anti-trans talk, he's gotten a lot more attention. And he tweeted to Ava, "You should be ashamed of yourself, leaving behind your wife and child to play pretend. One day you'll wake up and realize what you've done." Or which was his reaction to a tweet from Ava earlier, saying me every time I post on Twitter.
My mentions are he, they, she, hey, they.
And so Nick's tweet, it garnered a lot of reactions, including from Ava herself, who replied the quote, "Protect the kids crowd when someone is a loving parent versus when their boy is currently facing SA accusations," right? And
she killed him. She killed him with that one, dude. She killed him with that one. Like, how are you gonna, like, bring out the gay people are groomers argument as a deflection to your buddy getting accused of grooming a minor? Like, come on, man. Like, the copium. The absolute copium. The straw manning, the projection.
Kids crowd when someone is a loving parent versus when their boy is currently facing SA accusations, right? And that seemingly referencing the fact that Nick Merckx has been defending Dr. Disrespect against recent allegations that he was inappropriately messaging a minor, right? Because there was a claim from a former Twitch employee over the weekend that Doc was permanently banned from Twitch because that happened. With Dr. Disrespect responding to that multiple.
To be fair though, this guy has been claiming like he'll sell the reason why Doc was banned for years, and then finally tweeted out. So, like, even if this person isn't lying, they're a massive piece of shit for, like, the way they outed it. Because they were, like, using the fact that they supposedly knew and saying, like, pay me. If my whatever gets this much money, I'll say why Doc got banned.
Multiple times over the weekend, saying, "I get it, it's a hot topic, but this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged, and they paid out the whole contract." And later tweeting, "Listen, I'm obviously tied to legal obligations from the settlement with Twitch, but I just need to say what I can say since this is the fucking internet. I didn't do anything wrong. All this has been probed and settled. Nothing illegal. No wrongdoing was found, and I was paid. Elden Ring Monday."
I think it's also worth adding that Dr. Disrespect's co-founded game company put out a statement where they said, upon hearing the allegations, they assumed Dr. Disrespect was innocent, did an internal probe and spoke to all parties involved, and in response have decided to cut off all connections and communications with Dr. Disrespect. This is a game company he co-founded, has dropped him after doing an internal probe and speaking to all parties involved and initially assuming innocence. We've yet to have any public evidence yet, but at this point, it's pretty fucking hard to say that there's no solid ground to say that this is a believable claim.
And today, during that live stream, he said, for those that are looking me to expand on what I said this weekend, that's not happening. Saying that he said what he already needed to say. And adding, "I don't give a fuck about this guy. That's it." That said, going back to the Ava and Nick Merckx,
I'm going to be completely honest. This is like the biggest, like, this makes him look really guilty. Have you ever seen a YouTuber who's been falsely accused of stuff like that respond by just ignoring the allegations entirely? Because that's never how it goes. The response to, like, is always proving it, that nothing was done wrong. You don't just ignore it unless you're guilty and you just want it to go away. Like, the number one advice that content creators will tell you if you've done something wrong and you want the, like, drama to go away is to ignore it entirely. Maybe make one brief statement in, like, a tweet and then ignore it. Mute or ban anyone who brings it up and then just move on, right? And people will forget about it eventually. That seems to be the path that Dr. Disrespect is taking, and that's not the path that innocent content creators tend to take, you know? Like, when I got accused of, like, having a sex cult, I spent like a week putting together the biggest like response ever. I didn't even need to go that far. I just really wanted there to be no room for doubt. The bar would be so much lower for Doc to prove his innocence. And the fact that his response is say, "I've said everything I mean to say. I will acknowledge it no more," feels like his lawyer told him to say that. You know what I mean?
stuff, one of the biggest responses there was from Mr. Beast himself, saying Ava is literally always with her kid and doesn't even go on shoots to spend more time with them. Tuckman is always smiling, not sure why this rumor is a thing. And as you can imagine, when the biggest creator on the platform chimes in on something, it becomes an even bigger conversation. Whether it be people on the side of how dare Mr. Beast say that, or upset with the fact that he's friends with, supports, and features a trans woman in his content. But this is there were also a ton of others loving what Mr. Beast said here, saying things like his constant defense of Ava is very nice to see, saying this matters especially for the next generation.
So there's an argument that's brought up, and I think is the strongest one, that's used against Ava and Mr. Beast and like the trans community, I guess, by large. I've seen a lot of drama and commentary community YouTubers bring this up. Ironically, Mr. Beast is seeming more untouchable than ever, or more touchable than ever now that he's pro-trans publicly. You get a lot less people coming into the replies to defend him by saying, oh, he cures blindness and builds wells in Africa, when it's about his defense of trans people. So the criticism in question is about Ava having once purchased a commissioned artwork by a nowadays I would say, known pedophile lolicon artist named... I'm thinking Shadiversity. It starts with Shad. Is it Shadman? Shadman, sorry. We just covered Shadiversity earlier, so Shadiversity was bouncing around in my brain. And it's such a similar name. Shadman. Now, nowadays, everybody online who's knows anything recognizes Shadman as a creepo, pedophile, weirdo, Nazi piece of shit, and criminal. I think he's actually a felon now, too. But fast forward to 2015 or 16, I believe, is when she bought that that image. Shadman was disturbingly normalized. I don't know how else to explain this in a way that doesn't make it sound like everybody on YouTube back then was a pedophile enabler, but pretty much everybody on YouTube back then was a pedophile enabler without realizing it. Shadman was one of the most recognizable, popular, and memed artists out there. It's a bit like Stone Toss. You know how Stone Toss is a known Nazi among those that can recognize Nazis and care that somebody is a Nazi, and yet his content is everyone recognizes Stone Toss's art because it's reused for memes. He makes some apolitical comics and drawings that are just shared around and have gained a lot of popularity. But if you know Stone Toss, you know he's a Nazi. Shadman had a very similar situation back then, where Shadman's art was used in memes, non-stop, repurposed for memes and stuff. Shadman was brought in as a guest speaker and artist and meme art guy in YouTube videos by large popular animation YouTubers and commentary YouTubers and meme Leafy clone YouTubers and stuff. I don't know how much I can really say to get across to you guys how weirdly normalized and accepted Shadman was for someone who just made blatantly lolicon art, right? The claim in the defense was it's just ironic and edgy and subversive, and he's just trying to provoke people and be edgy and stuff. It's whatever, man. I understood that shit to be creepy when I was 15, and the dude was all over YouTube and was accepted. Occasionally you'd see a post about how he's his profile picture looks a lot like a fucking Nazi uniform, and the occasional post about how his art is borderline child porn, if not just full on. But when Shadman really blew up his own reputation was when he did two things that finally nuked his ass. Finally. And it was when he drew pornography of the underage actress who plays Wolverine's daughter in Logan. Spoiler alert, Wolverine's daughter. That's who she is. She's Wolverine's daughter in that movie. The big spoiler. Oh, the claws. Who could have guessed? Anyway, and then also Keemstar's daughter, I think. He drew some, shit of. And it was no, but yeah, I remember this. Yeah, it was fuck Keemstar and all, but, come on. That's not a Keemstar thing. That's a pedophile drew child porn of Keemstar's daughter, who's underage. those two things happened, I guess, quite close to each other because, like, they were kind of wrapped together as the same massive controversy. And all of a sudden, everybody realized, I guess, overnight what a fucking creep Shadman was. And everyone dropped him. Everyone, like he just became the known pedophile creepo Nazi artist, right? But when Ava Tyson bought that image, it was way back in, like, 2016, 2015, when people were just doing the most edgy, cringe, awful shit. Because, like, 2015, 2016 YouTube and the internet in general was about ironically doing edgy, crazy, offensive, awful shit, gross shit. I mean, like, one of the most popular culturally relevant videos on YouTube in 2016 was Vomit Cake. If you were around then, I don't have to explain what Vomit Cake is. But if you weren't, I'll explain it so you know what it is. This was just unironically a huge video on YouTube. Filthy Frank, iDubbbz, Anything for Views, and Max Mofo got together, and they gathered cake ingredients, and they found they didn't have a mixer or a mixing bowl to mix all the ingredients together. So what better way to mix the ingredients than to have Max Mofo eat the ingredients and then force him to vomit the ingredients up into a bowl and then to bake that into a cake and then eat it on YouTube, on video. They made several sequels. They made hair cake after that. You don't have to, basically the same process, but hair is one of the ingredients. And then after that, it was human cake, where they went to VidCon and got different bodily fluids, ass hairs, pube hairs, snot, spit, all sorts of disgusting things from YouTubers, big famous YouTubers like PewDiePie, JonTron, etc. at VidCon. And then they combined all of those things into a... and Joey Salad's piss, yes, Joey Salad's piss as well. Combined it into the ingredients and then made another vomit cake out of that, and then they ate it. And, yeah, they're still up on YouTube, too. You can still watch them. They're very age-restricted, but still. Like, to impart upon you how fucked the edgelord era of the internet in 2016 was, you need to understand the video I'm talking about right now might have, like, 20 to 30 million views. Let me see. How many views does Vomit Cake have? Vomit Cake. We're not going to watch it. How many views does it have? Oh, it's apparently not up. Wait, it's not on YouTube anymore. It hasn't been taken down? All the reactions to Vomit Cake have hundreds of thousands of views. Max Mofo's The Ramen Off with Filthy Frank, where they try to eat an entire table worth of ramen, 10 million views. So this was 8 years ago. Just for a little bit of reference on like how many views this got, Max Mofo's crossover video with Filthy Frank has 10 million views. That's still up on YouTube. Vomit Cake doesn't seem to be up anymore except for re-upload, so it's still on YouTube. You can find it, but the original upload doesn't exist anymore from which to glean how many views it had, or how many views it's gained. But I would guess tens of millions, honestly. Someone could probably tell me like how many views on Vomit Cake. I know this seems like so random, but I'm trying to express to you how... Oh, wait, no, it is up on YouTube. Oh, Daily Motion. Wait, he re-uploaded it on Daily Motion in 2019. How many views does the Daily Motion version have?
Hey, welcome to the Franker's Kitchen.
It autoplays. 5 years ago this was uploaded. How many views does it have? How many views does the Daily Motion version have? 4 million views? 4.2 million views on the 5 years ago re-upload on Daily Motion by Filthy Frank of Vomit Cake. So I need you guys to understand how much of a grip just the most disgusting shit you can imagine had on the internet back then. There was actually a culture around joking about pedophilia and stuff. And mind you, this was a time when I was underage myself. I didn't participate in this humor, but even if I did, it's like, well, I was 14, you know? But regardless, the humor online was so bizarrely dedicated to trying to try hard edge each other that some stuff that would literally never fly today. And when I say it wouldn't fly today, I don't mean like it would offend people. I mean like people would call for your death on both sides of the political spectrum for the kind of stuff that was regularly said and popularly just like said for the hell of it by content creators back then. You know? Or how big Two Girls, One Cup was. Yeah, that was like a previous gross out era. But yeah, so my point is, I don't believe that the like buying the art from Shadman is like this smoking gun, Ava Tyson is a lolicon claim. Because if that's the case, then you might want to look up, like, on the Wayback Machine, how many massive animation YouTubers collabed with Shadman and stuff like that. Because this dude was ubiquitously memed back in 2015 and 2016. It was truly an awful time. Not just for the political stuff, but for, like, internet culture in general. It was just a dark age of internet culture, looking back at it. Like, Filthy Frank and Max Mofo and stuff were cool, but outside of that, 2016 was truly a dark age of the internet.
Arguing with Jimmy's influence and reach to young boys, this stuff is going to be his most important legacy. And others chiming in saying, I know
True.
some will say, oh, this is just the bare minimum,
Well,
but I feel...
I mean, to be fair, he's literally, like, building up entire villages in like, Africa and stuff. I'd say he's doing some more, I wouldn't say important, but more life-altering things directly for people than just the pro-trans stuff. He's literally built schools in Africa for like entire villages of people and children and stuff, like schools, wells, roads, and like, yeah, setting up electricity for like villages in third world countries and like South America and stuff. Like, yeah.
I feel like in today's climate, having one of the most famous people on the planet stand up for his friend and supporting her identity and existence is extremely important and impactful. And actually the proof of this climate and of the fact that Mr. Beast really...
Oh, good point, Chill Will. Yeah, who remembers the Reddit, the subreddit Jailbait? Reddit literally started out as like a third of it just being a child porn distribution platform. I'm not even joking. Like the guy who started Reddit, pedophile, 100%. Like I think the lead mod was literally an r/jailbait mod back in the day, pedophile. Yeah, like Reddit was literally started to share photos of scantily clad and possibly even naked, for all I know, teenage girls. It was the biggest sub on Reddit. Yeah, it was one of the first and biggest subs on Reddit was r/jailbait, which is just a child porn subreddit. Like, that's a whole different can of worms, obviously, because these are actual pedophiles. But yeah, like, you'd be surprised at how... Like, today I think there's a problem with, like, lolicon on Twitter being, like, surprisingly accepted. Like, you'll get ratioed by lolicons if you call lolly stuff pedophilia on Twitter nowadays. But back then, when you consider what Reddit was in, like, 20 whatever, it's pretty fucking... like, it was bad. It's gotten better today when you think about it. We've gotten far less accepting to pedophiles existing online. And I think that's a good thing. And I'm glad that times have changed.
He is doing something that can make a difference or challenge people's belief is the amount of transphobia in his replies, or just the sheer number of people saying vile things about him and Ava everywhere online. And with that, Ava even writing, they just want to villainize trans people. They realize and accept that I'm in my child's life arguably more than most parents are able to be. They say I'll ruin him or far worse things. They don't actually care. They want to move the goalpost so they can go see trans people bad.
Yep. First, the arguments were... Ava left her son's life to go pretend to be a woman, and now the claim is, oh, well, okay, so Ava didn't leave her kid. Well, now being around her kid is actually harmful and fetishizing and grooming, and yeah. There cannot be a prominent trans person who is not frequently and constantly demonized and who is not made to be a villain to the main internet public. It can't be allowed. Conservatives can't accept it.
And this whole situation got so big and it spread so wide that Ava's ex even had to chime in. Right, Katie? Ava's ex and co-parent releasing a statement.
This was so good. Ava's ex the parent of the child, came out to defend her because the hate has been so insane. Imagine getting so much unwarranted hate that your ex-wife makes a post defending you. That's how insane and psychotic it's been.
and saying, there are plenty of other things in this world to talk about other than a 4-year-old who will one day see all of this. Our lives are the best they've ever been, and Tucker is loved and cared for by both parents and in both homes and is thriving. I don't know who Nick is, and I don't care who he is, but as a parent himself, is this the example we want to set for our children? When we don't agree with someone, we bash them, their families, drag others' children through the trenches by spreading false information about their lives. Be better, set better examples. But ultimately, as a filming, that is where we are with this. And of course, like with all our stories, because this is a news show, but
Oh wait, hold on. That happened to me once. For those who don't know, Lonnie replied, like commented on the DJ Mule video, saying you should never have made this. Wait, that actually has happened to me. My ex-girlfriend Lonnie literally commented on the fucking DJ Mule video simply saying, you should never have made this. The simpin' ain't pimpin'.
I also want it to be a conversation. I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. Where do you stand on this and why? Also, as you said,
all right, let's read the comments. That's what I'm interested in. Hold on, wait, is he?
Hey, hi, welcome back.
Okay, no, he's done with the topic. I'm curious what the comments are. Imagining Mr. Beast's, quote, fall from grace being a result not of greed or hustle culture, but from defending his friend is as bemusing as it is absurd. Y'all need to leave Ava be already. I think my favorite take from the situation is, you're a parent. Quit getting pissy about trans people being parents and go be with your own kid already. Be a good example. That got 2.6 thousand likes and a heart from Philip DeFranco. Environmental scientists here. Oh, that's a different topic. Let's see. It's always the protect the kids crowd that gets exposed for this stuff. They aren't a good parent. Finds out they're a good parent. Quick, move the goalpost. Any other? Nick Merckx is the kind of guy, if given choice, would rather give a child to straight abusive and alcoholic parents than a loving gay couple. This isn't just limited to one side, but there are too many people who use kids to score political brownie points in their echo chambers, and it's sickening. That's a pretty popular belief, as like centrist goalpost as it is. People don't like when parents get their kids involved in politics, even if the politics are good, loving, and accepting. Like, taking your kid to a pride parade to say, like, trans people are people, that will get you about as much hate as taking your kid to a gay hate parade saying gay people are sinners. Because a lot of, like, centrist, middle-of-the-road people will just be like, don't get kids involved in politics, no matter what they are, you know? Which is, of course, not really a good position, but, you know, there's this weird belief that, like, kids shouldn't have to learn or know about politics because they're so innocent and politics is so corrupting, I guess. I mean, it is kind of corrupting, not gonna lie, but still. Anyway, I think Mr. Beast, Philip DeFranco, and the general public seem to have the right opinion on all this, which is the people going after Ava are fucking insane and she should be left alone. I'm really glad to see that, like, Mr. Beast's not going to fall off because he dared to defend a trans person. Though if he did, could you imagine, like, how fucking wild that would be if Mr. Beast defending his trans friend was his downfall? The right would never let us live down that go woke, go broke. That would go crazy. I doubt it'll happen, but man, that would be a nightmare. More likely than not, I think this is going to lead to a lot of Mr. Beast fans being far more pro-trans, especially since they're being exposed to the friendship with a trans person, like, of their favorite content creator. I think it's going to be a very positive impact overall. And a lot of young kids, they're blank slates, and their first impression of trans people is going to be Ava and Mr. Beast videos. Having fun with Mr. Beast, being friends with Mr. Beast, being a normal person, just chilling out, you know? So yeah. If you guys enjoyed this video, consider dropping a like. Every thumbs up really does go a long way, no matter when, where, or what you're watching. I really do appreciate it. Consider commenting down below what you thought of the video if you really want to help out the channel too. It boosts the channel in the algorithm and helps a lot as well. Consider subscribing and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, make sure to follow all of my social medias, which are linked down below in the description if you want to see more from me. And don't forget to join my fan Discord as well. It's totally free, the main hub of my fan base and community. And I also do game events, call-in streams, watch parties, and announce all my new videos and streams there. So Make sure you've joined and have notifications on so you don't miss anything. And don't forget, if you've got the money for it, you feel like it, and you want to, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website. It really does help out a lot. I'm currently raising money to start doing quail content, which should be pretty soon. And I am super excited to start, so your support is highly appreciated. It also helps keep food in my belly and a roof over my head. But really, with all that said, thank you all so much for watching. I really do appreciate it no matter how you support me, and have a good one. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out really good. I promised you the Mr. Beast segment, and I delivered. I did not edge you for a whole extra day. All right. Though in all seriousness, now I'm very drowsy. God, I'm tired. I get that 4 or 5 p.m. crash hard. That's like when I start getting tired. I'm becoming an old man. Like, past 5 or 6 p.m., I'm staying up late. In my mind, you know? Thank you for letting us goon. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hopefully you enjoyed the goon session. I love edging, but I would never, ever, 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 never goon. All right. With all that said, everyone, thank you all so much for watching. You are amazing. You are lovely. Thank you for coming. I will, of course, be streaming tomorrow, so hopefully you're here. I hope to see all of your lovely names in the chat. But really, guys, thank you so much. I love you all very much. Your support is extremely appreciated. And as always, I hope you have a good day, or a good night, good week, good year, good life. But I will see you again tomorrow, I hope. Bye! Doo-doo fart.